Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. Hey yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna mota hakuna togabu.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun lo ni otun ese, ifa lo ni kan fa imora, aibinu gbogbo atare, gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà. Gbogbo mẹ́ta ọ̀ka wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọkọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
Yeah, and there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. So amen to that, of course, on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. The another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. And what better way to start than the super chart from our Topsy right there. So that's Topsy right there. Independence Day in the United States. So I think a period of celebration on that side of the pond. So a period of celebration. Or whatever day it is, I'm not sure. Is it Independence Day even? It says, God save the Biden. Happy 4th of July, Americans. So whatever 4th of July means to the Americans, I hope it's a pleasant day to one and all. So all that, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't, and please do that just as I'm saying it. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Do that. We will see that if it happens. I think you're too scared to come on, but that would be a real treat. Yes, it is Independence Day. Oh yes, so there it is. Maybe we have to check the documents of independence for the United States. Maybe it's time for us to recolonize them. So that's our topic right there. So yes. So yes, the usual protocol, click on the like button and just do that as I'm saying. It is so important that you do, for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. I don't have to explain to anyone why you should click on the like button. It's self-explanatory. You gravitate around YouTube all the time, so you know all of the reasons. It helps the platform grow up the YouTube algorithm. That's why. So click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And if you want to come and be an active combatant on the experience, that is the one man went to more experience, click on the, I'm going to send it again. Click on the link right there that says StreamYard. It will put you into, let me just grab it. So click on this link that says, una momento por favor. Momento por favor. Yes, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and be an active combatant on the one man went to more experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite you. I'm sat at a jaundiced angle. Let me adjust myself. I look somewhat awkward. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and follow the example that Topper has just said. Click on the $sign. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats. Topper sets us on our way. So hopefully then 4 more people will join her. We've never yet failed, and I have no anticipation that we fail today. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on the $sign to super chat, but no lower than what Topper has already super chatted. So double and quadruple, that's really the flavor that we like to see. So I'm not quite sure how long the session will be today because but I do have my trusty co-host who will straddle it in the second half of it. So let's just launch into it before I start to ramble incoherent gibberish. Before I start to ramble incoherent gibberish, there's a vast array of topics to go through. But rather than start it with that, let's start it with this. So there's a conspiracy of sorts going on in the Edo elections. And that conspiracy lands the APC candidate as the governor of that state. That is the reading of it. That's my reading of it. There's a conspiracy of sorts going on in the Edo gubernatorial election coming up in September, July, August, in September, so 2 months away. There's a conspiracy of sorts going on there, which lands the APC candidate in the governor's house. So that's my theory. That's what I'm theorizing to that space. So now the Labour Party candidate Olumide Akpata is making a lot of waves within the Edo cycle, but not a lot of people have any real anticipation that is going to land that seat. The contention really is between the PDP candidate and the party in situation in Edo State at the moment is the PDP. Godwin Obaseki is a PDP man. So that gives him the advantage, and that gives that party the advantage. But now, the candidate for the PDP in the upcoming Edo elections has now been somewhat debarred by the courts. Let me bring you this. Our courts declare Edo PDP governorship primary invalid. So there it is right there. So it doesn't even have a ticket. That means it doesn't go on the ballot. And usually, by the time these things are resolved, the elections would have come and gone, and then he's just up a creek without a paddle. Justice Iyan Eko of the Federal High Court Abuja has ruled that the Edo State People's Democratic Party's governorship primary election held on February the 22nd, 2024, which produced Asu Ighodalo as its governorship candidate, is invalid. So there it is right there. That sounds somewhat of a labeled read. Justice Iyangako of the Federal High Court Abuja has ruled that the Edo State People's Democratic Party's governorship primary election held on February 22nd, 2024, which produced Asu Ighodalo as its governorship candidate, is invalid. The court gave the ruling whilst delivering judgment in a suit marked XYZ brought by the aggrieved delegates, notable Kelvin Mohammed, in a representative capacity today on July the 4th. The judge voided the primaries on the ground that 378 delegates who were supposed to vote were unlawfully excluded by the PDP, contrary to the provision of the law. The court also held that there were acts of gross violation of the Electoral Act 2022, PDP guidelines, and the party's constitution. Let's do that again. Sorry, I'm going to take it from top again. Just it sounded tilted the way I was reading it there. Justice Iyangeko of the Federal High Court in Abuja has ruled that the Edo State People's Democratic Party's governorship primary election held on February the 22nd, 2024, which produced Asu Ighodalo as its governorship candidate, is invalid. The court gave the ruling whilst delivering judgment in a suit brought by aggrieved delegates, notably Kelvin Mohammed, in a representative capacity today, July the 4th. The court voided the primaries on the grounds that 378 delegates who were supposed to vote were unlawfully excluded by the PDP, contrary to the provision of the law. The court also held that there were acts of gross violation of the Electoral Act 2022, PDP guidelines, and the party's constitution during the conduct of the primary election held at Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City. According to the judge, the evidence presented by the PDP was insufficient and lacked proof, indicating that the returning officers manipulated the result sheet. Justice Eko emphasized that the plaintiff successfully established their case against the defendant through the exhibits tendered, regarding the Independent National Electoral Commission, the first defendant in the suit. The judge noted that while INEC filed a memorandum of appearance, it did not submit any further processes in the case. He stated that INEC's counsel declared they will abide by the court's decision and upheld the plaintiff's argument. So, why did INEC sign it off? If it was so anomalous to the point that the the judge dismissed it as at a glance, then how did INEC sign it off and cited then this guy as a candidate? So INEC also, so that is to say then if this case was not brought, an illegal rigged primaries would have produced what would then be almost certainly a corrupt governor for Edo State. Regarding the Independent National Commission, the first defendant in the suit, the judge noted that while INEC filed a memorandum of appearance, it did not submit any further processes in the case. It stated that INEC's counsel declared they will abide by the court's decision and upheld the plaintiff's arguments. I find that the plaintiff's case succeeds on merit, said the judge. So, all right, let me just give you the rest of it. 378 ad hoc delegates loyal to the impeached Edo State Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu had dragged INEC, PDP, its national secretary, and the vice chair South before the court over the outcome of the primary. In the suit dated February the 7th, but filed February the 8th, the plaintiff sought two orders: an order for the defendants or their agents not to act, but to show cause why the relief of the plaintiff in their originating summons should not be granted about the plan or etc. etc. I tire of it, but I think you get the gist of it. So this is now, let me take you to this space, somewhat of a celebratory mood in some quarters of Edo State. So here is an instantaneous response then from Philip Shaibu.
Today, celebrating that God get power.
God get power. Now God get power.
Listen, you want to dance? Dance. A betrayer remains a betrayer.
So there it is right there. A betrayal remains a betrayal. So that is Philip Shaibu, somewhat in a celebratory mood. The victory. Well, it's a victory for him, isn't it? He instituted the lawsuit. So let's continue with that theme. Edo Guber, PDP fumes over nullification of primary as APC asked Ighodalo to defect. So as well as that result, the APC, like I said, this verdict is really, it opens the window for the APC to take that state. So what the APC are now doing is they are courting Isu Ighodalo to come on board, not to be their candidate, but to support their ticket. Edo Guber, PDP fumes over nullification of primary as APC asks Ighodalo to defect. The Edo State People's Democratic Party PDP campaign organization has rejected an Abuja Federal High Court judgment which nullified the election of Barrister Isu Ighodalo as the party's flag bearer in the September 21st governorship poll. Correspondents report that the state chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC, however, invited the embattled PDP candidate to defect to the party, rejecting Justice Iyang's verdict on suit number XYZ. The Director General of PDP Campaign Council at a press conference in Benin City on Thursday described the judgment as a strange development and contrary to a long line of appellate court's decisions on the matter. I'm not going to attempt his last name. That's why I'm calling him by his first name. So, yeah, Matthew. Matthew opined that the judgment did not invalidate the outcome of the party's primary election, which produced Ighodalo and his running mate Ogi. he posited that the campaign council was confident that the judgment would not survive the test of appeal. So this judgment is still subject to appeal, of course. If they're able to fast track it, then that should serve that purpose. Let's just go on to where the PDP, the APC are cutting them. So where is the... Right. Yes, let's take it from this paragraph. However, speaking on the court judgment, Omo Ojo, the Director Publicity Committee, APC Governorship Campaign Council, urged the embattled PDP candidate Ighodalo to join hands with Senator Okoebolo, the APC flag bearer, to deliver Edo State. Omo Ojo explained that the news of the disqualification of Ighodalo as the PDP candidate had not been received by the Edo people as a relief from the position of forgery, etc., etc. So that's the PDP, the APC then somewhat cutting him. So let's go on from that to this one. No forex, no government policy, real reason GSK left Nigeria after 51 years. So this particular storyline had been gaining a lot of traction within the news cycle. So what exactly went down there? Let's find out. In August 2023, GSK UK PLC, formerly known as GlaxoSmithKline PLC, a British multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnology company, announced its plans to discontinue its operations in Nigeria. This was after the company, known for producing household and medical products such as Panadol, etc., has spent 51 years in the Nigerian market. Whilst exiting, the company known as GlaxoSmithKline Consumer Nigeria Limited in Nigeria gave factors such as scarcity of forex, increased competition from local firms, and a strategic review of their African drug and vaccine supply operations as reason for the exit. Some Nigerians have also attributed the exit of GSK and some foreign companies to the economic policies of the Bola Tinubu administration. Insiders within the organization would, however, talk to FIG on the incident, making it clear that GSK UK, the pharmaceutical giant's parent company, exited the Nigerian market solely for profit. The first insider, who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity, said it joined GSK at a time when its watchword was putting the patient first. Unfortunately, the value changed over time and it was eventually abandoned for profit making. This was said. Presently, the public is being made to believe that the company left Nigeria due to shortage of forex. This is not the case. GSK's plan to exit Nigeria was put in motion about 11 years ago, way before the issue of forex shortage came up. I must also let you know that the country was quite deceitful. I must also let you know that the company was quite deceitfully methodical whilst executing the plan. The source told correspondents that GSK's first attempted a hostile takeover of the majority of the company's shares in 2023. So I think essentially you know, I'm always put off by these heavy reads, but should we plow through this? So essentially, GSK did not exit for all of the reasons adduced. Is what we're being told here. Let's pick it up. All right. Let's just plow through. Let's plow through. In August 2023, GSK UK PLC, formerly known as GlaxoSmith PLC, a British multinational pharmaceutical and biotechnology company, announced plans to discontinue its operations in Nigeria. This was after the company, known for producing household and medical products like Panadol, had spent 51 years in the Nigerian market. Whilst exiting the company known as GlaxoSmith Consumer Nigeria Limited PLC gave factors like scarcity of forex, increased competition from local firms, and a strategic review of their African drugs and vaccine supply operations as reasons for the exit. Some Nigerians have also attributed the exit of GSK and some foreign companies to the economic policies of the Bola Tinubu administration. Insiders within the organization would, however, talk to correspondents on the incident, making it clear that GSK UK, the pharmaceutical giant's mother company, exited the Nigerian market solely for profit. It's solely for profit or solely because of profit. The first insider who spoke with correspondents on condition of anonymity said he joined GSK at a time when its watchword was the patient first. Unfortunately, the value changed over time and it was eventually abandoned for profit making, the source said. Presently, the public are being made to believe that the company left Nigeria due to shortage of forex. This is not the case. GSK's plan to exit Nigeria was put in motion about 11 years ago, way before the issue of forex shortage came up. I must also let you know that the company was quite deceitfully methodical whilst executing the plan. The source told correspondents that GSK first attempted a hostile takeover of the majority of the company's shares in 2013, but the move was rejected by its local shareholders. With this resistance, GSK could only retain 46% of the shares in the Nigerian business, whilst local shareholders held on to 54%. After their failed attempt, GSK approached the shareholders, proposing the global sale of its drink business in Nigeria. The shareholders were approached twice before they eventually agreed to selling the business at a record $79 million to etc. etc. So yeah, I think that's enough of that. So GSK essentially not living because of forex. So let's just that looks like a labored read. So I'm not going to labor that read. I'm just going to go on to this one instead. Senate rejects motion to probe security funds used for yachts. Others. So the opaqueness of that security funds are one of the things that I'm not quite sure why the state governors even get the security funds. It's not as though any state has made the state secure. So what purpose then does that security fund serve? The Senate has rejected a motion seeking investigation into misuse of security funds to halt their diversion towards building universities and purchases of yachts. It also raised the alarm over the persistent importation of hazardous petroleum products into the Nigerian market and launched investigation into the matter. The motion, which came during deliberation on Saturday's bomb blast in Borno, was sponsored by former Edo State Governor Oshiomhole and seconded by another senator. Senate Chief Whip, etc., etc., in an earlier motion, had drawn attention to the Borno tragedy and advised security agencies in the country should deploy modern technology in the fight against insurgency and try securing the Lake Chad region, Sambisa Forest, and Mandara Mountains. But whilst debating the motion, whilst debate on the motion was ongoing, Oshiomhole moved another motion. My additional prayer is that the Senate Committee on Army and Air Force should ensure that we do not only provide more money to armed forces, that we guard jealously what they use the money to procure. Under the supervision and oversight of the National Assembly, previous service chiefs spent this money to build universities in their various communities. So this is not actually the security vote. I think it's actually funds to the security agency. So, and that is even more opaque, by the way. You know, but there's an argument then to say you cannot really probe security funds because it's shrouded in security because of the implications of it. All right, let's take a few more paragraphs and then we move on. Those are the kind of but while the debate on the motion was ongoing, Oshiomhole moved another motion. My additional prayer is that the Senate Committee on Army and Air Force should ensure that we do not provide more money, that we do not only provide more money to the armed forces, that we guard jealously what they use that money to procure. Under the supervision and oversight of this National Assembly, previous service chiefs spent this money to build universities in their various communities. Those are the kind of resources that should be used to procure modern technology. As we speak, those institutions are not teaching anything about security. They're just glorified colleges. I think this House has the power to appropriate. We should focus strictly on the items the security agencies need to do their work. Signs that Oshiomhole's motion will be rejected emerged when the Senate President Godswill Akpabio declared that his problem with the motion was the allegation that the previous service chiefs diverted the money to build universities. Did they build personal universities or public universities? He queried. Oshiomhole also expressed displeasure on the diversion of military funds to buy yachts. Just last year, when we were doing the supplementary budget, we saw that the Navy brought up the issue of a yacht. Were we prepared to buy a yacht? That is so essentially the frivolous spending of our public funds. Akpabio insists that they should carry on. So we leave that there. We go on to this. I can't say I know for sure. Bashir El-Rufai responds after being asked if his father stole public funds. So damned by his own son is essentially what it is. Bashir El-Rufai earlier today replied to an ex-user who took to the microblogging site to ask him if his father and former governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, stole public funds or not whilst in office. Correspondents earlier reported that the State House of Assembly some months back accused El-Rufai's administration of embezzling over 400 billion naira. The ex-user last night took to Bashir's comment section to inquire from him if his father stole or not. Responding, Bashir said he has no idea and that it is his father and Allah that knows the truth. He however, mentioned that the man he knows as his father is not a thief. So I'm not quite sure what that means, but it looks as though he's damned his own father. Court vindicates my claim PDP did not conduct proper primary. So that's Shaibu in that. So let's move on from that. Go to another one. I've got a couple of video clips to play you still, so stay steady. I know that the readers might not be, so some love it, some don't. So this is Rose Vivo trying to make political capital out of the flood in Lagos. Eventually, you will be fine. Lagos Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources tackles GRV over his take on reasons for flooding in the state. So there it is. I think this. All right, it's not a long one. So let me just. The Lagos State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, has tackled former Labour Party governorship candidate in the 2023 elections, Gbadebo Rose Vivo, over his take on reasons for flooding in the state. In a post shared on his Twitter handle, Gbadebo shared a video of a canal in Lekki Phase 1 covered with weed. He asked if it is the responsibility of the citizen to clear the canal for easy flow of rainwater or the government. Here is a canal in Lekki overgrown with weed that disrupts the free flow of water. As I always say, it is far easier to clear canals than it is to damage buildings. So we know what is where it's going there. Wahab, who appeared unsettled by GRV's seeming call out, wrote, "Eventually you will be fine." So eventually you will be fine, with a mocking face. So there it is. They've taken the battle to Twitter. So we leave that there. Go on to the next one. So there's this particular fund that Nigeria borrowed from Samoa that is because of course there seems to be an LGBT clause in that borrowing. Here is the government's response. Tinubu denies plan to legalize LGBT rights in Nigeria. So this links to the Samoan fund. The federal government has confirmed signing the Samoa agreement, which some have criticized for its potential to promote LGBTQ plus rights. However, the government has clarified that the agreement does not supersede Nigerian laws, including the 2014 legislation against same-sex relationships. The Samoa Agreement is a partnership between the European Union and the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States that promotes sustainable development, fight against climate change, and fosters collaboration amongst member states. According to Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, the agreement was signed in Apia, Samoa in 2018 by 27 European Union member states and 47 other states. It has 103 articles covering various cooperations, including economics, human rights, and migration. So, Nigeria signing the agreement followed extensive review and consultation with intermediary committees to ensure that none of its provisions contravened Nigerian laws or constitution. So, yeah, so that's that one. So that is that one. Let's go on from that to this.
Your constitution, violate the electoral guidelines you have made. You refuse to listen to the wishes and aspirations of your members. There's a consequence, and that is what has transpired today. The court has held that because the PDP, which is a self-constitutional business, has refused to comply by its own electoral guidelines, Section 50, 36 of its own constitution, and the provisions of Section 8 and the Electoral Act, its ad hoc delegate Congress of 4th and 5th February 2024, the court just declared it as a nullity for the exclusion of 378 ad hoc delegates who were duly elected and who have been so accredited by the party, but were excluded. The implication of this is that PDP has no candidates because those delegates that were supposed to elect that delegate were excluded from participating in the party governance. For us, it's a victory for the rule of law, and we must thank the judiciary because the judiciary meant the last vote of the common man. The judiciary has said these 378 delegates that were excluded were unlawfully excluded. So for us, it is victory, and there's need for Edo people to know that as a start, PDP has no candidates, and it's a lesson for the party and other political parties to always comply with it because there's no candidate for Edo. It was a former Chief Justice of Nigeria, Akanda Williams, CGA, that said, in a situation where the rule of law is jettisoned, anarchy becomes so beneficial. So God forbid that we live in the state of lawlessness. We don't pray for that to happen. Thank you. Your name is
all right. So, and that's that. So, let me play you a couple of clips, and then we'll kick it off. So, the CNG thing that Tinubu promised to ease public transportation, it looks as though now it's coming to fruition somewhat. Let's watch this.
On petrol gone, the drive to ensure the availability of a cheaper and cleaner source of fuel continues to reverberate across Nigeria. Powered by the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas as an alternative fuel for vehicles, the awareness and use of CNG is spreading fast.
If I buy a fuel of 30,000 naira, I will use it to cover like 250 to 280 kilometers at the end of the day. If I buy a gas of 6,000 naira, I will use it to cover equivalent distances. At the end of every day, I will be able to save minimum of 20,000 naira additional.
If I want to go within Abuja, at least for the whole day, I can use like 15 to 20,000 naira petrol. But now we are using CNG of 3,500, maximum 4,000 naira throughout the day. At least even if you want to tour the whole Abuja, you cannot use more than that.
In 2023, NNPC Limited executed a groundbreaking unincorporated JV agreement with NIPCO Gas PLC to promote the rapid growth and development of CNG, which will lead to the establishment of 35 CNG stations across Nigeria. It has been a successful work in progress. Compressed natural gas is cost-effective, burns cleaner than liquid fuels, and non-corrosive. It is environmentally friendly and lighter than air, which makes it safe even during leakage. It requires low operational costs for potential retailers, and the gas is cased in safe and sturdy cylinders. With Nigeria boasting Africa's largest gas reserve, a constant supply of natural gas for compression is guaranteed. While CNG
all right. So that's the CNG thing coming to birth. It's a longer video, but I think you get the gist of it. Let me play you this. There's so many economies within the Nigerian space. This is one economy that's yet to be explored. What this? I was staggered by the amount of monies available in this space.
Today, cassava is finding growing markets in Europe, North America, and Asia. Touted as a versatile gluten-free superfood, it can be turned into valuable exports like ethanol for biofuel, sweetener, and starches like tapioca for bubble tea. Nigeria is the world's top cassava producer, but it's ranked 59th on the global list of exporters. In 2021, Thailand earned nearly $1.3 billion from exporting cassava, despite producing less than half as much as Nigeria. That same year, Nigeria earned just $1 million. It's not like the demand isn't there. The global market for sorbitol is expected to rise as more people turn to sugar-free products. If Nigeria can grow, process, and export more, it could tap the huge economic potential of cassava.
We grow the highest amount of cassava in the world. We are now ready to take our place at the global scene.
So there it is right there. Nigeria is the topmost cassava producing country on the planet. But the economy of it, of course, gotten by somebody else. So the economy of it gotten by somebody else. So let me show you something else. As you know, the UK just had an election today. The results not fully out yet, but if you look at this guy, Sir Keir Starmer, or however you pronounce his name, that's almost certain to be the next United Kingdom Prime Minister. This guy right here. So he's starting to be the next United Kingdom Prime Minister. So these are projected results. These are parliamentary seats. So Labour, which is the party that he represents, the anticipation is that they'll get 410 seats. The Conservative, the party institution at the moment, the anticipation is that they get 131 seats. The Liberal Democrat, 61, etc., etc. So this constitutes the biggest victory yet in the history of United Kingdom elections, if it pans out as the experts anticipate. So Starmer set to be PM as Tories face worst defeat, exit poll. So you know what an exit poll is, of course. That is the sampling of people as they are coming out of the polling booths to say, who did you vote for? And for all of that samplings, it has given us then 410 seats for the Labour Party. You know, I'm not sure. I'm a Labour Party guy myself, but I'm not sure, not in the UK, of course, not in Nigeria, but I'm not quite sure if this level of victory is healthy for democracy, because with this, they can just do as they will, you know, without any fear of recourse. So Labour 410 seats, Conservative 331, and the Prime Minister, by the way, who hopefully will not be the Prime Minister by tomorrow, Rishi Sunak, it's so bad that the anticipation is that he will even lose his own constituency seat. So Labour Party, Liberal Democrats 61 seats, Reform Party, which is the Nigel Farage party, which is a far-right Little Englander, the equivalent of the KKK in the United Kingdom. So that's that guy right here where my cursor is. So this tells you then the rising of a far-right sort of sentimentality within the UK space. For him to get 13 seats, that's cause for worry. This is SNP, so that's Scottish National something or the other. This Plaid Cymru, that is the Welsh party right there. And this Green Party, of course, that's the environmental people. And then the other 19, they are just stragglers that are strapped on. So that's the latest state of play in the United Kingdom. So by the break of dawn, a new prime minister. Let me play you one last clip and then play you the Kegite music. The session commences. This clip now, it's about the floods going on in Lagos. The waters dissipating at an not an alarming but an impressive rate, all thanks to measures taken by the government.
Today in Lagos, we experienced heavy downpour that led to significant flooding in various parts of the city. However, in a commendable turn of events, the flood receded almost immediately after the rain ceased. This was a part of the Yanwara that was flooded earlier today. It keeps raising, you can see my jacket. But you can see the flood has disappeared. Now you can see the continuous efforts by the government in enhancing our drainage systems are clearly paying off, ensuring that our city can bounce back rapidly after intense weather conditions like we have today. So my fellow Lagosians, let's comply with them and make sure that our canals are not blocked.
So yes, that almost certainly is sponsored thing by the Sanwo-Olu government. But a lot of people querying that all of those demolitions, what has been the effect? So we can see that the effect is the water, because the Lagos will always flood somewhat, but it should not flood. But at least the pathway to it not flooding already been taken by the government, the demolitions and all of that. So all of that, those nice and cozy things, So you can see that it's a rich blend of all sorts. So we'll kick off the conversation. We'll see where it lands. Plenty of space still in the Dewale disagrees. Plenty of space still in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let me send the link again as I play you. That's not the link. Let me send you the link again as I play you the Kegite music. So there is the link, and here are. By the way, I've got somewhat of a mild cough. So I'm not quite sure how long I'll last on the session, but we got Thomas here, so hopefully he'll take over earlier than usual, I suspect. But here are the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So may death have nothing to do with us. This session is also a matter of bring your own. So we'll kick it off with what the panelists actually want to talk about. Yes, we'll do that. So assembled, Paddy is in the house. So always a treat when that Paddy's here. Dewale is here, a real delight. Tony Africa is here for the Edo space, I suspect. There is a General Thomas. Let me change the alignment of that. There's General Thomas right there. Your friend and mine. Ola in the house, a real treat when Ola is here. Baba is represented. There is Baba right there, and the majestic man himself, Ogbeni Kole. So there it is. That's your assembled panel. Anybody else that wants to hop on. So thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Let's do it in the order of Paddy, Ogbeni, Tony, and then we'll take it on from there. Let's do it in that order. So let's kick it off with you, Paddy. If you're ready to go, Paddy.
Hi, one man.
Good to see you, my friend.
Happy 4th of July to all the Americans.
Yes, I'm glad you added that other bit because I had no concept of. So that's your Independence Day.
Right. Yes, I'll be stepping out shortly for barbecue.
Barbecues and red wine. Yeah.
And fireworks. I just wanted to jump on the show.
Is it a big deal there? Do you celebrate it full throttle?
Yes. I mean, we have people going on PTOs, vacations. Some of my employees, took days off. People usually travel, have longer weekends, go to their townhomes. I'm in my townhome right now. So we have people that.
Oh, you have a place in the woods.
Yes, I do.
God. Look at that. I'm jealous. So I've been promising to get myself something like that, but once the budget is aligned, maybe I will. Yes, no, I never knew it was such a big deal.
Yes.
What's the television like? Are they reminiscing about colonial days and whatnot?
Oh no. We usually just focus on probably deals. We focus. The news will always go on. There's election coming on. There's Trump in the news. But nonetheless, lots of stores are giving shopping discounts. The internet is very agog with, in July 4th, the July 4th that. And so it's more of a sales. So it's more of a capitalist event right now. It's been turned to people giving discounts for people to buy. So yes, let's put like that. It's more of a capitalist thing.
So you budget for it, really. All of these public holidays, they are really an assault on the wallet.
Right.
They'll tell you Valentine's Day. Am I an Italian? I'm not an Italian. It's no business of mine. They can do that in Italy, but they find ways to squeeze your wallets, don't they?
Right. Yeah. So yes.
All right. What's the go-to meal before we go into what's the go-to meal for Independence Day, July the 4th? Is there turkey?
No, so turkey still Thanksgiving, but I think it just depends on your own culture. We still retain the grills and barbecue. I think very many Americans would do steak. We would do chicken, we'll do our jollof rice. We have friends come around, so it's just more of that. Grills is more like the typical event for July 4th, and then we save our turkeys for Thanksgiving. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Back home to Nigeria. What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Not much. I think the GSK thing, and then also the torrential rain that did happen. Personally, I understand that I'm not yet a very renowned voice on the one-man show, but it always feels good to have the God chat moment, or I told you so moment. I remember when this news came up, and some of us, quite a very handful of us, were trying to explain to the audience or the panelists why GSK GSK's moving wasn't about the economic situations, but Adalakiko and the likes we're not having it, but it's right there before us. See something they've been trying to go, and this, in fact, based on what you read, GSK hasn't even left because GSK Nigeria is still retaining. It's GSK UK that has left. Same thing with Diageo. So the foreign grips or foreign holds on local Nigerian companies are now leaving. And that's because very many, we usually have more Nigerians, we have more Nigerian stakes in those businesses. And then they probably will sell their own part of the business, sell their ventures, sell their shareholdings, and then they bounce because the profit is no longer, they're just not making enough profit. I mean, a company who's been here for, over half a century, and just the moment where they feel like they're not having their way, they probably threaten to leave, and then the shareholders call their bluff, and then they've left. And I think what that does is,
and this has been reported by quite a reputable outlet as well. They do fact checking. It's called the Foundation for Investigative Journalism. So they do in-depth fact checking. So essentially, it's a matter of they're not able to rip us off in quite the manner that they used to.
Yes, we need more of such institutions, the fact checkers, probably hopefully they'll get some sort of popularity. I know the terrain at the moment, we seem to have very loud oppositions, so they won't have the right voice that they do desire. But nonetheless, it's always good to, I mean, in my own training, I wasn't trained to report to analyze stuff, articles, projects, businesses, ventures, contracts based on either sensationalism or emotions or feelings, or it's just usually based on accuracy. Sometimes it doesn't have to be factual, but just minimal. What is, where are we now? What led to this thing? What's the actuality of it? And I feel like once you understand the actuality of many of the things that happen around us, they're always easier to tackle. When we put things that are not the rationales behind there, then we lose focus. And I think that's the danger of of when we have sensational headlines, sensational news. It's news. It's what it's meant to do. News is doing what news is supposed to do. But we always assume that there will be places like the One Man Show that gives the people that landscape of where you can filter what's sensationalism and then what's actually actuality or maybe factual news. So it's good to know that it's good to have someone fact check to realize that GSK didn't leave because of their coming. They've been on it since 2011, 2013, and that shows that they've been having that tussle. The profit wasn't just going well for them. They've not been able to take over the company, and for that reason, their bluff was called. And also too, they're also pivoting. Very many of these companies are also pivoting into different ventures. So aside the fact that they're not making their profit, GSK UK is pivoting to a separate market. The consumer African market is no longer being favorable to them, and that's because
we're going to see more and more of this, aren't we?
Yeah.
With the evolution of science and all of these sort of things, all those traditional, because they were making things like paracetamol and Panadol and whatnot. So those things can easily be made by local pharmaceuticals. So these sort of people now, they'll be concentrating more on high-end stuff.
Exactly. So many of them are pivoting into more of research, vaccines, and they're going to go into more of like nation-led researches. So stuff like COVID. So you find many of those GSKs, you find many of the Moderna and Pfizer in those spaces. Up until then, Pfizer were, we know Pfizer were more like retail, off-the-counter pills. But then so those big companies are now going full-fledged because they're now smaller companies, they're smaller ventures who are able to cater to that market. I mean, GSK can't retain Panadol when they can make money from US, money from UK on vaccines. There'll always be some research going on in China. There'll be some bat that has been eaten or some green monkey that was consumed that will bring some sort of pandemic, and then GSK will make money from that. So it's very natural that these companies will move. It's 50 years. They have to evolve, and that's because we're having Fitson, we're having Sanofi, we're having smaller companies, we're having Orange that's orange for pharmaceuticals. So we're having very many smaller companies who have catered to that space. So Panadol has very many alternatives. You remember, even these JSK were the ones that pushed that guy away, or the Alabuco and the like. So we had local companies that had to leave when they came, and then it's also very natural that they too will leave when smaller companies will come into the fray. So I'll jump into that. I'll jump into the Lagos State piece. That will be a very quick one. Yesterday too, again, I've also been vindicated. Part of the characteristics of a torrential rain is that you must have high tides, you must have flood, and it will go. And I think again, however, I won't emphasize. I'll keep emphasizing it. Where we were in 2020 or 4 years ago, or for 2022 in Lagos, with all the styrofoams and the debris and dirt in Lagos, is not where we are today. And what it means is that we can have flood in Lagos, and before 2-3 hours, the flood has gone. That to me is progress. That we will not have flood in Lagos is not possible.
But should Lagos be flooding at all?
Yes.
Is the thing?
Yes.
No, it shouldn't. There should be preventative measures. They said places like Amsterdam and Co that are even lower in terms of the water base. That they have something. They call them sponge cities.
Yeah.
They've been able to devise some sort of a system that. Do you know the financial cost of that flood? Because I saw cars, they were up to the side mirror deep in water.
Mm-hmm.
So all of those cars are, a lot of cars and properties that, the first up to the window a water flood. I mean, that's unacceptable.
Yes, but woman, even Amsterdam did have flood recently. So as much as you gave what if you Google their news, you see they had recently. I mean, even this year they had flood. Again, once you're a coastal based, I mean, in fact, even beyond coast, Lagos has a very many lagoons inside of it, which is one of the peculiarities of Lagos. And these lagoons they're not man-made, they're not artificial. They're actually canals that were paved. And then we also have a very rapid urbanization clustered around those places, which has narrowed those pathways. It's almost as though if you imagine, it's just normal stuff that we all experience at home. You have a wide way, you have water, the water will take a while to fall. When you reduce the narrow way and you put in the same amount of water, the water will rise up to a particular level and then it will go down. I think what Lagos needs to do more is to start sensitizing people on days where we're going to have this kind of flood. So less people will have their cars outside. When you have less cars outside, you have less car damages. That we won't have flood in Lagos it's a cause of nature. This happens in Haiti. Haiti is an island. I mean, of course, it is not the same as Nigeria, but they have floods every now and then. Same thing with Florida. Same thing in Miami. As big as Miami is, California. Let's not even get started with California. As California is probably like the fifth largest global economy in the world. But they also have flood because they are coastal. Once you're coastal, there will always be high tides. There could be hurricane ripple effect. There could be storm. There could be monsoons. So those natural causes will happen. What we need to do is to see how we can reduce the flow and see how we can ensure that the thing doesn't retain longer. So again, because the way Lagos was also built, it wasn't built to cater to these things. Now, here's one thing: the coastal highway that people are bashing is going to reduce that. It is going to reduce. It's going to reduce. And remember, this is not even just Lagos.
How so? How so?
Yeah, so because we are going to have the lagoon side of Lagos, the other side of Lagos, aside the Eco-Atlantic, all the way down, you're going to have more land reclamation, and you're going to have almost like a 6 or 7, almost 12 feet higher level.
So they'll force the sea back and
exactly, yeah. So almost like what they did into the Lekki, into the Victoria Island axis, will also be done all the way to the stretch. So the only things that we'll be dealing with now will not be the hinterlands, which are the regular lagoons that they can clear debris, they can clear canals, and then that way they start having a better road. As I know we spoke about buildings being broken. Yeah, building being broken doesn't mean that the pathways will be cleared immediately. They need to follow you through all through the way. Unfortunately, this is rainy season, and rainy season ends in September. So it's from between September and November. They have to start giving people notices all over again. They have to allow them move. There'll be plenty of drama, but my house is not my house. It's because of my country, is not my country, my nation, my tribe, blah, blah, blah. We're going to spend another 2-3 months in the news of let's not break it, let's break it. By January, when they start breaking and getting all the debris out, again, before you know, 4-5 months after, rain will start all over again. And this is for those who are very observant. This is one of the reasons why Lagos State projects take longer than normal places. The Abuja light rail took only about 6 months. The one for Lagos took years. And why? Because they had to break many existing roads, break many existing buildings. They had to create new pathways, new roads, new streets, pave them, have people get familiar with those places before you can start progressing. So Lagos has been so congested that you can't just afford to start destroying or breaking ways. We don't have the luxury of highlands like Abuja would have, where they have like fresh mountains, fresh lands that nobody has touched. You can make railway there, nothing's going to happen. Lagos doesn't have that luxury. The picture you shared yesterday of GRV, where he said weed was going there. Because the way he used the news, you would think that the Lagos State government refused to clear that weed. That's why it's there. It's because somebody has blocked that weed before. Those kind of weed don't grow on flowing water. It's because somebody somewhere had blocked that, probably built a house somewhere at the end of that canal. That's why those kind of dry weed has grown. Those are dry weeds. That means that canal has almost been rendered useless. So there will be flood in there. But then if they now say they want to break that house, the same GRV will say, oh, no, don't break the house. But I get it, it's very political. But for someone who claims to be an engineer and an architect, you can tell those are not seaweeds. Seaweeds is obviously, the water is stagnant, it's not moving. Those are actual grass weeds. That means there's stagnant water in there. There's somebody somewhere blocking that particular thing. And that house will go. And once that house is gone, that place will flow. I know that particular canal that he's talking about. It's close to where my wife used to reside before we got married in Lekki. So I know that terrain very well. So I think I'll just jump on that. Then my last thing would be on the cassava piece. It's becoming very popular. Cassava is also something that I was speaking to a few friends of mine to see if we can get into that space. There's millions of dollars to be made in that sector. When the Portuguese introduced us to cassava, it was supposed to be a staple to see what I was going to grow. But unfortunately, unlike every other thing that they gave to us, like cacao and the likes, we didn't commercialize cassava. It was so new to us, we got so carried away, and we enjoyed the consumption of it. Like, it just became huge. And ever since then, we've been consuming cassava. And we've not been able to grow outside of that consumption to the fact that we can sell it. And maybe because the people who would have sold it to are also producers. So the Indonesians also produce, the Portuguese, the Brazilians are also big producers. And that's because we've not refined our cassava. There's ethanol that can make on cassava. There's beer that can make on cassava. There's biofuel that can make from cassava. There's chips. There's consumable chips. There's so many things that can make from cassava that we are not brewing or refining.
They also use it in the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, pharmaceutical. Yes. They can use it for pharmaceutical. There's so many extracts that we can get from cassava. And I think until we start having that granular level, we still won't see cassava as that particular product. I guess right now people are using it more of the part that's been exported are the tapioca consumables. So the people in Nigeria now are refining cassava, they're making tapioca out of it, and then they're exporting that. But that $1 million that was exported, it's false. Maybe that's what came to the government. But I actually know someone who grosses about 15 M annually from his own exports of cassava. And
where is he exported to? The United States?
No, I think it's somewhere in Asia and Europe. Yeah, and so they're using it for tapioca. There's also some sort of sugar, I can't say corn sugar, some sort of sugar that can also be gotten from it. I don't know his full market base because he hasn't given me his plan yet. But the much that I do know, I know that he's grossing big. And of course, and unlike the rest of the other consumable food crops that we have, he has his base, within the southwest and south part of Nigeria. And I know he has a company he works with in Delta that he has even funded. So those guys are helping him to extract it. They are taking the cassava crops, they are cleaning it up, converting them to tapiocas for him, and then he's putting them in heavy bags and heavy ships. And he's him and his partners, and they're able to make some very good funds out of it. When he showed me a little bit of their financials, I'm like, yo, we can get some seed funding for this thing and see how fast we can put it. But in fact, it has its own cartel. It's not very, very known yet, but the vast majority of the Nigerians are still consuming more. We are still cutting our EBA staple space. We've not seen that.
We can double the production if the
Yes. Oh, yes, we can. I think remember that video when some guy was saying the commodification of naira using cassava. It felt like a joke.
I think Kulata actually even suggested that once here.
Yeah, it felt like a joke to many people, but people don't understand that we might not necessarily do a total commodification, but we can actually commodify based on that sector, because that cassava can give Nigeria a simple balance of 6 to 7 billion every year if it's done the way it is currently, not even right. The way we consume it currently, if just a little bit of funding here and there, Nigeria can rake in about 6 to 7 billion. But the difference is that we can't just sell it as an end product. We also have to start even going as far as refining it, even to our consumables. So that means that, so Diageo has gone, Guinness has gone. We can start having cassava beer. So we can start having cassava flour. So rather than eating corn all the time and depending on from millets from maybe Ukraine and the likes, we can start having our cassava staples. So we can make pasta from cassava, can make some sort of sotto, our semovita, semolina, can all be our breads, our pizza kind of breads, our Jamaican breads.
Was there not a time that Goodluck Jonathan was suggesting that
yes,
we make bread, use it for bread, flour
and
to make bread.
And people went mad. What do you mean?
Yes.
But for the flip side, you won't even know the taste. You won't know the difference. Then, of course, there's a subtle difference in terms of taste if you are deliberate. But you almost won't know because we will evolve into it. In the same way we started consuming corn-based flour, and we felt like, now everybody's mouth is so sweet as well too. We won't even notice the difference, and that is something that we can make locally. We will no longer need to import wheat or millet or anywhere. We will just use cassava, and cassava is the strength of the South. That's even the shocking part. It grows better in our part. And the funny thing, it grows all season. So it's not even like people like, maybe by June, that's it. No, cassava is an all-season crop in Nigeria, southern Nigeria. So as you're harvesting, you're planting, you're harvesting. There's always harvesting there. So it's also the same way we have dates too. Dates, even the dates that people consume. Nigeria is actually the only country in the world, our part of the world, where you can harvest dates twice in a year, and that's almost like a $3 billion industry as well too.
They export it to the Middle East, don't they?
Yeah, and those guys consume it so much that we can actually sell that dates in our middle belt of Nigeria, and it's gonna be that's massive. We don't even need to start convincing core members, giving them 500,000 to remain in Nasarawa or Benue. They will stay because it is a fantastic industry. Maybe we need to start partnering with the likes of Cart or Caterpillar or Bosch, or whomever it is that makes tractors that can make maybe agriculture, maybe much more fancy, or John Holt, whomever is making those electronics or something, or maybe that will attract people more because we can't continue to afford doing hard labored farming. I think that's one of the pains of our local cassava. Even though with the pains that we have, where we still have manual people planting it, we are still the highest producer of cassava in the world. Imagine when we now have it based on machines. We will definitely be doing far much more than we're doing. So I think those are probably the things that I wanted to just quickly speak on, and I'll leave it to the rest of the panelists to enjoy the rest.
All right, brilliant. Excellent opening by Paddy there. So thank you, Paddy. So from Paddy, let's go to Ogbeni. I think that's the order that I said. So Ogbeni, you're up next.
Oh, before Ogbeni woman, cassava can be, you can grow their sticks. That's another big advantage, the sticks. So you don't need any special seed to grow them. If you're cutting them,
that's how they are grown anyway, is it not?
Yes. It's very big advantage, added advantage. So I don't know why we are not. That's it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. I'll come to you after Ogbeni, but Ogbeni, good to have you. So the going on yes, in Edo State or wherever you want to start.
Let me start with the election of the United Kingdom. I realize
Yes.
you congratulate you congratulate the Americans here. The Americans here for their independence day. I congratulate them too. But let us also talk about our own in the United Kingdom here. We had election today, and I was in
Did you vote?
Yes, I did.
I did not actually. I didn't have my ID card, and I thought I'm not going to go back home and then go and get it. So yes, but
I participated before I traveled. I traveled immediately. I went to the polling booth. I voted, and I from there I traveled, and well, nice one. And I wish the Labour. I think the feeler we are getting now is very likely that the Labour will be the one to constitute the next government. I wish them well. I was on Uptown. That's one of us here, and that's why I'm mentioning it. On Uptown program just a few minutes ago, and he was talking about their leader Peter Obi contributing to the victory of Labour Party in the United Kingdom. I was just smiling.
It's ridiculous. I was speaking to Ingenje Media earlier on. It's in the UK, so I phoned him up. He was actually on his way to vote. And
These guys are
I was
jokers.
saying, is this on the instructions of Oga Pata Pata? He said no. They are going to. The whole of the internet will be agog how Peter Obi voted in Keir Starmer.
These guys are just jokers. What's the relationship between the Labour Party in the United Kingdom and the Labour Party in Nigeria? Do they even have the same ideology? Do they have the same focus or the same policies or the same way of politicking? I don't know. I can't see the connection. I was just laughing that a whole Uptown that will always tell you is an intellectual, an author, and all this blah blah blah, everywhere. You're saying there's a relationship between your boss Peter Obi and the victory of the Labour Party. I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it. Do they really know?
How did they present the argument? Because Peter Obi said he endorsed Labour Party.
Peter Obi endorsed,
and it was a bit cheeky, by the way, because everybody knew Labour was going to win. So
let me know. Did he endorse Labour?
Yes, he did endorse them.
What does Peter Obi even know about their policy? Does he know that their policy doesn't relate with any of the thing he spew around everywhere?
It just went with the name, didn't it? Labour Party. So we are together.
Labour Party is not winning election for the first time in the United Kingdom. They've been winning election for decades, for centuries. Clement Attlee was a Labour Party prime minister. I'm even going too far. James Callaghan, Tony Blair. These were heroes as far as the British history is concerned. And they were all won on the platform of Labour Party. Tony Blair is a Scottish man. I think Gordon Brown too, if I'm right. Yeah, Gordon Brown.
Gordon Brown was the last one, wasn't it? He lost to Cameron.
That was the Edinburgh one, Edinburgh guy. And he lost to David Cameron. And since then, they've exchanged only, I think, about 3 or 4. Theresa May, Boris Johnson, then Truss, then Rishi Sunak. Then after now, you have Labour again. So what's the big deal?
What are you making of the margin of victory, though? They are anticipating that they'll get 400, and often they don't get it wrong. Do you think it's a bit? Yeah.
Walmart is just like having APC and PDP rotating powers. There's nothing spectacular about it, except for somebody who's just coming to the political space of the UK for the first time can be excited about this. And I've looked at it. For me, anyway, I didn't vote for any of the popular parties. I have my own political party here, which is called Scottish Family Party. I voted for them. And so when I look at it, what exactly can you say is Rishi Sunak's crime? I've found I can't find anyone. I can't find much. Don't let me say
I think you know what his crime is.
I know. I know. I know. But
Eh?
before I get to his real crime,
No, Baba in the United Kingdom. Forget that. I want to
Yes,
show people know what it
because
looks like anyway.
Mama, you see, British voters have seen them. They could be, sometimes ingrate. Sometimes when you look at them, this man met your inflation rate at 10.7. He drew it down to 2 digits. Within how many years? He took the reins of power in 2022, and he brought this thing down. And that was the highlight or hallmark of his campaign promises, that I'll bring down inflation rate. And he brought down inflation rate with all policies possible, right? Where Truss actually messed up the economy within a short time she spent in the office. And this man brought it down to 2 digits.
Was it not that Ghanaian that she made chancellor?
Was that Ghana that advised them that went there with consumption to production?
Yes.
And turned the whole thing upside down.
Although I thought it was hounded out of office. I think there was an element of race in the way he was treated.
Just chased the guy away. He thought the guy would be the former. He didn't know that she would come on. They will still come after her and chase her away. But when you look at it, Rishi Sunak also grew the economy because he made that thing, I think, around 2.5. He grew, I think, about 3.5% or something like that. And he put them out of recession.
Does it strike you as a prime minister, though? There's it's a tiny little guy for one, and it's quite dithering. It was quite impressive in the debate, but usually his public speaking nothing exceptional.
One man, did you listen to? Have you taken your time to listen to this guy before? Cameron in his 2010 days. You can't find
No. Cameron was a good not as good as Tony Blair, but Cameron was a good orator.
So why will you now say Rishi Sunak is not almost the same as Cameron in his early days in office? Almost the same, pretty much alike. Cameron is coming from a professional background, don't forget. So you won't compare Cameron to someone like Boris Johnson, who is a veteran journalist and others. But as a matter of fact, in his own, my own is
do you think they should have gone with Boris Johnson, because Boris Johnson was going to vie for the ticket, but then they backed him down. Yes. I thought Boris Johnson would have won because he appeals to, he fits with what the United Kingdom likes. He's intellectual, he's blonde, he has blue eyes, so all of those things that they
real Rishi Sunak cry, right?
Yes, the antithesis of what Rishi Sunak, the direct opposite.
So if somebody can bring your inflation down, grow your economy, pull you out from recession, it was not able to reduce. It has not been able to reduce their debts, but it has been able to stabilize it. If you look at the statistic, it's stabilizing it. It has not been able to cut NHS and waiting list. I think it has increased now to 18 weeks per.
Did the people coming off the boats, the illegal immigrants, did they not spike up under him as well?
He has cut it now. He has been able to.
But he cut it from a spike up that happened under him.
From 50,000 per month, he has cut it to 11,000. He has tried, and he has been able to put them out on this Rwanda deal. So they've been able to strike.
Do you think the new guy will jettison the Rwanda deal?
It will be very difficult because that thing has scaled through the parliament already. So they will just
the Rwanda deal, by the way, for the benefit of our do you want to tell our audience what the Rwanda deal is? We assume
Rwanda deal. Yeah, Rwanda deal is simple. So what it's all about is that if you come illegally into the country, or you come legally into the country and you want to overstay and you're seeking an asylum, people seek asylum for many reasons. So if you're in the country, you're seeking asylum, what Britain used to face before, and even till now, is that they start spending their money in taking care of you while your application is pending. An asylum application takes a long time because it's based on the law of international laws, international conventions. You have to, and when there is decision, you still have about 2-3 steps ahead to seek remedy. And while all these things are pending, which could take years, United Kingdom spend their money to shelter you, to feed you, to find a way to probably employ you in all this casual thing and co until you get decision. And eventually you may even get decision to still leave the country. So it's not a win-win for them. It's a loss for them if you eventually leave in the country. So you've been part of the economy and just feeding on the economy. So the plan Boris Johnson brought out during his days, which was championed by that Breverman woman that left, the Home Secretary that left, was that, look,
Is he not Indian as well, that Breverman woman?
No, I think Breverman is in Pakistan and then
Pakistan,
Rishi is
yeah.
India. Yeah. So the idea they brought out is while your application for asylum is pending, then they should find a country that is stable a bit to have you there. So if your asylum application fails, from there you go to your country. If you succeed, then they take you back to the UK. So they found Rwanda and made Rwanda the safe place. But there was a lot of pushback from Labour and the opposition and others. And
Is it not still in the courts, as the Supreme Court made a judgment on it?
No. The Supreme Court made a judgment that the first set of judgment came, and that decision was that there was nothing to prove that Rwanda is safe. And then there are a lot of conditions that they said should be met, which would meet international laws. If those conditions are not met, then the law will be unconstitutional, will be against a law of charter that Britain are signatories to. But what Richard Sunak did was he went back to the board, they expunged some of the provisions, and then ensure that they will go back to the court, and then ensure that they prove that Rwanda is safe. So they were able to pull that deal, and the deal is on. I think the first flight has gone now and landed. So
yes.
I have a question, one man. Sorry for interrupting, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Yes, quickly about this Rwanda. Did Rwanda consent to this?
Yes, they're getting a lot of money from
money.
it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. Because I'm trying to look at how would they benefit from just taking, irrespective of the nationality, whether the person is from Jamaica or something, they will take the person to Rwanda.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
So you just go to Rwanda first. And by the way, who just asked me a question now, please?
BQB.
Okay, BQB. So that's the point. So from there, they will take you to Rwanda. From Rwanda, you may be going back to your country. So the Labour has been pushing back. I know a lot of pushback and others on it, but as it is, I think they crossed the Rubicon, and I don't expect the Labour to reverse this. But my own, my worry is that with all this lead achievement, at least a bit you can feel from Richie Sunak, people still voted him out of office. And who are these people when you look at them? For me, I've categorized them about 3 or 4 that voted, those that are related with. First, you find these uninformed, ever sensationalized and zombie-like African and Black immigrants whom they are carried away most times with what people say. They don't even have time to watch news. Many Africans there
I'm in that camp because my vote against him, not that I casted it, would have been for if you look at Alexander Gomez's super chat, it says the British are conservatively racist. I know that space too well. So it put me in the mind that do you know who Anne Coulter is? Anne Coulter.
Yeah.
There was a time that Anne Coulter had she was invited to Vivac, the guy that was running for the Republican ticket. There was a time she invited him. She was invited on, and then he said to the guy that he agreed with all of his policy positions, even more so than she agrees with Trump. But she would never vote for him because of his color. She just blotted it out because she said, I would never vote for you because you are Indian. She said the Americans only vote for WASPs, white American Protestant something, So the fact that it's Indian, damn same. That's just it. Yeah.
One other question, please. For us that are following the politics and for you people that are living in the UK, what specifically, like 2 or 3 that this Rishi Sunak did wrong?
that would not make him. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just
They
wanted
did
to
not hear what I
put
said. What they did
Yeah.
what they think they did wrong is Indian. That's
Is
what.
his
That's
color.
what.
Okay, I see.
That's what they did
My
wrong.
brother,
Okay.
is his color.
I see.
Don't let them,
Because I'm looking at it from outside. I've not really seen anything.
look,
But
don't let anybody deceive you. Is his color. This guy performed so wonderfully well. Like I've said, their inflation rate, he has brought it down. He has grown their economy. He has put them out of recession. He has not been able to cut waiting lists by stabilize it. He has reduced their debt. He has stabilized their debt. Then stopping boats from entering so that they try to protect their demography too. This guy has done a lot of things in terms of reducing immigrants that are entering their country, and he's promising to cut tax. Okay, and then he's going to reverse the progressive taxation they are using in UK, which will be more money for immigrants as far as I'm concerned, because they are the hardworking ones who wants to work more. But because the kind of taxation system we have in UK, the more you work, the more you pay. They are planning of cutting it down. A lot of promises, but yet, first is color. It's
Ogbeni.
yeah.
Yeah.
Baba,
Painting,
Aja.
painting all those pictures in the book, but the reality on the ground.
No, there are statistics. This UK.
Hold on, agreed.
Yeah.
Data can show positivity, but the reality on the ground might not be that good, like as the data is showing it. Yes, the inflation.
Like what reality do you mean?
Yeah. Hardship, inflation rate, cost of living, all these things, those are the reality on the ground, and people are not happy.
No, Baba Jale Koko,
People
is
are
clear.
going through pains.
It's clear that
Hold
all
on,
this.
hold on, let me land. The same situation we have in the United States. Biden has so much that when you look at the data, it shows that he has America economy with all the indices that we can use to measure economic performance. It's showing good for economy. But why are people mad with the government? Because
yes, Baba Jale Koko, let me tell
yes.
you
So
the way.
where you guys are trying, you and woman trying to paint it because it's in
No,
it is
you
not
know why.
hard
Baba Jale Koko,
because of
why we are saying this. See,
yes.
the way system work in UK is this: for every government you have in UK, there is a shadow government. That's how it works. For every minister you have, if you have Home Secretary, there's a shadow that is coming from the opposition. The purpose of that shadow government is that for every official you have in your cabinet, the opposition has their shadow. So your shadow is just like a minister on his own, but it's the one that is, dog washing your policies, your step by step, your trances, the statistic you are bringing out. Do you understand? It's checking it, is watching you step by step. You can't even breathe. So if you see them churning out statistics, they don't come out to tell lies about it. Don't forget, one of the things that put Boris Johnson into trouble was him coming out boldly to give a fact that they later find out and realize that they were lies. And it put him into trouble that cost him his office and his reputation. So now, even Labour agreed on these few statistics we're talking about. But what Labour, you see, they all have their manifesto and ideologies, don't forget. And they stick to their ideologies. They don't cross like what they do in other space here. They stick to it. So what's Labour ideology that is really putting on board? First and foremost, many people that vote for Labour here, I've told you first, immigrants. Why? Because Rishi Sunak is clamping on immigrants. Don't forget, it was Boris Johnson that opened door for many immigrants to enter through all these tier, because after Brexit, they needed the immigrant, African tier 4, tier this, tier, different tiers, just they fly everywhere around. So immigrants came in, and many of the immigrants don't even take time to, observe what is happening. So Rishi now started clamping down on immigrants, and that cost them a lot of confidence for the immigrant plan. Another area, you look at people that have voted for Labour. This is my observation anyway, is that the ever strategic Asians who have positioned themselves, conveniently within the space of Labour Party. If you look at the local government election they conducted the last time, a few months ago, you realize that there are many Asians that emerge as their candidates. Okay, even to the extent that one of their, was it Farage? One of them was even complaining about it, that these are the guys that don't even relate with British values, but they are becoming politicians and they are holding political space now. That's his fear for British future. But the point is that they have strategically positioned themselves, particularly within Labour Party, and they have huge population also. Okay, presently I'm in Birmingham. Birmingham has a very huge population of Asian and Arabs there. And then another space you look at is the subtle racial British who they don't really relate with Rishi Sunak thing, having an Indian guy, they won't tell you that's the reason. So they also read into that thing. Let me tell you another space is the woke generation.
There was a time that they were doing a commemoration for the falling of World War II in France, and he left. So with that now, that made them realize that as English as it can sound, with the posh accent and everything, it doesn't really. It's not. It can't relate to it because it's not his backdrop. I think, is it not even the first generation? It's not a second generation now. His parents are migrants. So it's just the first generation.
It's the first generation.
Do you know that they celebrated it in the Indian parliament when he became prime minister?
Yes. No, but what do you expect? If you have a Nigerian today, say we also celebrate in Nigeria now. If you have a Nigerian as a prime minister here, you will celebrate it. So that's my reading of what is happening. Now the woke generation who have been finding it very difficult with the conservative, actually, conservative have been putting the woke generation a serious resistance over time, but they find a very convenient space in labor space. So get it, they will surely vote for Labour. So all these things put together eventually get Labour back to office. But one thing I know about British politics is when they get to the office, they start facing another shadow cabinet who will put them on their toes. So not all bills will go through. Not all, they have a way of still putting their country, there, thinking about their country in everything they do, even when they form the government. So I congratulate them. I congratulate UK. I hope one day Nigeria also will have a very heady election like the one they had there, and then we'll be smoothly changing government from one party to the other, and it will all go away. But for the obedient to think that Peter Obi has come to do magic in Labour, it's such a very gullible thinking. And I don't expect somebody like Uptown to be having that kind of thinking and even propagating it on a platform that has about 1,000 listeners. It's
you have to send me the link so I can go and have a listen.
It's on net, so it's even presently still there now.
Yeah, yes, I know it's a big personality on X, on Twitter. Yes,
I think about almost 1,000 people were listening to him.
Is he hosting?
Yeah, he's hosting. He's hosting. He's the one talking. He's hosting. So, one man, as for that, and I don't know if you have observed something that is going on around now. Hashtag Tinubu must go, end back governor 2024. All this hashtag. I don't know. I think Uptown is one of those also pushing that thing. I just want to make 1 or 2 points on that in that space. You see, I try to read a lot about revolutionalists, and that's why I love Putin, for instance. And one area I would like to identify here is Rwanda. I wrote something on Rwanda genocide, some papers, not really paper, that's the conference piece that I delivered by 2 years ago in Cape Verde. And I studied that the way, by reading text anyway, I studied the way things grew so fast from worst to worst and then collapse on everybody, politicians, journalists, everybody, they were talking in that space. But I noticed something. People, they were vocal. People, they were so outspoken. They were quick to say, pull it down, pull it down, pull it down. Eventually, they picked them all after the dust settled, and they were held responsible for the collapse of Rwanda, of a society. Some personalities, which I remember vividly, there was this guy, Venida Nihimana. If you remember that guy, he was the one who founded radio television, something Mike Collins. That guy was sentenced to life. Why? There was another woman, Azan Ngeze. What was her offense? It was the founder and publisher of one newspaper like that, Hutu Extreme newspaper. There was an article she wrote a day before the genocide started. And I remember it was titled, Let Whatever is Smoothly Erupt. More like, let whatever happen must happen. And they picked her up. I think she was also on live jail. I know a lot of them like that. Jim Bosco Baraya, Gavma. Those guys, that one has a radio station they call Radio Machete. But today, what do we have? We don't have all those conservative radio space again. We now have social media where anybody just put anything and say, somebody must go, let's end this, let's do murder of all murder, this thing and bring everything down. Yeah, it's good. I always advocate for freedom of expression, but there's something I always emphasize on. It is not a license to recklessness. If you're promoting that you want to bring down your country, if it happens, don't forget that dust will settle one day, and some of your programs and your utterances and you're urging people to violence, urging people to disorganize your country would come one day and they will confront you with those things for you to come and explain your justification for it. That is all I will say for now on that one, man. Let me go to this Edo thing. It seems Edo PDP may not be having gubernatorial candidate, but one man, it will depend on what the court says. Now, this is the court of first instance saying they don't have candidate. They will quickly go to court of appeal. Don't forget it's a pre-election matter. I know Shuaibu has been happy now since I've seen his tweets. Philip Shuaibu talking about he has been vindicated that Edo doesn't have PDP. Eventually, if they're not careful, they will play to the hands of APC because Olumide Apata is having trouble too in his own space. If APC stands and they are not having issue, PDP would eventually collapse into this APC. And I don't think it would be a good thing for that state, as far as I'm concerned. They need a very smooth election. They don't need River State, Amechi, and Umeya to play again in Edo State. One man, that's all I'll say on this because the case will still go to an appeal. I'm so sure by this night now they are filing their probably notice of appeal to ensure that they have this candidate, Igodalo, feedback to the ballot paper and ensure that
yeah, very good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
Yeah,
Good
but
evening.
can the appeal can be fast tracked so that it won't get late? Can that be possible?
Yes, it's possible. So they have days within which they will do it. So what the court do most times in this case is they just accelerate. As you are filing your notice of appeal and you are bringing your processes, then you file an application for court to accelerate hearing. So within, let's say, a month, you just see judgment coming out from here. Yeah, they will surely accelerate it. They won't allow it to linger on, particularly that
but he cannot campaign as it stands now, so it's at a it disadvantages him.
Once he put in his notice of appeal, he will put in an application for stay, for stay. So once he puts in his application for stay, then he can campaign. Just the same thing federal government is saying that we have an appeal during Nnamdi Kanu and then we can hold the hearing. So once you have an appeal and you have an application to ensure that that judgment doesn't take effect while they are hearing your appeal, so then you continue. Just the same way that when you have a governor in office and the tribunal has nullified the office of the governor will not leave the office if he has an appeal until the last court has had the last say. on his matter. That's when the governor will pack his thing and leave the office. So it's exactly like that, Omar.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us do you want to give us a little flavor on actually let me give you options and then you choose. The GlaxoSmithKline rebuttal that they had already intended to leave the Nigerian space anyway. So that's that. The back and forth between the Commissioner of Environment and Gbadebo Road Vivor, who was glorying in what happened in Lagos, but the commissioner went back at him. Is that all we have? And then El Rufai's son saying he cannot say with confidence that his father did not loot.
Let me get that, Rufai. What did he say?
Well, let me bring the headline up. It says I can't say I know for sure. Bashir El Rufai responds after being asked if his father stole public funds. So he has no confidence in it.
This is where one man.
Sorry. Somebody wants you to talk about the. It says, one man, please can you make Ogweni talk on the River State judgment today? I don't know if you follow that space.
Which one? What happened in River State today? I'm not sure I followed that.
There was a judgment that reversed the sacking of the 50 local government chairmen.
But that's not today, no? Was that today?
No, I think it was today. I saw it in a news cycle today.
Oh,
yeah, it's today.
It's today. Oh, I thought that has happened some. Oh, okay. They've reversed the decision that said they can stay.
No, they were sacked, but then the decision today reinstates them.
Oh, yes,
at the appeal court. Yes.
Oh, I've heard about that decision now. Is it today? Oh, I don't know. I've heard about that decision.
No, what you read, maybe you are confusing it. One man, Ogbeni. The first decision was by the State High Court that those legislators on the side of Wike have lost their position, so they appealed. So the appeal court now, the federal appeal court now reversed it, reinstating them that they are still legitimate representative of the people in that state. So that's the latest.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it still resonates with what I thought. I think it's like deja vu for me now. It resonates with what I've always thought about, that the court and the decision of the court. But let me tell you what my position is, and I think I've expressed that position here also before. That first and foremost, you see, if you say some party members deflected or have deflected from party A to party B, it's a question of facts and law in our court. You see, forget all what you watch on TV, forget all what you see on social media, forget all what you see around, rumor, hearsay, talking. When it comes to a law court, the court wants to deal with your facts. And that is why what we seek after in court is not truth, is the facts. And that is the truth. Only God knows the truth. Human being deals with facts, except you want to turn yourself to a supernatural human being. We deal with facts. So what the courts deal with is facts.
Say that again. I love that.
Only God. Only God knows the truth. Human being knows facts. Facts. That's what we deal with in court. It's not truth. Facts. Because we are humans. So, and when you're talking about facts, there are ways you must prove it. And that's why sometimes I tell people, I said, the best lawyers are not those ones that go to media, go to TV station and radio and talk. In fact, the best ones, the best advocates, you think they are so worse, they can't talk as a lawyer. They are so easygoing, they just go. How many times do you see Wolola Nkpeku on TV talking? Or do you see those ones you see that come and talk? Many of them, take them to court, they can't even talk. They will just go to court and be talking politics there. Okay, so the point is, I've asked that question before. What were their facts? Now, I remember they said the court said that one, don't forget that they when they filed their case, PDP sought to join, and the court joined PDP to that matter. When the court joined PDP, as this thing has ended, they joined PDP and they also joined, I think, APC to that matter. Now, what do you expect them to come to court to say? This is what I expect them to court. I've not seen the processes filed in court, but this is what I expect. I naturally deduce that they will come and say in court. First, I know PDP will come and tell you that they have not left. Why? Because the PDP party structure in Rivers State is still within Wike's bosom. He's still the one controlling that PDP structure. And I know PDP will simply come to court that way. We are not aware. We've heard it too on media. We've watched it also on TV that they said they have deflected. But well, they've not written us officially to say they are deflected, so they are still our members. And I expect APC also to come to court and say, well, my lord, we are still expecting them. We heard they said they will go, but well, they've not enrolled as our member. They are not a member yet. We are expecting them when they come. So in that circumstance, what do you want the court to do? And don't forget, the defendants who happen to be these guys now, they have their right to just keep quiet and be watching the two parties. So if they keep quiet, the onus will still lie on those few guys to come and prove that they have actually indeed left PDP. And for the court to now say you have left PDP and PDP is saying you have not left us, the court must believe PDP than what you are saying. Why? Because PDP is the party you said they have left. PDP is the only one that can say this is what actually happened. So, again, I will emphasize before people start tearing me apart and say, this is actually what happened, because I know in Nigeria now, your truth is your truth. In fact, now there's this cliche that let me say my truth. People don't even say, well, let me say what is truth again. Let me say my truth. So everybody now will have customized truth. My truth is my truth. Your truth is your truth. I think there's something in the 80s that thing came into Oxford Dictionary. They call post-truth. Post-truth. So that's that. Well, we pass that generation anyway. So that's the point. So that is the point. The court deal with hard fact. The court deal with documentary evidence, your horror evidence, your real evidence. Whichever one you come to tender in the court, that's what the courts deal with. So if the court look at PDP testimonial, look at ABC testimonial, look at those guys keeping quiet, and you can't prove that they left the place. And don't forget, INEC also. They said their name are still PDP names in INEC. So on those bases, I don't expect any court to make any otherwise decision than just the analysis paralysis we just come to social media to do. So that's for me one man, and I will end on Road Bible. Let me leave this Erufai guy. Let me end with Road Bible. Road Bible. I don't really take that boy serious. I don't know people that take him serious. Well, for few Lagosians that still take him serious, well, I don't know. I the only thing I know is that on social media you find many people. There are embezzlers on social that are infants, that are minors, that are people battling with depression, intoxication, insane people, sane people, Machiavellian. Yeah, for sort of people on social media. So when you see somebody sitting in the convenience of their space and they type something, they are sharing somebody up, hailing somebody up, you think they are normal like you. You think they are critical in mind like you. You think, no, not everybody. That's the way I see that space. Now, if you want to understand what is going on in this guy's mind, and you want to understand what is his level of critical thought, just go to his X handle. I mean, this Road Bible guy, go to his X handle and see the kind of things he's posting and his comment. You don't need to say much to know what's his level of maturity, what's his level of disposition, what his critical mind. Does he really have critical mind? What exactly? For me, I see what I call juvenile delinquency in what he does. There was a time I think he posted one Tinubu daughter from America when they were talking, when Tinubu's wife said that we are not in what? I think she was just chastising some people to dress well. that we are not in America or something like that, where people dress anyhow and things like that. We still enjoy our value and everything. And his reaction, instead of hailing that thing that, that how do I put it now? What Tinubu, but just because you're a political opposition to her husband,
morality.
yes, that the woman is preaching, African value that the man is preaching, he just came out and brought one Tinubu daughter in America and said, see who is preaching, who is this daughter, So sometimes you just stay and say, what kind of this delinquency, this juvenile delinquency, my God. So somebody like that, when I see one or two, I don't take serious. I think for people, the time is precious for one to start going to be studying somebody that's not even worth studying, or following somebody's thought, somebody who has had so many infantile thoughts in the past. And so why do you want to follow somebody like that and be studying what the guy is saying? Or why do you want to be reacting to what that man is saying? It's just like a man who said he's learning from madman in Anambra. What do you want? You are still listening to that kind of. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, Road Bible should continue. He thought that flooding.
What sort of political, does he have a political future, Road Bible?
Well, if you continue in this, in the way it's going, because one man, have you been to his Twitter X handle before? He just
No.
By the time you scroll one or two space, you'll be wondering if the person handling that thing for him is one primary school boy. See, the kind of thing is just, you'll be thinking that this is a future governor or somebody who's aspiring to be future governor of Lagos. The kind of things he's posting, So I don't know. There was a time he went to greet Bukola Saraki. He also posted something. Like, I don't know. So for me, I don't think it's somebody we should take serious. I think he should fall in the category of maybe Mr. Hebrew of blessed memory, and just cracking his own joke within the Lagos space, which is good for our space. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Woma.
All right, brilliant. When they drop the link to Uptown's Twitter in the private chat, maybe after the show, I'll go and have a look at it if you have it to hand. Baba, you're up next. Baba.
Tony will kill you. Let Tony go first.
All right, brilliant.
You will howl now.
All right, Tony, you're up next. Tony.
Okay, good evening, everybody. So, thank you. Bye-bye. So, Ogweni, you disappointed me today because, you are the one that, I love so much. You are my number one. I'm your number one fan here. But today, for the fact that you didn't see something that is against your fellow black people, you don't see that one as an issue from that man, that Hindu man, that celebrated, that bridged you to celebrate his victory when he was being sworn in. So I'm very, very surprised that you are towing his line of action against your fellow black people, and which now land you among those people that are even ruling our country. That it's like when you don't already escape now. So whatever happened to your old brothers and sisters back home is their problem. So that is very bad from you, that you did it factoring the way this guy maltreated or manipulated all the whole immigration laws, which is now backfiring. That to the point that the Germans now are not trying to adopt it. I know that once the Germans adopt that crazy system, how it's going to affect black people. So that's what we mean. We met the other time.
Are the Germans looking to deport migrants to Rwanda as well?
So yes, sir. They're already debating it, and then it costs across the various political parties that they're now looking for the way how to fund it and all this kind of stuff. And that once the Germans takes over that that policy, it's so crazy. Ogawa man, it's very bad. That Ogbeni did not see that one as a very bad thing to his fellow brother and sister. I think we're all, interwoven as black people. You know what I'm saying? But you can't just say that throughout your submission, you were just, giving that man a lot of, support or whatever. That man, God don't say God don't punish him. Like the day he was sworn in, I still remember one man also went against him, like myself. I say, oh my God, because one man said, no, somebody they wouldn't regard him as something. And that that guy, all the policy has always been against black people because the Indians are free. Because India's economy is overtaking the British economy, so they have no reason to be, molesting them. Make the use simple language here. But in the case of black people, look at the suffering of the black people, and then you are one of those people that is now saying, okay, you have escaped to Scotland now, so therefore I don't care about my own is that I wish to even come back to Nigeria today. Like today I was at our other platform. As I said that I'm missing my, my LA water, still water side where I used to go and catch crabs. I'm missing so many parts of Edo State where I used to go and chop fruits in the bush. I'm missing those my playing bushes between Odobolu, Ijebode, Obobo, then Ijewibo and Agoye. I mean, because so but I'm surprised that I mean, like, do you think you want to remain in Europe forever? Many black people that are living in Europe, and America, they only just pretend to be. They are great pretenders. Once your kid go to the school, you know how it's gonna be looked at. Like, in Germany, the same thing. I have a white child also, but I know look, it's not that easy. So they are not giving this free opportunity to go to university. Once she was a teenager, now they have to be. So the class teacher have to decide, and if the class teachers, if they are racist, they will make sure that guy didn't go to university or or higher education. So I don't know, where, and then they will consider that our future is at stake here. That many black people are now leaving Africa for Europe for survival. Why can't we just regulate our things? Why can't we just get our acts together in Africa so that we can start going back and having that mindset of wishing our rulers, where so that they can do something so that we can be able to go back home. Which now land me now in the Edo election. That they say that when witch cried last night and the small pikin died today, now they say that witch not kill her. So Tinubu made a video last week that he was going to take over Edo State by force. He said he's now the president. And then yesterday they said that 4,000.
Where did he say that?
I will send you the video. One man try to get my number from Patrick or from get my number from Patrick or from our brother. The other guy. That guy. So some of the guys, they have my number here, or you can send it to me via this. Then I can be sending you some video. I've got a lot of videos. I even got another video now that is even talking about. There are some villages, some towns in those states, and they said that they are Beninese, because they went to America. They said that they were asking them where they are from. They said that they said, "Black man, come and tell us where you're coming from." They were, it was a conference, and there's a viral video that's also going on that you need to showcase here. That the guy said that his parents, that you have to know your identity. You know what I'm saying? So we need to be taking African. We need to be taking more African. So like to the election. So Tinubu said that last week there was a viral video that he said that he promised the Edo people, the Edo APC people that we are going to take it. Even though that guy is not speaking. That guy is not speaking. He's not speaking to the people, just like as Tinubu did, even though, we have to force Tinubu to come out and be telling us about how we're going to regulate the gas industry, of which it's not doing right now. And then how he was ready not to toe the line of this European climate change issues, And then right now, but he has just, he don't reverse. He don't reverse. What is all this? So all this kind of thing. So, and then yesterday in Benin, they said that 4,000, what they call all this, something when they do, beaver. They said that the flood in Benin took 4,000 beavers away. Woman, can you just believe that kind of nonsense? Have you heard that? Okay, if 4,000 beavers are taken by flood in Benin, then now, so the INEC, can't they go to move over to Ondo State, which is like a sister state? It's a sister state, or Delta. These are one region before. You know what I'm saying? Because I still remember that when I was growing up, there was this Benin Owena, and then with the Supreme Court, the all those court, this appeal court in Benin was taken care of Ondo and all those. So that's how we grew up. We have this Benin Owena River Development Authority, and many things that we are in collaboration with. Even the police headquarters for Ondo was also there, at least before I left Nigeria. So many things. So we are the same. So if the beavers have been swallowed up by by flood, which is not possible.
Tony, take us back to the PDP.
Thank you. So now, yeah, they said that something. That's where. So they said that if they have taken, if this flood have taken those beavers away, they should go to Ondo State and get that beavers to conduct this Edo election. So and then so for the PDP something, that guy is a winner, is a born winner. You get me, sir? That guy, that Igodalo, is the senior brother to Itwa Igodalo. That guy, that pastor, all those Ibadan boys, Ibadan men from the Kids College, all those. So that guy, the first time they said that his mom was a Yoruba, so as a result, blah blah blah. Now they are looking for many ways to. They said that they are trying to tie him to Obaseki. You know what I'm saying? So and stuff like that. So they're just looking for all the means, and then now Tinubu is now say, okay, let me just leverage on that. You know what I'm saying? So Tinubu cannot do that because he would disappoint us that supported him. Despite the fact, even in a sense of society, APC is not supposed to be taking part in that election that is upcoming in Edo State because of the way they just drink people's blood. Like notice walking, you take out subsidy without any plan of action. I mean the master plan, and then you just let people suffer like that. People are shouting a big power. What the hell is going on? So he doesn't supposed to even participate in that Edo election. And then the candidate they are bringing up also for that election is, it's not a human being. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in the north. So he can't even speak broken English. He can't speak his language. Okay, like Igodalo. He can go to Akoko Edo and Usain and many communities in Edo State and speak Yoruba because they accuse Igodalo of not speaking the local language better, of which I made some argument for him that he can speak Yoruba language in Akoko Edo local government. He can speak Yoruba language in one local government. Also,
but Yoruba is not an Edo language now.
No, Yoruba is one of the Edo language. If you go to a TV station there, in Irohin, they also use Yoruba. Yoruba is part of Edo now. Yoruba is we have Yoruba communities. Like if you go to Usain, Okada now, where this Pdp Edo came from, Okada. After Okada, all those places, we border, we have a Hosu, we are just Itawovi, Ondo and Edo. So they have a lot of communities in Edo. After Benin City again, if you go even like 200 kilometers or 160 kilometers, it's also Akoko Edo local government. You know what I'm saying? That's where this Ovie come from. Ovie, remember Ovie now? Ovie, our guy. Yeah. So Yoruba is one of the spoken languages there, with the Edo native dialect also. So we're just the same. So that guy is a born winner. That guy now, even though I didn't support the system of election because as a result of people who don't even know their population figure. I mean, the country as a in general right now, black people, in general, they can't even count their own numbers. Like they are to the point that they have to be basing their population figure on United Nations, all those vested interests, rough estimates. What the hell is going on? So then to the other one, let me just also finalize one thing now. Edo State, Edo is special, okay? I want to tell you, Ghana, the other day, when one man, kudos to you. You always start to bring all the whole news that is coming out of Edo all the time. And the other time, you see, some members of our group here, they were saying, no, why is this Edo election making so much this? Why is it making so much news? Then you try to counter that, it's the news that is coming. And then they say, no, why? After all, there is also an election coming up in Ondo. But because Edo is unique, you guys have to know that, So we are part of the Old Western region, and that is the first city in Africa as a whole, a first real city, not this kind of city that in the southern Nigeria. So that means, which means all this Lagos, all this Ibadan, Akure, Wari, whatever you call them. I don't want to add the southeast because I don't know what is happening there. They are not my people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how they were, how they were living back then. But when we talk of, the Old Western region, and some part of all this South State, like all this Calabar and all these places. Benin City, that's the first city that was recognized in Nigeria. And then so Benin City, Edo people, including all those Odo and Ekiti, now, so we are the same people. Now they come from Nigeria after. You understand me? That is the formation of Nigeria. That is the meaning of Nigeria. But today they try to be calling us minority. Are they crazy? So that's what we're talking about, sir, Mr. Woman. So take me to the next topic. Take me to another topic. I'm in the mood. I'm cooking my bolo soup right now.
All right. I'll take you to one more topic, and then we'll go on from there to
Yes, sir.
to Baba. Do you want to speak to us on the floodings in Lagos State and how quickly the water?
Yeah. What we are going to do is that I will just, I have a bullet answer to that. Like that man, what did they call Badebo? I don't want to call him Viber because I accept him as a Yoruba man. So he should go and buy reboot. Okay, he should go and buy reboot and shut up his mouth. So now take me to one correct topic. I'm using German right now. Richtig is correct topic. Take me to one topic. More important topic.
I think we are exhausting the topic. So unless there's anything you want to speak on,
no, there must be one. There must be one that escaped my mind.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, ask a question.
Now you lambasted me on by telling you what
your refusal, not to telling me your refusal to support your black race.
Let him ask you the question.
Okay.
You lambasted me for rolling out Rishi Sunak's achievements in office.
Mm-hmm.
And you are the same person that will always tell us here, you sermonize so much about we should always say the truth. Why do you have to cover this thing? If somebody is performing, let's say it and everything, let's be objective. Now, I want to know why you lambasted me for being objective on statistics. Secondly, you talk about we should be supporting ourselves, immigrant, So the question I'll ask is, Rishi Sunak now, what you don't like about him, is it because he practices his religion openly, which many traditional worshippers in Nigeria would secretly be going to church and still be doing their traditional without coming out to practice their own openly? Is it that you have a problem for him practicing his own religion?
No. I think I've got you now. So
I'm coming.
Okay.
Or because he's also immigrant like me and like me too. He's not white, right? Even though he's British. So if I have to support anybody, I think I should support him than the white guy who is. If I have to go with your logic, I should support him first as somebody who is not white, who is not Caucasian, who is Indian, like Africa. Then I will support somebody who is pure British, who has won.
Okay, so let me start to answer you right from top to the bottom. These guys, all these so-called half brown people, half white, they are more brutal, they are more wicked in nature than the typical white man. Okay, so I would rather prefer that you support a white person who are very straightforward and then that are very good people. You know what I'm saying? Only that because we can't get our act together, that's why we cannot compete with them. We cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with them. But at the end of the day, all these Arabs, Indians, whether you call it Pakistan or whatever, these are worst people. If people from Yugoslavia, the darker they are, they tend to teach towards the white, or they want to be, more brutal towards black than the typical white people. Typical white people, they are very nice people. Like the German girls, they are very nice. A German girls might be having a Porsche car.
All right. I'm not sure where you are. I'm not
no,
sure
hold on. But they will take a black person, and they will forget about their family, But the Indians, the Arabs, those half white people, you cannot be supporting them. So you rather support the white prime minister now. I wish this new prime minister were better than the Arabs or the Pakistanis, the Indians or whatever you call them. So for the religion, I didn't challenge this. I was just say that the woman was right, that the guy is not a pure British man. That because I said the other time he was also celebrating is voodoo. So which means he's not a British man, a typical British man, no matter how his accent. That's, last night I was listening to one man at my other platform when he was using big English there, I was just, so that's it. Anyway, one man, thank you very much, sir,
All right.
I'm happy that you are now working together with Nigeria World so that we don't have to fight ourselves. We are brothers and sisters.
I'm not working together with anyone, and I'm not fighting with anyone either. I go there.
No, I mean just but your appearance, you know that you always bring joy into my heart when I see you appear there, and then without any fight. You know what I'm talking about? So we are one people. So Edo people, we are special people, and then we are interwoven with the Western region, so we have to see ourselves as brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? That's it, sir.
All right, brilliant. So that's Tony, of course. You need subtitles. You need subtitles sometimes when you are digesting Tony, but you don't need subtitles though when Baba speaks. Baba, you're up next.
Yes, one man. Thanks for the opportunity. And I don't know what Larry is doing in the comment section. Come on. I know you'll be surprised I switched on my camera, actually. It's just to fulfill all righteousness for what I have to say. I've always told you that you are doing something historical, and I always use the word that the platform is bigger than your good self. Yes, after years, I think it was a few minutes past 3 a.m. my own time, which is about after 8 in Nigeria, I received a call. And any call I receive from Nigeria, I see Nigerian number, I'm always very frantic. First is my mom, my mother, you understand, before maybe grandchildren, children, and things like that. So okay, it happens. It's one of my friends. I will have called you before now, but I choose maybe to say it openly, what we discuss, because it's just jump above my head. And this friend is a year older than me. And the surprise thing was he was with his younger brothers, I think 2 back. Who is a press secretary, a chief press secretary to a South governor. So we just the preamble, and they jump and say, look, why would we be on the platform and allow somebody to be talking about what happened in 1966 derogatorily? Do I forget what caused the Civil War, or one of the things that caused the Civil War? And I was surprised that, what happened? And they quoted that somebody is always on the platform talking about them whacking, using the word whacking the Sardauna. Then it hit me cold that, oh my God, that's true. And I said, no. I think I told him that it just flew past everyone's head, that naturally such things should be cut down. And I made a promise for and on behalf of the platform and your good self that, okay, that won't happen again, that we are not here to promote violence, one, and to promote things that has been costly to the nation in the past. Because the reference we discussed further was like, look, when that thing happened, then they were like making songs, making calendars, dancing on the streets. And that got a certain party angry, and the pogrom started therefrom. And we all know the results. So I'm pleading with everybody on the platform, let us avoid that, because I remember we've had two prominent people from the north who comes with very high pedigree. And also, I think we also spoke to a northern politician here. So don't think people are not paying attention to your platform. People are paying attention greatly. So that is why I had to say this, just to fulfill righteousness, to know that I said my own. And two, this is personal now, because that same.
All right, Baba, just on that space, you have to pass on to the person who contacted you that apologies first if they were offended, and then two, it's a fine line between free speech and stifling people's opinions. But we have to be mindful about certain very sensitive topics. So we'll take that on board moving forward. But yes, thank you for that feedback.
Yeah, and it's just a personal one, because yesterday I was talking about, can't remember what brought in Chief Awolowo. My own background is not action group, but every ethnic grouping, they have their icon, they have their heroes. Because somebody was now referring to Awu as somebody dead, that it shouldn't be celebrated. I took offense, but I don't want to be disruptive. So I'm repeating it now, that if that person knows, I don't know where he comes from, let him go to a street corner in Mumbai and rubbish Mahatma, or go to Joburg and denigrate Mandela, or even in Black community here, go and talk rubbish about Martin Luther King. If he survived the experience, he should thank his stars. So let me start my topic. I think I'll switch off the camera now. I'll fulfill that one. Let me start my topic with.
I'm very sorry, Baba. I'm very sorry. I'm going to play that thing back. That's a show back. Anybody that attacks Awolowo attacks me and my father and my mother. So I'm going to play that thing back. And whoever did that, I'm going to shake the food that I'm going to curse that person. And I'm going to, anyway, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you for letting that out now.
To me, I have my own thing.
So you already know how to attack people here. Yeah, people here, even Yorubas, the so-called Yaribas. When when I fuck them up here, you remember?
Let's move.
You still remember now?
All right. I want to start with the CNG thing. I'm glad actually the president is not allowing himself to be stampeded, even though at times they speak before knowing full well what is confronting them. If by the words coming from the presidency, the CNG buses will have been on the streets couple of months back, but I think they discovered that, look, if you have the CNG, where will they get the gas, the compressed gas for it? And they have to stop and start building the facilities so that we can access the stations easily. But then there is a danger I really want to put out there about CNG is cheaper, it's good, but there has been reports, even in the United States, of the cylinders blowing up in very high temperature. So we should, because I'm saying this because people will come back and start talking, maybe the CNG thing is not good or not that, but the numbers could be insignificant. But we should prepare our mind that such things will happen. And besides that, as good as it is cheap as it is, it's also your car will not perform optimally in terms of the speed. There is limit to how you can really utilize your engine or feel its power when you're using gas. So that's for the CNG thing. Then the energy bank. I don't know how we pulled that rabbit out of the hat, but I'm very happy that Nigeria is hosting the energy bank. And naturally, the headquarters will be in Abuja. That's a very good thing. It's owned by Africa. And of course, Nigerians who work in it, though other African countries will work in it, just like the African developed ADB that was in Cote d'Ivoire before I moved to, I think, is it Ethiopia? Because of the war that went on in Cote d'Ivoire that time, they lost out. I know
Tunis.
Okay, because I in Cote d'Ivoire at that time, I mean, it was like something else, meeting different personalities from different countries, different languages, and interacting. And they are still at pain at what they lost because of war. So that's a good thing that's coming to Nigeria. So because I look at the bright side of things all the time. So the flood, the GSK, if I come quickly to the flood thing, we've always said it here, just like Paddy said about these people, that I'm a believer in Nigerians and Nigeria, that we are the people that will build our country. Nobody's going to build it for us. Anybody that comes because of certain interests, mostly pecuniary. So that is why they are here. So Igida Eyefo. So if they go, we shouldn't. It will make us. We have to rise up to the occasion. There is nothing we cannot do as Nigerians. I've seen wonders in this country. And I know definitely there are lots and lots of people with very, very deep pockets. Anyhow they move, a Nigerian will take their place. So we should just stop fretting and talking about FDI every time as if that will be the panacea to our problem. Though we cannot isolate ourselves as a nation, because we have to rule in the Committee of Nations to and belong. But then we should look inwards. I'm very happy the imports are curtailed right now, and everybody has to look for alternative, like the cassava thing, for instance. When you talk about cassava bread, I think it was Babangida that started it. They did cassava bread. I think it was a research institute at Ushudi that finally got it right, because when they started, it wasn't rising like the normal flour and things like that. But they got it right. But after some time, that also faded away. We don't know what happened. We went back naturally to the flour and things like that, and we forget where we're coming from. So the cassava thing will serve very well. If we can do it, it will substitute the flour, the wheat flour thing we are all used to. And of course, apart from what a lot of these former speakers have talked about it, we forget that, oh, that's a fireworks. Okay, if you hear it, please don't panic. There is the cassava stash, which is relatively very profitable, both industrial stuff. And it's very easy to plant. In those days when Lagos was developing, all those Ilasa Maja, Isolo Road, all the farms there, then they are all cassava. Ege, we call it ege, oku ege. And we use the Igbira people as the farm laborers then in Lagos. And it can grow anywhere. And we can make a fortune out of it. And I believe from henceforth, I think the government will pick on it, because I know a lot of things are in the works actually. Coming to the flood in Lagos, I'm happy most of the thing because it was a flash flood. Flash flood is different from those erosion type. Rain came for about 8-9 hours, non-stop, heavily. What do you expect? What do you expect? Relentlessly, it was falling for 9 hours. Naturally, every available space, because water finds its level, will be filled. And few hours after, those places receded mostly. There are other sides actually that they still stay there. But one thing Paddy said yesterday, which I followed up on and really observed, was that no mess on the water. That's those plastic things, styrofoam, like we used to see before. They are not floating on those water. And the government did a good work, because as soon as they banned the plastic bottles and the styrofoam packages, they went and took all away. It was a big contract. Took all from every nook and cranny where they can find it floating on waters. And they hired vessels that took them far, far, far in the ocean to dispose them, because we don't have recycling facilities that could contain that volume. So it's a very good thing, and I'm happy with that. But the drawback is that every other space remaining that's causing impediment on waterways will be brought down. And possibly they will be surcharged for bringing those facilities down, whether it's a kiosk, whether it's a disused bus, whether it's a high-rise building, it has to go. We have to live properly, like should be. Thank you, one man. I yield.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba. Let's go on from you to Ekene, and then do we have Ajana Koko still? Yes. Let's go on from you to Ekene, and then after Ekene to Ajana Koko. Ekene, you're up next. Yagabang. All right. Let's go on to Ajana Koko then. I'm not sure if Ekene is fully with us. Ajana Koko, are you there? All right. Whoever is there, then we go with you. Who's ready to go?
I can come in.
One man. Sorry. Just one moment. I don't know. The day Pansat come on, I want you to put both of us in the ring. It's high time that happened. I got to stop that bastard.
No, Baba, it's not what.
If you are in the comment section right now, you are not my size, but I will bend down and become short.
Baba,
I want us in the ring. That bastard.
No, Baba, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Please, Baba, we won't do that. Please. It's not worth the time. It's not worth the energy. Please, we won't do that. Please.
Thank you, Diwali.
Thank you, sir.
All right, because the last time Pansat was in the ring, he got a thorough flogging from Ejele. But no, I get your sentiment though. I don't know why he tries to cross the line so aggressively, but yes, but I'm just reticent to ban Pansat because it brings a certain je ne sais quoi, a certain unfathomable to the proceedings. So, but I don't know, man. We tell him the same thing all the time. It will never change, of course. Old dogs and new tricks and all that. But a man that we want exactly as he is can do. So can do. It's a variety of topics, but you can come at it wherever, however you like. There's another question that was going to ask, which is nothing to do with politics, about just people's experiences living abroad, you know, and if they're so deep into that life abroad, that they know no other, because sometimes it's somewhat like an entrapment. Sometimes I feel trapped, but for as long as I've lived in the UK, I still feel a sense of outside looking in. And if I go back to Nigeria, I probably feel a sense of outside looking in. Sometimes do you get the drift of where I am, or you can just go to the politics?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man. Good evening, the whole house here. First of all, I would like to thank Baba for a very wise and very eloquently put statements about all the different things that he spoke about. I think those are some very, very wise statements from a very wise man. Um, Living in abroad, I've been in the United States now. Wow, I guess I'm getting old, or maybe I've already gotten old. Okay, I've been here now for 36 years in Torrio alone, and I guess maybe a lot of people who reference me as an anomaly of some sort. And I don't think is that. It's just the way I was brought up, the families, both mother and father side, the way we were raised. On my mother's side, if somebody is older than you by 1 day, you cannot call them by name. You have to call them Bodami. You know. And having grown up, I guess, along the diplomatic core, so to say, of the Nigerian embassy system, I think in a lot of ways is what dictates how I speak, how I carry myself, how I conduct myself. In this United States, I've lived in different places. Most of the time, it's been around where white people lived. And I've been stopped by the police several times. I mean, several times, especially when I intentionally did not refuse to put a license plate on brand new vehicle. Intentionally. I was trying to play on my boy. I think I was like 20, I don't know, 25, 26. So I've been stopped many times, but again, I believe anyone can be Rodney King. If anyone knows that reference, that being beaten up by a racist police officer anyway. But one of the belief that I just have is the way I carry myself, the way I conduct myself. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. In a way, negates even when somebody's going to think of doing something to you. Not that it cannot happen. Don't get me wrong. So my experience has been very pleasant with black people and white people and other races too. I was telling one of my nieces the other day. I said when I lived in California, I had a group of buddies. I won't call them friends, buddies, that we hung out and drank together. And we used to usually go to this one guy's house. And there will be 8, 10 of us sitting, just sitting in front of the house and drinking and doing all this stuff. And the interesting thing is, a number of those guys, well, all of them are black Americans. I'm the only Nigerian. And when they talk, they'll be like, hey, nigger this, nigger that. But when they get to me, they will never call me a nigger. As far as I know, I don't think it has ever happened. They will call me by my name. And it will go like that, hey, nigger this, nigger that. Because to me, my understanding is how you present yourself goes a long way to how people will approach and deal with you. There will always be the exceptions. But I've always been told
Do you think it may be because you don't have that cultural resonance with the term?
Well, I find it personally, I find it offensive because my understanding of what it means is an ignorant person. And even in my family, I have children of sisters and other family members. They'll be like, "Oh no, you just don't understand. We have adopted it in this way." And I tell them, I don't care how you adopt it. Find another name. Find another word. I'm not going to accept that from anyone. So I mean, it doesn't. If a white person calls me a nigger, I just pretend like you don't even exist. I'm not gonna fight anybody. What do I look like fighting somebody? In any event, on the issue of Lagos State, obviously we've had all these floods happening all over the world, from Germany to Switzerland to you name it, the United States, New York, Miami. A lot of it is global warming. Well, it's said to be global warming, I should say. But I heard the narrative about all these places that were cleaned, and the all the stuff that were taken out were dumped in the ocean somewhere. That made me, ugh. I know there are a lot of.
Where else would it have been dumped?
Well, I mean, you can. I mean, Nigeria is a big place. You can find a place. Dumping anything in the ocean, there is a sea of garbage in the Atlantic Ocean that is many miles long. I mean, I don't know why. It's just like people throwing trash on the streets of Lagos. Where they expect it to go, I don't know. And I mean, again, maybe it's an upbringing. You cannot throw trash in my. You cannot throw a piece of chewing gum paper on the ground in my father's compound. He will let you know how much of an ashire you are right away. So that's just the way. Even up till today, if I take a piece of gum, I'm on the street somewhere. If there's no trash can, I put it in my pocket until I find one. It's learned behavior. But again, I don't know how many. I mean, I was just in Nigeria some months ago. There's a canal that runs from Surulere to supposedly supposed to run to Mile 2. When I was growing up in Lagos, people used to fish in that canal. I remember seeing people actually with their small canoes on in that canal, and they were catching this humongous big size fish. And that canal is totally blocked. At least as of the last time that I was in Lagos, some 4 months ago or 3 months ago, whatever it was. So again, I'm not trying to say that this is not anything that is unique to Nigeria. We've had it in Germany a number of times, even in the last 15 or so months. We've had all this flash flood situation. So, but as much as possible, it's going to take. I think it's going to take a long time for people to be able to understand that you just, especially some people live in face me, I face you, and they will literally take their trash and go in the gutter in front of the house and pour it in it. Where they expect it to go, I don't know. What was the other? There was another one I was thinking about touching on.
Before you touch on that, Wama, please let me just respond to this guy. We should stop comparing what is happening in Nigeria with what is happening in other countries where there are proper governments. All this comparison is not okay. We should also say, when the flood comes out in Germany, what are the government officials doing? At least a minister in Germany was sacked for being on vacation and not responding and not coming back to come and help his people. Her people. I mean, you guys, you keep comparing. What are the help being dished out to the citizens? In the face of those flooding. That's why Wama told you guys today that the flooding is something can't we eliminate. Hold on, that Wama was asking if we can't actually eliminate it. That's it.
Sir, I didn't say anything about comparison. I said in my own father's compound growing up, you cannot throw a piece of chewing gum paper on the floor. I'm not comparing. I don't compare what somebody else does.
Yeah, because there are no government. There's no governmental institution, no established governmental institution.
My father and my mother were the government.
Yes.
They were the first government.
Yes.
You don't put your dirty hands on my father's wall, he will give you a dirty slap.
Yeah, because back then there was a government in place that were directing all these activities.
No, there was no government in my father's house. My father and
No,
mother were the
in the
government.
country, you know, your father's house is not an island. It's not an island. I mean, let us face the truth here. Let me speak like our guy Johnny Kogo used to speak here. You guys should stop comparing what is happening in the
Okay,
proper
again,
world
I'm
and
not,
what is happening in Africa.
sir, when it's your turn to talk again, if you can come back and talk, I would really appreciate that. I did not compare anything. Nor did I compare Germany. I just said these floods have happened in other places. I'm not saying it's, and I gave you instances, and I gave you instances of people throwing trash in front of their houses. So this is not a debate. I'm not
If there
really
are no
here.
refuse collectors, Zunko,
Sir, when is your turn to talk again? I will really appreciate if you can bring up this stuff. They are in Lagos, so I don't know about what they do in other states. In Lagos, there are refuse collection places all in so many different places. In Isaleko, in Surulere, in so many places. They come on whatever the given date is. So, I mean, I don't know the point you're trying to prove, but this is not an. I just want to be able to, make my summation on the topics at hand. There was one other one.
Tony speaks of peace sometimes. I don't know if that's your first encounter with him, but it just let me rattle through what we are talking about, and then you just go at it as you will. So we were talking about GlaxoSmithKline and the reasons they may have left Nigeria or not, which is not anything to do with Tinubu's economy. We were talking about the Edo State situation with the court relieving the PDP candidate of his ticket. So now, does that then serve the state up to APC? And then this came in laterally. Nigeria wins bid to host $5 billion Africa Energy Bank. So that is a keenly contested space. But Nigeria being the energy hub of the African space, then of course, then we're speaking about the British elections, a prime minister, a new one by tomorrow, and it looks as though Rishi Sunak may be out. So, but yes, we're speaking to all those.
Sure. On the British space, there is a saying that says, "Be careful what you wish for," because sometimes what you think you want might not be what you need. I understood because I followed the Brexit debate and the voting and all of that back then. This is where they are. A new government, I'm sure they will have their own policies that they're going to try and implement. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be more of the same from that space. Nigeria winning that bid will definitely be economically viable for the country. It will not only help with the research and development in the country, it will bring a number of other researchers from around Africa, even from all these NGOs from around the world into Nigeria. So definitely that is a definite plus for the country. I don't really know about what PDP and LP. I don't really follow those spaces, so I cannot speak intelligent to.
All right. Let me ask you this: what's your biggest
Yes,
concern about the Nigerian state? What when you reflect on that country, what jars you the most? What keeps you up awake? In terms of the direction of travel and especially the person driving us there, or what's your concern? Because I know you are a bit reticent about the Nigerian situation, but I've not really been able to pin down your concern.
Yeah, I think I've made my beliefs known a number of times on here, which is basically we did not get here yesterday. When we were when Gowon was talking about we have so much money, our problem is how to spend it. That's when, for the most part, well, at least the most jarring one is that when the other countries that were in the same space as we were taking the resources that they had and developing their people, not just the country, but developing their people. And they are where they are, and we are where we are. Oh, excuse me.
It sounds
Excuse
like you
me.
need a glass. You need a glass of water or something.
No, I'm good. Unfortunately, me, I'm a realist. I don't believe in possibilities. I look at probabilities. And the way my head works is that unfortunately, it's probably going to take somewhere around 30 to 50 years for us to get to that El Dorado. Because the average Nigerian on the street, and any street in Nigeria, wants money. Money is their God, regardless of how they get it. So when you have people that are so
Why,
devoted,
why, why, why do you think that is? Is that a consequence of greed or a consequence of lack?
I think the greed is 80% and the lack is probably 20. And I say that because even those who have continue to steal more when they get the opportunity.
What
So it's
of
not just.
need? Are you considering need? Need?
Yeah, the need is the lack, is part of the lack. That's why I said 80% is the greed. The need and the lack is probably 20%, because if you see so many people that are doing very well for themselves, when they get to a position, they just have this need to have more. And the thing now is.
Sorry, Kando. I know you're in a flow, but you know why I asked that question.
Yes, sir.
Life without resources in Nigeria can be very brutish and jarring. But life without money in maybe where I am, maybe where you are, is still manageable because there's a threshold within that the society would not allow anybody to fall below. And then there's a lot of insulation as well that doesn't make you overly reliant on money. But in the Nigerian situation, it's dead or alive, isn't it? The lack of money is just it's the most debasing, life-threatening. Your life is just a total rubbish. You get trampled on. That's why I was asking. Is a survivor, and the life of the wealthy person as well is so conversely different and alluring that that lack wants them to propel into that space that oppresses them. So because there's no insulation in the middle ground, and that is where I feel the Nigerian situation is.
Yeah, one cannot overemphasize that definitely plays, you know, a big role. I was just having a conversation with someone in Nigeria about 2 hours ago, and I said, when I was there, I planted some tomatoes, some bell peppers, some F4. When I was there, they already had a garden there, but there was no tomatoes. There was no bell pepper. I'm not saying everyone in Nigeria should become a farmer, but on our street, there are how many houses? A gazillion of them. Those who can should. It wasn't because of the price of tomatoes. When I was growing up in our compound, we had yam, we had corn, we had all sorts of F4, we had beans. Not because we didn't have money to go to the market to go and buy, but the space was there. So again, I'm not saying everybody in Nigeria should become a farmer. I think I said this, I've said this a few times. At my house in California, if you bag up the tomatoes that we get every year in those 50 kilo sack of bags, you probably get maybe 5 or 6 bags like that. Not because I can't go to the store and go and buy tomatoes, but it's something to do. The space is there. So, and again, I get it. I understand. God made us all different. We cannot all sleep and face the same direction. I have family members who have been selling this native asho in Balogun for more than 40 years. Some of them live in they've lived in the same apartment for more than 40 years. At Masha, I have all kind of family members, and I wonder, how do these people survive? Honestly, I really wonder. I mean, I've had aunties, uncles who were just barely getting by, even back in the days. But this is the thing. When I was in school, when I was 15, 16 years old, I had a best friend. We used to go and buy jeans from Cotonou and sell to St. Greg's, St. Finbar's, Antioch, Oregano. We were making money. Actually, that's where I got this can do. They used to call me Money Can Do at 15, 16. But that's a personal thing. I'm not saying everybody is going to be so into stuff like that. But as a being, personally, I mean, I've said it here before. I've made a gazillion amount of money, and I've lost it all. Like, I'm telling you, like taking the bus, like from driving expensive Mercedes Benz to taking the bus, lost it. But the way my brain is, no credit, no nothing. I remember I even went to go and get a job at a place called Whataburger many years ago, making $5 an hour. But my brain tells me no matter what, I'm going to make it. And even up till today, till that, I'm not above washing dishes at the back of a restaurant. God forbid, if it comes to that. I'm not too big. So to me, it's a mindset. I miss her. But it's a mindset. If you feel you're too big to do anything, or you're too, there's no big in anything. God forbid you find yourself in a situation, hey, buckle up. Let's do the job. So unfortunately, I think because of the mindset, not just of the leaders, but the average Nigerian. You see people go to church. Like a funny story my dad told me. He said a man was in a church. He went there because he was looking for a 20 million naira contract, and he was there, praying gently, God, I hope you can get me this contract. And there was a man next to him, just yelling, "Oh, Jesus, Jesus of Nazareth, if you can just get me this 10,000 naira that I need." So the man praying for 20 million said, "Here, I beg, here is 10,000. Please stop yelling so God can hear me." So it's a matter of your situation. You have to operate. You have to operate. But God answered his prayer now. He got his 10,000 that he was looking for, whichever way he got it. But it's a matter of, unfortunately, Nigeria is going to be one of the greatest countries of the world, because I see wherever you go on the face of this planet, you see Nigerians striving, whether they run a restaurant, or they have 32 PhDs, or they're nurses, or whatever they do, wherever you go. So the fact that they can succeed in all these places, I know one day Nigeria is going to be better. Not just Nigeria go better, but Nigeria is going to be better because of the people. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant, excellent. That's the go-to profession of the Nigerian abroad, isn't it? A nurse. I don't know. Even my wife is one. She's a psychiatric nurse. She had a
Yeah.
concern. Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I mean, only God knows what the number of Nigerian nurses are in the world. They're probably going to be one of the top number of nurses in the world.
And Filipinos as well. I think they're in
Yeah,
that
yeah,
space.
that's true. Filipinos. I'm sure Nigerians have surpassed them. Oh. We plenty. Oh.
You know why?
Woman,
Because
woman, my wife, my wife says she's an RN, she's a nurse. When we came here, oh, they are making money. Go to that. I said, how Nigeria want to turn to nurses in abroad? Come on now. We have to hold our own profession too. All engineers, bankers, all of them have turned to nurse in abroad.
Yeah, is the quick money and the overtime because you get to do as much overtime as you want.
And it's a guaranteed job as well. I've
Oh
not yet
yeah,
met a nurse that is out of work.
yeah, it's guaranteed money. So yeah, yeah. So I mean, we're doing good. I mean,
In the long
Nigerians
run,
are some of the
in the long run, I've realized that.
hardest working people you'll ever meet. You know, we have our issues though, but when it comes to work and studying, we'll take these things back home. At least those who are able to anyway. And there's no way that Nigeria is not going to be a good country, because at the end of the day, it's the people. It's not even the resources. It's the people. The human capital is much more valuable than any amount of gold or any of this stuff. Anyway, thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. When do you wanted to come in?
Yeah, I just want to say in the long run, what I've realized is that what pays off in the long run is you having your own business. Even when you do all these power thing, you know, your this and that, just ensure that you have a focus of having your business somewhere one day. Start now, start growing it small. That's what pays off in the long run. That's what I've seen.
Oh, you mean your business in your profession or just business in general?
Yes, for instance, if you're a nurse now, try to find a business doing in your area. I have a friend here who's a pharmacist. You know, when he first came, he started as all these care assistants, all these things and co. But today he has what they call, I think, like a franchise on a particular drug. Now he's the only person who can bring that drug to Africa, and he's just making his money just on that one drug alone. But you know, it takes persistence. He work on it for years, you know, the filing, documentation, up and down, go and get this. I kept,
But do Nigerians have the endurance for that persistence, though?
yeah, but in most cases, managers like quick money, and once they sit with quick money, they make career out of it. They make career out of it in such a way that they just get relaxed with that. They don't want to do any other thing again. And before you know it, you spend 10 years, you spend 15 years. After that, you just say, okay, and then you just retire on that, and you don't really. But if you have your
One
own
man,
business,
please let me add to that real quickly. I know, well, I don't know how it works in Europe, but in America, right? You can literally, I mean, I know about 5 or 6 people that are doing this in different states in America, which is what they do is you rent a house. I mean, you go through the certification, it doesn't take that long at all. You rent a house, right? Especially people that are on Medicaid. So I have a friend who does this. His sister has 4 houses, and those houses, I think most of them are 4 bedroom. I think one is 5 bedrooms, and he's able to put people on Medicaid in each of those rooms, and Medicaid pays him directly. And some of this can be as high as as high as $5,000 to $8,000 a month for each person. And in the case of his sister, she has 4 houses that she has people in like that. You have to employ nurses that will be there 24. Well, what they normally do is have someone on for 12 hours. So in a house like that, maybe you have 2 of them working 12-hour shifts. Then another set of 2 will come The amount of money that people make in that thing is ridiculous. I mean,
You
they
know,
are expensive, of course.
there's a lot of money in healthcare. I know a guy that runs a care assistant agency. You know, so all he would just do is to get all these barely documented migrants, and then he'll take them through some 6 weeks training program, and then they get an MVQ, and then they'll send them around these homes, and the contract is just
One man, that
is
is
bought
in
there.
this country. In this country, that is printing money.
Mm.
That is printing money because what you do is for each of those, a lot of times it's going to be Medicaid that is paying for those patients. So possibly they're paying $60 an hour. You pay somebody 35. I have a friend, a very close friend from Nigeria that I've known forever, who the wife is actually going through the certification for that. Imagine you have 30 people. Let's even just call it 30 people. And you're making $25 an hour for every hour that they all work. That's printing money. That's not making money.
It's quite a thing. So Ogwene may be right that I mean, why make that journey from your
Yeah,
country here only to be collecting a salary?
I met a dentist here in London in 2011-12, and so he told me his history of coming to UK, and when he first came, they introduced him to care. He started doing care, but he had in his mind that one day he would try to do his conversion to be able to practice dentistry and everything. I can tell you, as at 2012, when I met that man, the man has spent about 14 to 15 years in the UK, but he has not been able to put in for to start his conversion. That's the licenses to be able to practice dentistry. And he told me he was at that point he was at the verge of giving up. Why? Because he was making this quick money. You want to make ends meet. You want to do this. He went back to Nigeria to marry, bring the wife, and then after that started. He told me, he said the moment he started getting mortgage, he stopped thinking about the licensing again because he has to be paying monthly. And that thing, 25 years, 30 years, they give you mortgage to make up. You can't just. So at that point, he said, well, I want my children will be the one to do this. I'm not really sure of.
Don't be too harsh. Don't be too harsh on him. Or when sometimes life gets in the way of ambition.
I know.
Yeah.
I agree. And that's why I'm saying, whatever we're doing now, whatever quick money we're making now, as an immigrant, one of the things that can get you your freedom in this country and that can secure your future is get a business, even within your profession, put an eye on it, start small, doing it along the way as you're doing whatever you're doing. I have another guy here. He has, those big truck. He has about 5. Okay. And he's leasing it out. You can imagine. And he also started, I think when he came to the country, started with this SIA security thing, was doing security. So they posted him to one of these haulage companies. And that was where that idea of having a truck came in. And then he started saving towards it. He got his first truck, put under his master's. That one duped him, but he used that to learn. He learned in a very hard way. From there, he started getting his own. He has about, I think, 5 now, and he's okay with it. So for everyone, just as an immigrant, what I advise is just get a business doing. I have another friend who is doing farming too. So
here in the UK.
Yeah, in Scotland.
Really? But what's it farming?
In Inverness, it's farming watermelon, potato, and these their lettuce and others.
That's my dream life. My dream life is to be a farmer.
Oh, then come to Scotland. There are so many lands. They even do council location. So if you want to farm and you don't have money to buy land, you apply to the local government council. Then they allocate land. They lease, for some years for you because they are encouraging farming. But one thing is they control price too. So it's not like Nigeria where my produce now my produce. Therefore, I can sell it any amount. No. they control price, but they help you to improve seedling, meteorological these things, they predict weather for you, like flood in Lagos now. Wahab is just telling us that they will now start sharing information with media and others, which I didn't really buy that idea. They should. Lagos by now, Lagos should be, I know they are proactive, but they should do more. Share information. They're about to be flawed, and you said you know it, you knew it before it happened. Then share information. There should be alert system, to alert as many people as they can alert, so that people stay at home or people get, at least their vehicle off that area, so that you lessen the impact of that thing and things like that, So they do it here, they share information with you on your farm, they come and watch your farm, they come and tell you what they can do. And if they see you succeeding in it, banks will be going after you to offer you loans and all those things. So I think that's one of the areas where immigrants can get their liberation and freedom in Oyinbo land. If not, all those power things, at the end of the day, you just realize you don't really build career.
What recalls people from business is the unpredictability of it, and what stays people in employment is the predictability of it. They know they are guaranteed their wages, especially here. So you know that all you have to do is to turn up at work, and at the end of the month you get paid. But in business, you have to go and make that money. There's a difference between earning money and making money.
So that's why I agree with what Timajek just says, that Nigerians generally, we don't have the endurance of building something and they allow it to grow. And that is why, we are so hard on our country. A country just built in 1960, we'll be comparing the country of 1776. And we have this way of, let's get this this Indomie thing. Let's come. And I agree, it's our way, but it's something we should start having a rethinking of what do we do. Look at the Indians and Asians in this country now. They also, you see them coming also immigrants just like us. But before you know it, 5-6 years, you see them start having almost all the corner shop in UK. These Asians.
Yes, they never go into employment. Is it a high academia or business?
That's where they go. One man, I took one of my cousins, because one of my cousins wanted to start this Uber thing and all that. So I took him to their office and everything, and for him to go and do their enrollment for this Texas schooling training thing. So I waited to see what's happening. Full of Asians. Those guys that are doing schooling there, full of Asians. They're in transport business. They're in business that, where you find the real money in the UK and where you can really control. That's where they go to. You hardly see them in care. You hardly see them in security and all these things that we do. Even if you're going to see them in security, they will own their own security agency. They won't be working really. And most of the corner shops, they are the owners of most of the corner shops. And it's not as if they are richer. When you look at it, sometimes we even make more money from all this quick thing. But
Ogbeni, I think what helps them mostly is their frugality. They are very frugal. They can wear one pant and a shirt for the whole week and eat minimally. And their food now, that flour thing. But Nigeria want to eat bokoto, shaki, and all those things, and wear exotic clothes and things like that. And he will chop all the wusi money in that shop.
But
6 months, he pack up.
They share a commonality with Nigerians, though. They send money back home. But like you said, they are very frugal. Because they don't live ostentatious lives abroad. But if you go and see some of the structures they put up in their countries, you would marvel. Yes. But the difference with Nigerian is they want to ball in the abroad and then ball back home as well.
the Asians are conservative in terms of if Asians generally would rather buy one car for the family. That car, the wife will be driving it to drop children here and there, and drop the husband in the office and come and pick the husband. You see them going to mosque together and things like that. When you watch our own space, husband wants to have his own car, wife must have his own car, her own car too. We are so quick to start integrating.
And Ogbeni, we have one spear as well. I have one spear.
You see that? So
plus
on that
the super bike.
you see, you are paying to road tax, you are paying to insurance, you are paying to MOT. Yeah, you see, so a lot. And by the time you want to rent an apartment, you're thinking about apartment that would allow you to have 2 car parked in garage, or if you want to do road, then you have to get permits for maybe 1 or 2. Okay, and you know all these, and with all these Lex, this thing you can't drive, low emission thing, you want to look for maybe highly graded cars, and so all these things gradually hit into our income here, and then pressure from home, sending money back to Africa, and these things hit into our money. And one thing I've noticed about time is this: time keep flying, particularly for immigrants. Before you know it, you think you are just settling down.
Ogbeni, sorry, I'm passing through some maybe commentation from Africa. Am I the only one people asking for money?
You are not alone. No. You see,
Jesus
Christ.
I regretted giving people my number. I'm going to Nigeria December. When I came back, I will change my number. I'm changing my number. No, it's nah. No, I can't continue like this. I can't continue like this. Buy me Marwa, buy me Okada, buy me Marwa, buy me Uber. Come on.
What I would advise you to do is just send the one you can send. Somebody said, buy me Marwa. If it's £100, you can send. If it's £200, you don't have money, then you don't have now.
But that's a better request than send me money, though.
Yeah, I agree, Sha. So, but you see, things are so bad back home. Really, the things are so bad. Things are not looking well. We can only hope for things to get better back home, and so because of that, you'll be expecting those pressure to come, and but my advice, Sha, generally is that we should be thinking of business to do. If you don't know which one to do, collaborate with others. Asians also collaborate a lot. When you get to their corner shops, you won't find any other people there than Asians, brothers and sisters selling in their shop. Another thing I don't understand them doing is their wives don't really work as such. And I don't know where they work. I've been trying to figure that thing out. They tend to allow their wife to take care of the home end. And
yeah, but it's striking that balance, isn't it? Because if their wife is not taking care of the home, then somebody has to be employed to take care of the the school runs, the nannies and whatnot.
And one man, with that, with that, they reduce money in terms of spending money on child minding and all these things. Then secondly, they are able to raise their children to be well cultured, still speak their language, and also not integrate too much by losing their identity. And I think
they never integrate as much as they adopt the language and the right accent and whatever. They never fully they don't go fully outside of their cycle.
Well, man, let me make you laugh. Can you imagine a black British Prime Minister at the doorstep of 10 Downing Street? Go Dafasile.
Yes. Go go.
Some British only para wọn lórí kíní yẹn lọ́jọ́ tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀.
I was shocked that I did that, when it was going. It clearly didn't work if it's out already.
No, they don't play with it, though. Their religion. They don't play with it.
They are very conservative.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons they probably want to get rid of Sunak as well. It's not. Yeah.
One man, they are getting. Look at the logic. They are getting rid of Sunak, but they are getting more Asians into power. Look at Labour, and just go and look at the crop of MPs they are feeding him. Can't be check. Just try and fact check.
Benny, before you move on, and one man too. Why is all the name you've been mentioning now? I can't hear John. I can't hear Sebastian. It's just foreign name. as the foreigners take over the UK.
Let me shock you, Thomas. You know, when Rishi Sunak is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, a Pakistani guy, I think, is the Prime Minister of Wales, and then the Mayor of London, a Pakistani as well. It's only Scotland that is still holding
No,
steady.
not Scotland though. Scotland just removed their Indian First Minister too now.
Look at that.
Yeah, they just removed him like 2 weeks ago.
Was it not that lady? What's her name?
Sugan. They've removed Sugan since. They now put one Indian guy there.
So look at that. So an Indian Prime Minister in Scotland, a Pakistani, more or less Prime Minister in Wales, an Indian a Prime Minister in the UK, and the Mayor of London, a Pakistani. Unbelievable. And at the rate that you are saying they are entering parliament, then you know it's an inevitability that they are going to overtake. You know, because if they have the numbers, then what's to stop them? And I think I think there's an element of targeting in it as well. I think they are targeting. I think it's a deliberate thing going on.
They are very deliberate, and that's why I said they are strategic and deliberate.
Because they've made the money, now they want the power.
Yeah. They're unlike our own who are sensational. You know, we have this sensational. Rishi Sunak is cutting immigration. He doesn't want us to come. Oh, yeah, you know, that's our approach now. So everybody now go and vote him out. Go and vote him out. But they won't ask themselves, what does Labour even have for you? Is Labour saying it's going to remove that policy? And you won't ask. But they just say, he's cutting immigration. He doesn't allow us to bring our dependents. So go and remove him. As you. Anyway, we allow that.
All right. Who wants to go next? I don't know if Ajale Coco is ready yet. Ajale Coco.
Okay, so.
Oh, are you driving or? If you're not ready, then we can go to Prince. Or
okay, so what's up?
No, we're just talking in general. We're talking about.
I think
your system.
The topic? It's not my system. I don't know where it's coming from. Where is that coming from?
Oh, I think it's coming from Thomas actually. Yes. Oh, all right. So that is.
Happy Independence. So.
Bàbá àgbàlagbà àtẹ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé o.
Àwọn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ fireworks wọn ní jẹun gbádùn sí i.
Everywhere, every city lọ́tọ̀ máa dáná bolẹ̀ rẹpẹtẹ. Well, so happy Independence Day to all Americans at 4th of July. So we continue to pray for America and continue to pray for the world, continue to pray for Nigeria as well and Africa. So, woman, let me start with Lagos flood. I think we have to blame the authority in place for this flood problem in Lagos. That we have seen in Lagos. The reason being that they've been in control for over 24 years. This is not a problem that this is not the first time. It's year in, year out problem. So why haven't they permanent solutions to this problem? It's not that they don't know the problem. They know the problem. They know the solution to it. Why have they failed for 24 years not to have solution to the problem? So it's just of them. that they cannot build a drainage system that will suck up water anytime we have rain in Lagos. Just imagine 9 hours rain and the whole place is consumed. That is not good. So the drainage system is bad. They have not worked hard to build a very good drainage system, and that is why we continue to have this problem. So I blame the authority. Lagos is, Lagos is an international city. Why should we have an international city that is just disorganized and just like that? And they've been in control for 24 years.
Sorry, before you blame Lagos, every time it rains, it seems like in Houston, Texas, it gets flooded. But what about that? They don't have a good drainage system, or what is going on there? And not just Houston, Texas. Perhaps in Louisiana also, all those southern states, when it rains, torrential rain, it floods. What about that?
Can I come in, Ajalico?
Well, if they don't have,
Can I come in?
yes, come in.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. It's kind of very pathetic. When we talk about the goodness of Nigeria, we're talking about Lagos, which is a Nigerian concern. We are talking about the drainage system, which I echo what Ajalico said. And somebody come and bring water barrism. I mean, why are you comparing what's happening in America, Louisiana, and something like the flood that they normally have maybe not so often, like every year during during this time of the year, we always have the same consistency happening. The drainage system which is the work of the government, not the individual, should be blamed for that. Don't be bringing this water barriers in. This is so. What's wrong with some of these myopic Nigerians in abroad? They think they know so much and they don't know nothing. Thank you.
Well, a quick response to the man of prestige himself.
Right.
So your problem is that you disconnected from reality. So if it rains every year and floods in Lagos, and it rains every year and floods in Houston, why are you making distinction? What is the difference? Apart from Lagos, actually,
Is Houston your
Lagos,
problem?
hold on.
Nigeria
Lagos
is our
actually,
problem. Houston is not your
no,
problem.
Lagos is actually much better, so to speak, because given
And
the
so
population
what?
of Lagos,
Is that your
given the
problem?
population
The
of
problem
Lagos
is
and the
about
size of the
Nigerian
place,
issue.
given the population of Lagos and the size of the other states, and the massive congestion that occurs in that state, it's almost understandable. And I can almost guarantee also, just like I made my submission yesterday, even with good drainage system, with all the debris from the pure water and all those things people throw around, Lagos will still be flooded. Maybe not to the degree in which it is right now, but it still will be flooded. Even here where I live, where they have a lot of trees, when the trees when the leaves drop and they block the drainages, it gets flooded. It did not attend to it on time, the whole damn place becomes flooded. So, Prestige, it's not about comparing Lagos and America, but it's good to point out the reason why something occurs. See, you have to be more attuned to the reality of things, not just pick and talk. Anyway, go ahead.
Sorry, Prince. Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me quickly interject there. Prince, listen to this. Listen carefully. There is a road here in Australia and in Melbourne. I've been here almost 1 decade now. It flooded every time. Are you telling me this? The management and the authority of Melbourne, Victoria State, they don't have what to do on that place. It happens every time. If there's any heavy rain, the place will be flooded. The what they call it, the emergency agency will be there that people should not drive to that side. They will block it until the rain, until the water drain by itself. Are you telling me they don't have any lungs? But maybe the water is coming from somewhere they don't have power to
Okay,
stop it.
Thomas, let me add something, Thomas. Having said that, let's just assume that's the case.
Sorry, Prestige. Just give me 1 microsecond. Let me acknowledge Super Chats as bailout. Hand over to Thomas. Tope O. Ayo severally. That's still Ayo. Alexander Gomez. Still Alexander Gomez and him again. Tima Jack is in there as well. So that's Tima Jack. And that's Tima Jack still. So the Super Chat still open. Anybody that wants to add. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
So, Thomas, give me the time, just a minute. Thomas, can you give me the time to continue where I stop? Just a minute.
Yes, of course, yeah. Respond, yeah. Go on.
Okay, just let's assume what you just said is true. I'm not doubting what you say. You live in Australia. Okay. The bottom line is focus is about, it's about Nigeria, because the politicians in Nigeria, when they listen to us, where we are making all this war abarism, they be very redundant to do, to do the needful, because they say it's happening in other space, because our politicians are very famous. They are, in doing those kind of stuff. They will say, okay, because it's happening in other place. Why, let it be what we have in Nigeria. And if you want to, if you want to equivalent it to what is happening in Nigeria, do they have that kind of destruction in Australia? Like we have loss of life and destruction whenever it happens, not just in Lagos, most part of Nigeria. I mean, it happens every rainy season, which is like about June or July. I think it starts like, maybe late May, July, in June, July, I mean, that's the rainy season. I wouldn't dare go. I wouldn't dare go to Nigeria during the rainy season. Never.
Prestige, do you know there is something we don't have power? The amount of rain that's going to be rain. That's a natural something. Nobody can say yes. Even sometimes here, the methodologies or what they call them, they predicted rain. Sometimes rain will not rain. Sometimes they will say it's going to be scattered rain. It will be shower. Sometimes we will say it's going to be shower. It's going to be heavy. You know what I mean? So water sometimes, I understand they should put things in place, but there's some things, eventuality you can't really. There's flood in Dubai the last time. Can we say Dubai government doesn't have the capacity to maintain the country? But there was flood. It has never
But
happened.
when the people in
Lagos
Dubai,
problem is
when the people in
overpopulation.
Dubai are
It's
dissatisfied about the
overpopulation
situation,
and
they will
illegal
be,
buildings.
they'll be compelling their government to, to repair the, whatever resulted from the flooding. They won't be saying, okay, something like that happened in Nigeria, so just leave it. That's what some of you are perpetuating. That's my annoyance.
No, Prestige, Lagos' main problem is overpopulation and illegal buildings and debris by builders on the streets and the waterways. That's a big problem.
Is it the only Lagos where we have this problem? Look at other states do have the same problem. It's a Nigerian issue. Lack of government to,
That's why, see, Lagos is unique to Nigeria, just like you know. So I'm speaking about Lagos. Lagos is not, government, the governor, they're not as lazy as other states. They're actually proactive and they do a lot of work. So when we're talking about Nigeria, let's try sometime and separate Lagos and make our argument based on that.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's concentrate on that, because I mean, that's when you talk about Nigeria, Lagos, Lagos is the panacea, so there's no doubt about it. But I mean, I don't like to equivalent something,
No,
that's my issue.
we have to make equivalent sometimes, because we always often think what is happening to us, it's like it never happened in other places. That's why people always compare and contrast. Yeah, let's Ajale Koko, back to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, yeah, you are talking about the flood.
Man of Prestige, you don't need to worry your head about what this people are
Ajale
saying.
Koko, come on. Don't go with Man of Prestige. Never. It's giving us bad.
Man of Prestige, what they are saying is like, this is a Melbourne, one always flooded, so they can't find. That is Melbourne. What concern us with Melbourne? Texas, where it's flooded. What is my problem with Texas? If Houston City Authority are not doing their job, that's their problem. But Lagos is the pride of Nigeria. And when you see them in authority boasting, we are the biggest generating revenue generating state in the whole of Nigeria. We are the 5th largest economy in Africa. We are this, and you cannot build a good drainage for Lagos. Only for when a little rain, the whole place is flooded. It's just stupidity. So you know how to generate revenue. You don't know how to build drainage. Yeah, I don't get it. So I don't. They
Ajale
have.
Koko, Ajale Koko, hold on. Can we add the quota of the people to the flooding in anywhere in Nigeria? How people dispose their refuse in the gutters to block the waterways. Can we blame Nigeria himself before blaming the government? Thank you.
A waste disposal system around the state where people can dispose their rubbish and waste. People will not dump their stuff in the gutter. They will not
Ajale
dump it.
Koko, there is people refuse to pay because they are going to pay. There is in Lagos now. They collect refuse, they will put container in the front of your house. At the end of 2 weeks or 1 month, they will come and collect it. Some people refuse because they don't want to pay.
Okay, because they don't want to pay. So
yes,
it is the responsibility of the government to go after people doing that. So the government still have a responsibility to make sure that the are some that are not following the order of the state. The state should be able to fish them out and punish them. That is the way. That is the way government. Why do we have government? Government make the law, and they have to effect the law. People that are dumping this in the drainage and this thing, they should be able to know that, oh yeah, they're doing this thing, and they go after them. But what do we have? You just have government, a noise-making government that is not responsible. They don't care about, even all they care for is just noise-making, politics. Build the city into a world-class city. Effect law. There's a reason why we have law. Law must be thoroughly effected. People dumping this thing in the drainage should be punished. They have offices, government offices that is responsible for drainage and all this everything that run in the society. They have government office that in charge of them. So I'm blaming the Lagos state government for not be able to find solution to this problem. That every time when it's rain, the whole and millions or billions of billions of naira. It is not good. So how do you want people that want to go and live there, want to go and set up their businesses there, to see this and still want to come? No, government should be able to do something that can make the state and the city look unique, and and put an end to this kind of reoccurrence problem every year. This is just 9 hours. If it is 7 days rain, what are we gonna say? Do we still have seven days rain or geological meje? Do we still have it? if we have 7 days rain in Lagos, what is going to happen?
We still have it in some states. Yeah, we have it in Ibadan. At least they still experience it in Ibadan. The 7 days one. Yeah.
When I was going up, it is every year.
It's every year. Yes. Yeah, we experience it in
Ibadan. 7 days rain. If we have it in Lagos now, so what is going to happen? So people in government are not doing their job well. They should do it in such a way to put a permanent state. They are generating the revenue. They can do.
Please use the medium to blame the people, to blame those people. So you have never blamed people before. You always blame government. Yeah, let's blame people too.
Yeah, because
he doesn't understand why.
General Thomas, please. General Thomas, please. Ajaniko, can I just interject? In Germany here, every 10 meters, you will see a refuse, at least mini refuse. And then if you go to maybe each kilometer, you see big refuse depots. Only the people that have their houses, those landlords that usually pay, they usually pay for refuse collection. They usually go to pick up. They will put some designated for cartons and other one, or other rubbish. So, Mr. Thomas, the government have to lead the way. The government have to lead the way. Everything. Yes.
Let me tell you this. This what you are talking about, we've had it before.
Yeah.
I can say that for you for fact. We have it before. That everywhere you will see the refuse dump there, but people still abuse it.
No, they don't abuse
it. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
I remember very well in Badon, in Challenge.
Yes.
Governments always told us when the refuse is full, everybody keep your refuse in the house. I'm talking the public one now, the big one. Keep your refuse in your house. When they empty the big the bucket, then continue putting your refuse. I remember very well in Challenge, that roundabout in Challenge, close to Mr. Biggs in Challenge. Because I live in
with the overhead bridge, with the overhead flyover.
General Thomas, when I lived in Bodija in '86, on this where I lived though, there were trash cans in every house. 86.
Thank you.
And they come and collect them.
But can do that doesn't work because people always abuse it. That's why Lagos State resort to this personal one. The front of your house.
That's
Thomas,
what I
you was
said.
asking me before now. You did ask me before. Thomas.
That's what I said in my summation. That you still have people.
The best
You
is that
still have people throwing trash in the gutter. And Babaja is correct. It's just like collecting taxes in America. People would try to cheat. It is the job of the government to enforce the law.
But can do.
People are going to throw trash. It is the job of the government to enforce that those people are apprehended and made to pay a fine or whatever it's going to be.
Can do. Let me stop you there. Anybody that wants to do evil, they know the time they do their evil. These people throwing refuse, they don't do it during the day. You don't even know them. I know now. You know Nigerians now. Ajale Koko, you know Nigerians now. If they want, if there is a enforcement agency, Nigeria will outsmart them in the middle of the night. That's why they will go and dump this refuse. You know Nigerians now. So Ajale Koko, continue. Ajale Koko, can people hear me?
We can hear you.
I think Ajale Koko is busy with something here. Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. Don't leave us. Ajale Koko left. Yes.
Okay, let me before let's wait for Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, is Ola there?
Ola is here, but he's not speaking. He's here. He's on the screen, but I can't. Yeah, yeah.
P Daddy, are you looking for a fight again tonight?
No, no, no. No, I was gonna say I heard one man in Ogbeni complaining about the Indians and the Pakistanis taking over, the entire Europe from Britain to everywhere. And Allah was trying to let you guys know also that in the tech industry, they are essentially doing the same thing. But you guys don't want to agree to that. And that they have a way of operating and is to dominate. Now they've been sipping into the politics of UK, and they're succeeding all the way to the prime minister. They have the mayor of London, I understand, is an Indian or Pakistani. These people, they have an MO of operating, and in fact, I like the Indians actually. I like them. I have nothing against them, and I don't blame them. I don't fault them. I don't fault them for anything. Um,
Am
when
I,
you
am
have the
I, am
numbers,
I say, did I say have the floor or somebody else?
yes, yes, you do. Right.
You did that. You still have the floor. Yeah, let Prince land it. Then you get back your floor. Yeah, Prince land it. We go back to Adele Koko.
Okay. Yeah, quickly. So, um, it's everywhere. So when I know a woman likes to mention that lady Ann Coulter when she told Vivek Ramaswamy that hey, she's not going to vote for him because he's of Indian descent. She was, quite frank, straightforward, and let her position be known. Not all these pretentious people, okay, pretend they like people, but they don't really like them. Um, so you can call them immigrants, you can call them whatever. And that people like men of prestige, when Trump says black jobs, they jump up and down, and like the whole world is coming to an end. Well, there are black jobs, be it on the low scale or the high a higher scale. There are black jobs, and when people pretend also like Mike that immigration has no effect on jobs and the resources in the community or in the state is just delusional. Immigrations matter, and in a democracy, it's all about numbers. So if the Indians or the Pakistani can have the numbers in London, why not take over? It's just natural that they take over. It just makes sense. Anyways, Angela Coco, go ahead.
Okay, so let me round up on that refuse stuff or what they say, flood in Lagos. So it's the government that I am blaming for this. Thomas is saying, "Oh, people don't want to pay. People don't want to pay." You see, if the amount that are being charged for waste disposal is not too high, people will pay conveniently. But if it's too high,
It's a
yes.
ridiculous money. It's a ridiculous money. Adele Koko. I can tell you that. Yeah.
Okay, what is that ridiculous money? How much is that?
Maybe 3,000, 5,000. Depends on the gallon that you get.
Okay, so 3,000, 35,000.
Yeah.
To you,
My mother-in-law secure one in Lagos.
fine. To you, it is ridiculous because it's no money to you. But to many Nigerians, right there, it's not ridiculous money. It's a huge amount of money. So, but you see, um, uh, people that are throwing their refuse in the drainage.
Which day are you going to take responsibility, blame people to take responsibility for their actions? You never blame people before. No. Everything is government.
Yes, I will blame government because government is not doing their job right. They are not effecting the law. There's a law to that effect. And they can even come out that if you are a whistleblower, you can be a whistleblower. Come and report whoever. bring the video, and we give you money. And then people are punished. People can get punished in that respect. They can even show them on the state TV that these are the people that are blocking the drainage. Look at what they did. They show them. They show their faces, and they sentence them or fine them, fine or go to like 3 months imprisonment. Government must act as a government. Government must show that yes, this country or this state is the state of law. So all these excuses, people do this, people do this, they have not done their job well, as far as I'm concerned. So I blame the government for it. It's been like that for several years, and we are still confronting the problem. So why do we have them in place as government? Government is to make sure that the system work, the state work, and you know, this kind of threat to life and property does not exist. It is not a natural disaster. It is not. It's just a rain. 9 hours rain. I mean, well, that is where I see it, my people. So, what's the next topic?
Edo politics. Yeah, you want to go to Edo politics?
Well, Edo politics is for Edo people. The court, the governor of PDP, that is in charge of the state. We saw the way they conducted the primary. They didn't. It was not transparent. They tried Shuaibu, or what is his name? They tried to edge him out. They tried to impose his own candidate on the party, and the court is saying, yes, you didn't do it right according to the law. So we don't know what is going to happen. Maybe they still have opportunity for another primary. If not, then that means they're not going to have candidate to run in the election, and that will give room for APC to win. So APC will surely win. Shuaibu is putting his weight behind the APC candidate now, and he has people on the ground too. So it's just stupidity of politicians. Sometimes they want to rig their way to power, rig their own people to power, and this is the way they play politics in Nigeria, and they're doing it with impunity, and they believe they can do it anytime. So, but the court, cornered him this time and said no. So let's wait and see the next line of action. Maybe they're going to, I don't know, maybe there's an option of appeal on this, because this electoral issue, maybe there's, I don't know, maybe it's the high court. Is it the high court, or is it the tribunal? Or
Hey, Ajali Koka,
yeah.
I read that they have already appealed it. So I'm looking at it this way. Election is going to be held before the appeal come from the resolution come from Supreme Court, and because that has happened in previous state in Nigeria before. So PDP still have a chance. I mean, I'm not for any of the parties, so I don't have that much stake. I mean, I'm one Nigeria, but they haven't said that. I'm just going by what I heard on Arise News, that the PDP candidate, we still contest for it, under the same circumstances, whether it's going to win or not win, before the Supreme Court decide to decide. That has happened in several states in Nigeria before. I just want to give you that information. I got it from Arise News.
Oh yeah. That's okay. So if they have already appealed, so but it's a risk too. Even while the appeal is going on, if there is never reached Supreme Court, if they go to election and they win, and the Supreme Court affirm the decision of the High Court that is not the right candidate, then they will.
But Ajali Koko, Ogbeni told us they can fast track the what do you call it, the appeal.
Oh yes,
accelerated. They can accelerate it.
Okay, yeah, because of the election, yeah, they could do that so that they can reach a conclusive decision on who is contesting and who is not contesting. Okay, that's fine. So Yeah, it's a Edo State matter. Let them. They will sort it out the legal way. They will sort it out. Let's keep watching that space. What's next? What next, Thomas?
They're about to hedge Sunak in UK out of the party. We
I
don't
don't.
know what is going
I
on in
don't.
UK now.
I don't care about Sunak. If they want to sack him today, let him sack him. The people, I think, yes.
Angelica, you are very funny.
Yeah, I don't concern me about Johnson. It's it's time to have a new administration in Britain. Conservative has been in charge of that country for how many years now? Maybe it's going to like 15 years or even more than that if I'm right. So let us have a taste of Democrat, or what do they call Labor. I mean, they have run it for 16 years. The people,
they call Labour. I think they call them center left, whatever that means.
yeah, the Labor, whether center, right, or left wing, or last defense, that's their own. So, but look, the people in Europe in general and in America are not going. They are not going through a good time this time. They are not going through a good time. They are going through hard time, hardship, inflation. Yet the record is showing, yeah, inflation is coming down or inflation is low, but it is not the reality on the ground. It is not the reality on the ground. So when the people are,
So, Angelica, according to Prestige,
yeah,
so why do you want Labour to come in UK if the problem you're talking about is a global problem? I mean, the Labour Party in the UK, I mean, hasn't been that good for the British people. I mean, they are the ones that pushed them to join the EU, if I'm not mistaken. And all the poor physical policies and monetary policies they had in the past, it hasn't helped that country. So if they don't like Rishi Sunak, that is fine because of the color of the skin. But don't say Labour should come in, because I don't see Labour improving the lives of the people. Rishi actually is a smart guy, wealthy guy, and he understands the economy more so than any of those Labour people, I would say.
Wow. Hold on, Angelica. But Prince that just spoke, me and him have a very divergent opinion when it comes to politics. I mean, I'm talking about extreme in that regard. But this is the first time politically, or one of the few times I totally align with him. So I just want to put that there, Prince. I don't agree with you. I can say about 80% or 90% politically. Not any other thing. I don't know you, but politically, you are a mega. So, but having said that, this is the only time I'm aligning with you, okay?
Well, good. You're coming along. You get there, Prestige. You get there.
Prestige, the Republican, is telling you that they're going to,
Prince, Prince Daddy, Baba Aja, please 1 second. Prince Daddy, I beg, just FedEx some mega caps to him. He will start wearing them on the panel.
Condo, I thought I thought you are my California brother. Why are you why are you
No,
giving
I'm
me
your
that?
guy. I'm your guy now. I'm just pulling your legs now. I'm your guy.
Look, let me tell you this. So, look, when they are saying, "Oh, this is a global problem," let us take a look of it critically. The global problem, I mean, what is being referred to as a global problem, I don't see it as a global problem. Why should it be when West are taking action, when they are taking action that is I mean, when they took action that resulted in a blowback against them, and it's affecting their economy, they will turn around and now lie to their people a global problem. It is not a global problem. It's when they started this war against Russia, and then the energy, the cheap energy that they were getting from Russia is no more coming. That is when they started having problems. That was when the inflation started against their economy, because they have to buy source for this energy through another route that is so much costly. And the high cost of energy, you know what it is. It's going to reflect on everything in the economy. The energy costs drive the economic reflect on how the economic activities works. So if the energy cost is low, there'll be more money. Products will be cheaper. Cost of living will be cheaper. When it's high, it drives off everything. It drives everything up. So when they started this senseless war against Russia, and then they are not getting this energy cheap as they used to, then the economy started suffering a very serious setback. Britain had a recession, Germany had a recession, and they all suffering from what they did. So, and they want to describe it as global. What is this global thing that you are describing? It's not global. They caused the problem, and it's blowing back on their faces. So they should just, the people are not happy with the present government in Britain. The same thing in America. People are not happy because of the hardship that they're going through, and people want to vote in a different direction to see maybe they can find solution to their problem. Maybe they can start to play the what do you call it, the geopolitics in a better direction that will not cause an economic setback on their country. So what are we talking about? So conservatives have been there for so many years. They cannot be there forever. That is the way it works. It is time to go.
Wow.
I can go. I don't care. Obama, what do you call this? Biden? Yes, Biden been there for 4 years. People are hurting. Homelessness is increasing, and everything is going
Let
high.
him go. Let him go.
But Angelica, yeah, maybe other Americans are suffering, but black people are not suffering in America. Black jobs, it's secured in America. Black people are doctors and lawyers and nurses in America. So maybe white people and Asian and Hispanic people are suffering. No, black people. Black people are doing excellently. Ask Prestige to tell you.
Are you
Ask
telling?
Prestige to tell you.
Are you telling your man of prestige like that? Are you saying that to man of prestige? Eh?
Well, that's what he's saying. They said black people were doing very well. Black people have no problem at all. You know.
Yeah. Well, Ajale Goku, Prestige always tell us here now, I don't have any problem. I'm good. My family is good. Yeah.
You see?
He's
Okay.
a middle
I
class
don't
man.
know what to say, but that's fine.
He's a middle class man. He's distant from the people.
Baba Aja, I beg to differ. Prestige no be middle class, so.
It's
No,
upper
no,
class.
no. If you see his yacht on the waters of California.
Man of prestige,
Thomas,
upper class.
Yeah.
Don't be buying what they said. Okay, stick with me, brother. You are good with me. So don't listen to them.
So as I was saying, all these people, this guy look Indian. That's why they don't know. It's not because he look Indian. It's because people are hurting. People are complaining every day. the economy went into recession. So the economy was in recession.
Please give me there are people at the background. I just want to do some housekeeping. Let's know who is with us and who is not with us. Fortunately, you are with us. Do you have Ekene? Ekene? Let me give them some minutes. Maybe they step away. Yeah, Adewale. I think we have Adewale. We have Isaac, which I know we have Isaac. Yeah. Do we have yeah. Do we have Ekene? No. We have Prestige, of course. Obviously, we have Kendu. Yeah. Ajali Koko, continue.
Present, sir.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, go on.
Captain.
No, can do your own. How are you doing, Chief?
Yeah, Kendu is here, yeah.
Kandu is making us money. Oh.
Emeka, what are you doing this time?
Kandu is making us rich.
Emeka, what are you doing this hour? This hour, what are you doing here?
Now?
Yes.
No, I just finished working. I said I should come say hi to you guys.
Just drop by, right?
Yeah, just drop by. You know.
Okay, this is Baba. Anyway,
Emeka, you better be civil. You better be civil. You better be civil to me today, okay?
Emeka is always civil. You are the.
I'm very civil. You guys are the instigators. You are the trigger point. Always triggering. Good. Let me greet people that are doing well, Joe. Can do the great chief making us money. Can do. People don't really know you much.
I salute you, sir. I salute you.
You know you stay quiet. People don't really know your capabilities and your capacity. Maybe I need to blow your.
I salute you. I salute
Don't
everybody.
blow his cover, please.
Yeah. Anyway, Baba, good evening, sir, too. So I was listening to Baba Jalikoko, he expressing his opinion on the British election, which is right. You know, not only that, I think Baba Jalikoko forgot about COVID. The way they supported COVID and the push for vaccine. A lot of people got upset, and the lies they told about that vaccine. Now people are seeing that it is all a gimmick, it is a plot to make money, and it is a plan to get people more sick. So if your leaders are pushing a very vicious plan, right, and they are not empathic to the populace, why do you want to keep them in power? Now, for instance, it's not like this is not how will I put it? Oh, people saying, oh, I support conservative views, I support liberal views. They are just tired of the government that has caused them pain. Even in Canada here, we had a by-election. The liberals lost some seats to the conservatives. Trudeau is afraid.
Emeka, why are you coming up with this conspiracy theory? You need a fact to back what you are saying.
These are not conspiracy
this is the problem I have with you. You always come with.
Okay, man of president, allow me to talk. You know, you don't start with the triggering. Let me talk. Then,
but you need to talk facts. Don't come propaganda this place. It's not good for this platform.
Hold on now, man of prestige.
I mean,
was there COVID or not?
Yes, but when you coming up with this conspiracy theory that it was manufactured by the government in order to enrich some people.
Listen, you see, man of prestige.
No, I hate, I hate unfactual statements.
But listen to comprehend rather than listen to just speak. I said the pharmaceutical companies all lied. They said the vaccine is safe. Is it true or false? Except you are unaware, you can go and research. Now we can find out that the vaccines were not properly researched. The vaccines are killing people. The vaccines are not doing the job that they are supposed to do. The vaccines are actually changing the DNAs of people who took it. The mRNA. Go and Google it. Do your research. It's changing the DNAs of those who took the vaccines. And if you are not aware of this, you need to rush immediately and do your research and begin to look for alternative plans. So, because if you are taking an mRNA vaccine that can go and splice out your DNA and code into your DNA, it is changing your DNA configuration. So that's what I'm now. If government cannot sit down and look at the implication for this, Why should the electorate keep them in power? Same thing I'm talking about here in Canada. So the liberals are the ones in government, but currently the conservatives are having an edge and want to kick them out of power. Now in the UK, it is the conservatives that were in power during COVID and all this nonsense, the wars, the issues going on, the inflation, the recession, the high prices of goods and services, and people suffering. Now the labor, which is also a liberal, is beating their ass. In the United States too, Trump is having an edge over Biden, and the likelihood of Trump winning the election is very, very high. So this is not people saying, okay, I am a staunch conservative, or I'm a staunch liberal, or I'm a staunch leftive. They are just tired of government's policies that have hindered their progression. And as we can see, those governments that were in charge during COVID are paying the price for the stupid policies that they put in place. Let me give it over to Baba Jalikoko for him to conclude this session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Emeka. You see, when go to small businesses, small business, and go and ask them how their businesses are doing. They will tell you what is going on with them. I run a small business too. I know that the revenue was not, it's not as good as it used to be some years back. And a lot of people, of our clients, of our customers, are complaining of the hardship. So what are we talking about? So the figures can look good, the data could look good, could show that we are going in a positive direction, but the reality on the ground is totally different. So people are angry with their government all over Western countries. You can see the European Union election. They defeated all these, what do you call it? The head of government in what's their how do I describe them? The left, sorry, no, the center right are the ones that are winning the European Union Parliament seats. So it used to be center left controlling it, but they are taking over there. So it's going to spread across Europe, and the same thing is going to happen in America. So we have to look at the situation. So now I don't believe that it's because of his skin of his color, that they don't want to, but the economic reality on the ground in Britain and in Europe in general is not going good, and people are not happy with their government now. So they want to vote the other way and to see if they can bring sanity back into the economy, and bring a kind of policy that can work well with the people. So that's the way I see it, Thomas. So in
Yeah.
America, the same thing. People are hungry. People don't have money in the pocket anymore. Too much debt around the neck of everybody. People are overblowing their credit card. So it's
Okay, Jalikoko, I think
serious
you
problem.
said it. I think you said it. You see, it happens in Africa, it happens in Europe and everywhere. When the leaders take they discount the people and they pursue their own agenda, right? You see, the war with Russia, the Russia and Ukraine war could have been averted, right? It didn't have to happen, but they pushed for it. The British and the entire European Union can be enjoying the cheap um, energy right now. from Russia. Plenty. Russia has plenty to give them. And of course, energy drives a lot of things around the world, and it's going to help reduce the price of food for sure, transportation, and everything else. But it's almost like a self-inflicted wound these European leaders put on themselves. They didn't have to do it, but of course, the America, the Biden administration is the one that pushed them to war. That they must fight war, and we all know very well that Ukraine has nothing. They have nothing to sustain themselves or fight the war. 100% of the effort
The
in
war
this
was
war.
unnecessary. That war just clearly unnecessary. Why are you going into a war that does not need to be fought? Throwing money for who? Even Biden during the debate was saying, "Oh, it's the U.S. defense. We are not giving Ukraine money." That was a lie. And CNN was spinning it that Trump was telling a lie, and even when Biden was also telling a lie. What was the war for in Ukraine? If not for they just want to create more bloodshed, devastate Ukraine, so that United States companies can come in there and create a new civilization and make money for
Business
themselves.
as usual, right? Business as
That
usual.
Make money for
Ukrainian
themselves.
president, I've never seen such.
No, he's a puppet. That Ukraine war is 10 years late. The Ukraine war is 10 years late. Ukraine has one of the most fertile lands in the world. You can
The
throw
wheat, they
anything on
supply
the
the
ground.
world the
Yeah,
wheat.
they supply wheat. You throw anything on the grounds of Ukraine and it's going to pop up. So that war was 10 years late. They wanted to do something. They know they can't trigger Russia. Russia will come up with nuclear weapons. They knew what they were doing. They were baiting Russia with NATO using Ukraine. They wanted the war so that they can create devastation and United States companies can go in there and occupy that place just like they did with Iraq. Iraq, when they went to Iraq, guess what they went to do? A lot of people say, "Oh, they went to circulate the oil." Yes, they did that, but they were more interested in one thing that nobody knew. They were interested
Emeka, do
in
you
the
know what funny
secret.
to me? They
Yeah.
are not trying to fight war for them. They are giving them weapon. Go and fight. Very stupid people.
No, they knew what they are doing now. Because if they go there in food, it will only escalate to a hot war. It's not yet a hot war. It's not yet a hot war.
You know
But
the
what they are
funny
trying
thing,
to
Emeka? People are saying, "Oh, Russia, after 3 years, they can't even defeat Ukraine." And I say, look, there are a lot of ways to skin a goat. If you like roast it, you like pour it hot water. This man is doing what the Chinese call 1,000 deep cuts and raw
no,
pepper
but
on it.
he's not
Put the person
interested.
in the sun. Small,
I
small
agree
is
with you.
killing them.
I agree with you, Putin. I agree with you. Sorry, Baba. I almost
Yeah.
called you Putin. Yeah, but he's not interested in taking over Ukraine. That is too small.
No.
So he's only, you understand, he called it's still a special military operation. It's not yet a war. It's a special military operation. So, but he knows what the West is trying to do. And it will only turn into a war when the West gets involved fully. But the West doesn't want to
No,
beat
they will
Russia.
never go. They will never
They
put
will
boots on
not,
the
no, they
ground.
won't go. They know what they want
Never.
to destroy that place and then come in. US businesses will come in and create new markets for themselves and enrich themselves. And it's not for the average United States citizen. It's just for the few elites, the warmongers, the extreme capitalists, the defense contractors, the cold Nazis that want to just make money for themselves by
They did it
creating
in
pain.
Syria, Iraq,
No, okay,
Afghanistan,
thank you. They wanted to do it to Syria, but Putin came in to intervene because
and
they
got money
would have not.
too. He didn't do
Yeah,
it for free.
well, he intervened. And when they did it to Iraq, Putin was not the president then. He would have intervened. Why? Because he knew what the West was trying to do. They were going. He knows the agenda. There's this. Apart from going there to destroy things, what was Saddam Hussein there? It wasn't their business. What is it? The first Bush, right? That monster. He tried to create. Yeah, he's a
The
no.
43rd.
the 43rd president. He's a truly, no, I'm not missing word, and I'm not. He's a true monster of a human being. The very
CIA
top.
boss.
No, are you talking about the Bush, the son?
Can
Are
I
you
come
talking
in?
about
No,
the son?
senior.
Let me come in. Let me come in,
Senior was
guys.
even reasonable now. Senior was even reasonable. When he went to
Oh,
Iraq,
no.
he
No.
stopped at the where do you call this place? It didn't go deep into Iraq.
It
He just
wasn't.
collected Kuwait back. That's all.
It was not successful. That map, you see, there's a plot, and I think Hillary Clinton was the one who mistakenly, that's her database that they hacked into. There's a plot. That plan it has been developed. So Bush was just implementing that plan. How they were going to go into countries, right? The move. So it's a strategy plan. And Trump was the one who created a problem because Hillary coming in is to continue to implement the plan. When Trump won the election, it was a blowback to them. So Trump won them the election and cost them 4 years backwards. And that is why they were fighting Trump left, right, and center to get him off. But guess what now? They are going to negotiate with Trump. And Trump, you can see that Trump is coming. Don't worry, you're coming, don't worry. Trump is coming into the center. They will negotiate with him. The Trump we knew in 2016 will not be the same Trump in 2024. It will be a different Trump. It will be a complete different Trump. A Trump that would compromise.
Let me come in, guys, because some of you are saying what you don't know about, right?
Man of prestige. They say you are coming to negotiate with Trump.
Wait a minute. Let me enlighten you. Okay,
Man of
I may not
prestige,
be
I beg.
savvy when it comes to when it comes to Nigerian politics, but on international space like that. Hold on. Let me come in.
Man of prestige. Help me explain to
Let me
them.
come
Help
in
me
now. You have
explain.
been talking for an hour. I've not
Help me
interjected. So
explain. Help me explain to them, I beg.
okay, so my point is that whatever is happening in Ukraine and some other place in the Western Hemisphere, is larger than what you think. It's not about what you're saying, just that. I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, you're making some sense, but some of you are exaggerating, implying something that is not even doesn't even make sense. I think the problem with Ukraine has to do with Western imperialism. What do I mean by that? Because they don't really consider Russia and some other ones, Westerners. It's because of the NATO ally, and it has nothing to do with just USA alone, although USA is the leader, they are the one piloting the whole thing. Because they want Ukraine to join the NATO. And I believe I side with Russia when it comes to that. It's just like what's happening in the Asia place right now. America is trying to penetrate to Vietnam and Taiwan or something like that. And China, China is pushing very hard. That will never happen on their dead body. So I totally agree with that. So what I'm saying is bigger than that. It's about the imperialism. They want to, this problem never started until they actually, they want them to join them. So that's where what's his name, Russia said no. And I totally agree with Russia in that regard.
Man of prestige, you are saying the same thing we are saying, but you took it to a different point. Now, let me give you a history lesson. There was after the Second World War with the Nazis, right, where Hitler was trying to push the Aryan race, even though he doesn't look like an Aryan individual. I don't know what the hell was wrong with him. Russia, United States, and the British, they fought hand in hand to defeat the Germans. So after the Second World War, and it was actually the Russians that defeated that defeated the Germans. It was the Russians that went in. Foot soldiers went in straight in. They came in through the east and they took off East Berlin straight. So there was no need to form a NATO. Who was the enemy after Second World War? There was no enemy. The person, all of you came together to fight an enemy. Who was the enemy? You were just trying to.
USSR now. USSR.
Yeah, that was USSR. Russia. USSR now Russia. There was no enemy, so they created an enemy out of the Soviet Union. The United States created an enemy that was not supposed to be an enemy. That started with the Cold War, and then the Soviet Union collapsed.
hold on. Remember the ideology, the political and economic.
Communism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they are
communism. Yes.
capitalism and they are communism and
Yeah, that was
social.
what I said. That was.
So
I
that
agree
was
with you, Baba
that was
Janikoko.
yeah,
That
yeah.
there
So
was no need. People, just like they are trying to create an enemy out of China.
No,
Has
where the
China
law,
done anything?
where the war of ideology came in, they were influencing African countries to
Yes,
become
same thing.
communist, training their trade unionists and everything in Moscow. That's where America and the West came in and said,
yeah,
this is one goal. So people like
yes,
Nkrumah went down, Sekou went down, and a host of other African governments who were leaning towards
a
communism.
So
whole
that's why I agree.
all the
That's why I agree.
Emeka, hold on.
Go ahead.
They are enemy because you see all the African countries, particularly the Africans that are fighting for the independence of their country, they are more of Russia, I mean USSR socialism than the capitalism because that was what the West saw as enemy to them, and they have to do everything to stop socialism
Because
spreading.
it's about natural resources, control,
Yes,
our
yes,
No,
agriculture, everything.
yes.
but as at 1948, I don't think any African country. Remind me, I might be wrong. Maybe there's one, with the exception of Ethiopia. I don't think any African country has gotten independence at that point in time. It was
No,
the
Ghana
Second
was
World
the
War.
first, 1957.
Yeah, exactly. So it was the Second World War that made a lot of African countries, because they took some battalions, they took some African soldiers to go fight that Second World War. The British did that. So now that's why I'm saying the USSR as at them they were already communist. So they were not the ones who went in to take colonies in Africa. They didn't take colonies in Africa. Belgium did, France did, British did, the United States didn't. But the United States just looked at it and said, okay, we will work with whatever you guys have. The view is Russia or USSR or Soviet Union there was not pushing communism to the world. They had it for themselves. They weren't pushing it to the world. It was the West that was going around splitting up colonies everywhere and trying and when
Can I
they saw
can
that.
I can I interject for a second?
Go
Oh, well,
ahead,
not for a
Andy.
second.
Go
You
ahead.
see, I think the part that a lot of people are missing is that people have not forgotten 1913, nor have they forgotten 1914 through 1918. They have not forgotten 1939 through 41 either. When Hitler decided to take Poland, the British Prime Minister then,
Attlee.
yes, they had this wuru wuru convention where they said, you know what, let's placate Hitler and let him have Poland. That is the problem. Everybody seems to be forgetting that Putin went to Georgia. He almost took over Georgia. And there was a huge fight where he had to retreat from Georgia. Then he went into Crimea. The world would rather end this whole planet than let him have Ukraine. If he has, you see, this is the problem. People don't forget. If he has Ukraine, he will go into Moldova. He will never stop. And that is the history lesson people will never forget. And they will end this planet before they let him
Putin has not said he wants Ukraine.
No, you don't have to say. You see,
No. He said it
people don't listen to what you say. They see what you do.
No, hold on now. Hold on,
No,
sir. Hold on, sir.
one second, Meg.
Okay, go ahead.
Putin does not have the resources, nor the manpower for that matter, to want to take over these countries you're mentioning. And by the way,
what are you talking about?
he
He
didn't
was
invade
in
Georgia.
Georgia. He was in Georgia like 10
only took
years
out in
ago.
Georgia.
Chris, Daddy,
That
he
was
has the resources. So He has the
He does
resources.
have the
The resource.
resources. He has
He
the
has the
manpower.
resources.
Hello,
He has
hello,
the
No,
everyone.
manpower.
Hello,
but one
This is a.
second.
Go ahead,
Before
Prince.
yeah, before in Georgia, it only took a small part, which is called the South Ossetia. It never took on Georgia. Even in Ukraine right now. No, 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 no. Like, even in Ukraine right now, you went after Donetsk and one other region that were mainly Russian-speaking regions in Ukraine. And those people, they wanted independence anyway. They wanted to be part of Russia. Putin doesn't have the resources. Contrary to
No, he
what
does
Emeka
have the
said, he does not
resources, like
have that
Emeka
resources to go
reminded you.
to
He
take
has
over
the
all these
largest.
countries.
He has the largest man army. He has the largest number of weapons, tanks, aircraft,
No, no,
even
no,
more
no,
than
no,
the
no,
United
no,
States.
no,
But
no,
this
no.
is again,
They have the largest stockpile. No,
even
no, no.
if everything
Russia
that
does not.
you're
Russia does not have
Prince,
it. No, if
Prince,
they did, they would not be going to.
even if everything you are ascribing to him is correct, your problem is, and the world's problem is, people remember how Hitler was allowed to roll, and the fact that this guy has gone into Georgia and he went into Crimea. There is no reason for anybody with any
But
sense to believe that if you have let him
can
have
do in
Ukraine,
European
move into
history.
Moldova and
In
keep
European
going.
history, in European history, Russia or the USSR is being the only superpower that never really invaded other nations per se, and that's why they stood their ground against Nazi Germany and fought Hitler and defeated Hitler actually before the Americans came. Before that, a few years ago, it was Alexander the Great that invaded a USSR. You know, from the West. Russia as a country never. The French they have, the British have,
Yeah,
but Russia
that's
never
true.
did.
Where he Napoleon when he
Wait
tried
a
to
minute.
invade them,
Wait a minute, Prince Daddy. Are you saying Russia doesn't have any imperialism policy? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
they don't.
That's exactly what I'm
They
saying.
don't.
That's
No,
exactly.
you are you are co- you are, you
No.
are totally
Man
wrong.
of prestige. They are just trying to create it now. After this, they are seeing what the West is doing,
No,
and
no, no.
also what
No,
China is
Emeka,
No.
doing.
Russia has always been on expansion.
now,
You know.
now it's
Where?
even worse. All they're
Which
looking
country?
for is a
Okay,
buffer.
man
They
of
want a
prestige.
Can I
buffer.
say something, please?
Man
I'm
of
sorry.
prestige.
Good
Which
evening,
country?
everyone.
Yeah,
Good
good
evening. Can
evening.
I say something?
Yeah, let's hear from female. If you guys, man, we are not listening to the general, I will listen to the female. Yes,
Yeah.
this is
Let's let the lady speak. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just needed your permission. I just wanted to take advantage. Happy 4th of July, Independence Day to all the Americans listening and
Happy
all
fourth.
over the
Yeah.
world. Yes, I just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. I'm a co-host with Ms. Dupsy on Sunday on One Man, and we've not had our show for a while. And there's some men I see in this platform. I would like to, if you guys don't mind, I wanted to change the subject a little bit. So, because we have a lot of women home today. So, with your permission, can I be able to change the subject and get your view on something other than politics?
by the power confided in me, by the one man went to more. Yes, let's do it.
Wow, General Thomas has spoken.
Thank you so much,
The
Thomas. I
military
appreciate
commander.
it.
Okay.
Good evening, Baba Jenly Coco. Good evening, Emeka. Good evening, Man of Prestige. Good evening, Kandu Kandu. Good evening, Prince Dada. Good evening, Ekasin. Isaac Bag. Good evening, you all. So
Good
this is
evening.
my question I want to throw out to every one of us, and I just want us to keep an open mind because we have a listener. So my question is this. I had this question yesterday in another platform, and I'm here to ask this question. Why do our men, when I say our men, why do some African men prefer to go back home to get married instead of marrying women where they reside in the diaspora?
Wow, that one's very heavy. Yeah,
Okay. Prestige will take a lead on that. Go ahead, Prestige.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm probably the right person to ask this question because my wife was born here, but being she's from Nigeria. Having said that, she loves her Nigerian culture. So and she knows everything. Probably more than a lot of people here about Nigeria. Regardless that she was born here, she's a Nigerian first before American. So having said that. we met in college and something like that. I think it's my only, the way I see it is based on, I don't really believe in going to Nigeria to go get married. I'd like to know somebody. I mean, we have to be familiar with each other, something like that, get used to. But I'm not just going to, go back to Nigeria and let my people appoint a wife for me. I don't believe in that. No, that will never work for me. So, I mean, that's the way I see it. I mean, if I haven't met my wife and I met somebody from here, from Nigeria, whether it's from originally from Nigeria, I probably would have married the same person. I don't believe in going back to Nigeria. And if I have to go back to Nigeria, I have to know the person. It has to be my choice. It can't be what somebody pick for me. I mean, that's just the way I am. So
Yeah, I think I can go next. This is a wonderful topic, Ada. Yeah. So, but I didn't. I married from Nigeria. I moved with my family from Nigeria. So, but I can speak on this issue because I I think I have a, a fair understanding of masculinity, which a lot of women don't seem to understand. And if we are being truthful to ourselves, masculinity is dying. Uh, as we progress with these nonsense liberal views, we begin to see that it is trying to dilute what masculinity should be and look like. Let's start with our ancestors in the first place. Our ancestors, and even those who created us, they were not opposed to men having more than one wives, because what did the Bible or other religious books talked about? Go ye into the world, be fruitful and multiply. Okay. Now, our ancestors and even our creators had more than one wives. They had not only that, they even had concubines. If you are a very good ardent student of the religious books, I don't mean you are concentrating on just one religion alone, but you have to be open-minded. You will see that each of those religion or each of the books did not criticize the polygamy aspect of life, right? Where did this all come in? It is the push, Western liberal views, which has filtered into our consciousness. But then again, they're trying to change the nature of men. So when you say this to our lovely female counterpart, they don't want to understand men. They don't care to understand men. They only want to push their views. And where did they get their views from? From Western elite liberals who were pushing it through women to destroy masculinity. Now, to answer your question, masculinity is dying. Why would I want to be in a relationship with another man but does not have a man's privates? Right? Why do I need to struggle for leadership and control of my home with someone who thinks like a man? Because her mindset has been changed. She's been told probably she doesn't need a man. She's been told she's a partner. A marriage is not a partnership. If you want a partnership, go start a business. A marriage is not a business. A marriage is a marriage. So men don't want that. We are men. Women are women. Yes, we are humans, but because of our DNA, the way we are being codified by the creator, our creators, not the word that I'm using, I'm not using a creator, our creators were codified differently to reason and think differently, to have a different emotional level. The male aspect of humans tend to be more logical. It's not like we are not emotional. The female aspect of humans tend to be more emotional. It doesn't mean women too cannot be logical. But when a woman wants to begin to think and act like a man, it can happen. So I will go to a more conservative clime, a more conservative jurisdiction, a more conservative location that understands that men needs to be men and women needs to be women. And I will go pick for myself someone that I can have a good, strong family values with, because this liberal views has been destroying women destroying families, destroying kids. That is why many men in the West or Nigerian men in the West who are serious, not looking for papers, who are serious would go to conservative locations. Some would go to Ethiopia, some would go. I know Reno married and his second wife was from Ethiopia, even though he married a Nigerian woman in the United States, and that was a problem. Now he went to Ethiopia to go pick himself a wife and is happy flaunting her around and being excited.
So
Men who
Emeka,
are,
can you stay right?
yeah,
Can you stay right there for a minute? Let me understand what you're saying. Are you trying to say that women in the diaspora are so into themselves that they don't allow their natural instinct, or they don't allow themselves
their feminine
to
instinct,
show
their
their
feminine part?
qualities as a woman, that they want to dominate over the man? That is why some of our men go back home to get married. If I'm
I would
correct,
want
is
to,
that what you're
yeah,
saying?
I want to agree with that because the Western world has played the tricks, that played tricks on the mindset of women here. They are trying to say, okay, not that we are equal. We are all equal in the eyes of the creators. We are all humans. But in terms of leadership, providing leadership standard, let's all agree. The man provide in a marriage, the man provides that leadership, the woman supports and guides the children, right? She forms the culture, she grooms them, but the man spearheads the strategy of each family, of that family, and the woman implements that strategy. Everybody falls to the leadership, control, and influence of the man as the head. But when you are now saying you are a co-head in the family, there can't be two co-heads in the family. What the
Can
hell
we
are
have
you people
two?
doing?
Can we have two captains in a ship, and the ship
You
will
can
not wreck?
It will wreck. You only have one captain, the other is just a deputy. So that's what it should look like. But women are challenging the masculinity of women in the West. I'm not saying diaspora because I don't want to use the word because we are not like that. I listened to what's this popular actor on his latest podcast, right? Kanayo. And yes, he's from the south. He's a fellow Igbo man like ourselves. He said something. We are taking up cultures, values
Well,
that does not
Emeka, when
resonate
are you
with
going to
us.
give up? You are not a Igbo. You are a Yoruba man. We are claiming you. The Igbo don't
No
want
wala.
you. We are claiming you.
No wala.
Let me say something, Emeka.
I'm a
Just give me a
Nigeria anyway.
second.
Go ahead.
Emeka, I think some of the things you say make sense, but you have forgotten about the masculinity and the control of men. This is part of the reason why a lot of them go back to Africa because of that control. You're not
That's
putting
why.
that into a factor.
That's why I say men would be men. It is our nature to always want to stay in control. You can't change who you are. A dog cannot be a cat.
Yes, you
Neither
can.
would a
Yes, you
cat
can change
be.
who you
Hold
are.
on.
I
No,
mean,
hold on. Wait. Get
in
my
order
point.
to
Wait
accommodate.
now. Wait. Calm down. A cat cannot be a lion, or will the lion be an elephant? So an elephant will eat grass, or a goat will eat grass, but a lion will not eat grass because that is his nature. So men are men. That is masculinity. But it is because of these liberal views they are spreading into push it. Now, guess what? In Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia, which is ultra conservative. Now you see how they are trying to push views through the prince, the crown prince, right? For the very first time, Saudi Arabia held a swimsuit fashion week. So that liberal views is creeping in, and they are spinning it to okay, let the man open up his jurisdiction. Now, Saudi Arabia now is now trying to create alcohol malls because they are looking at Dubai. Dubai now, or the United Arab Emirates, has now been westernized. You see, is Saudi Arabia?
Emeka, don't you think what you're leaving out here is this? Your kids, my kids, who grew up here, every
They,
parent's prayer is for their children to marry someone that would take care of them. These kids have not. Yes, we instill in them the African culture, and they grew up here in the diaspora. Of course, they will marry someone who they are familiar with in their environment. So when you come with this notion of our culture, which I agree with a lot of the things you said, our culture, some of, our women, they tend to change when they get over here. Then the question becomes what you just said. When these women get over here, they go to school, they test what freedom is like. They no longer want to be in the marriage because they have used that partnership to gain a sense of security from you and I. Like, okay, I'm marrying him. He stays in the diaspora. My kids are going to have a good life. My kids are going to have good financial. They're going to go to better school. So when they get here, get more educated, coming from a background where women, some of our women don't have a voice. I don't want to say all of our women. I use the word some for a
But I
reason.
don't agree with you on that, right? Nobody is stifling the voices of African women, except maybe those in Islamic countries. And that
Okay,
is
if
based
you
on
land,
their
Emeka, I'll
religion.
come in.
Huh?
When you land, I come after you.
Okay. All right. So nobody is stifling. In Nigeria, women are free to do what they want to do. Women are free to
No,
go
Emeka,
into
you cannot.
government.
No, Emeka,
No,
I quite don't agree.
let's be
Please, okay, no, can I
let's
ask
be
you
factual.
something?
Go ahead,
No,
ask me.
can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
When women go through domestic abuse
No.
back home.
You are being selective here
No,
now.
No. Yes,
You are
hold on,
being,
hold
you are
on.
being, you see, that's why
Emeka,
I don't try
hold
to
on.
play this
Please, can
semantics
I
with
allow
women.
to express
Go
this
ahead.
so that
Go ahead.
I'm just
Go ahead.
playing? I don't want you to see me as,
Go
Ada
ahead.
is a
Go ahead.
feminist or this thing. I'm
No,
just
you are
speaking
beginning to
for both
sound like
sides
this.
of my
Go
mouth
ahead. Go ahead. Go
because
ahead.
I need to cover it. Like, okay, back home, when a woman is being abused, she goes to her family. The one thing they tell her, stay in that marriage, your children. Oh, he's going to change. Men as well do get abused here
Correct.
in the
Yes.
diaspora, United
No, even
States,
back
where
home too. Even back home.
even
Men
back
are,
home, yes, which I
and
agree with you.
I will tell you now. You see, women tend to play the victim game, and I say they're playing they are Olympians in the victim Olympics games, right? They are the ones who shout the most, they're the ones who complain the most, they're the ones who cry foul the most, but they are the ones who perpetrate the most violence in the country. They are the ones who trigger and instigate violence in homes through their kids, through their mates, even their husbands. They are the one who push for it. They are the chief domestic violence perpetrator. But
Okay, Emeka, but this is
when
what
men,
I
hold
want
on,
you to do.
let me land. When men now react, they rush to cry the most. They rush to speak more. Women speak more. I'm not saying women don't go through those violence, but I will tell you that the statistics and the facts don't hold waters. Women are the most vicious domestic violence perpetrator in every
Emeka, can I
marriage.
say to you,
Go
I
ahead.
beg to differ, and I'll tell you why.
You can bear to differ. That's just like the
Yes,
way I differ with you. I differ on your opinion because you know why. You see,
which is okay.
you know
That's
why
we're having a conversation.
men suffer in silence, right? Which man? I know men I know men whose wife beats them, but they can't come out to say it because it's shameful. It is unheard of. It is
But Emeka, the
unmanly.
point I'm trying to make, I agree with you. You cannot compare that percentage with the percentage of women who get abused. When I say
What
abuse,
kind of
I'm not using the
abuse?
word, hold on, Emeka. I'm not using the word physical abuse. There's something called physical abuse and emotional abuse, financial abuse. I can go on. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. Let's keep an open mind,
Now
and
let's
that's why I came in for us to.
take out physical abuse, right? Because I've just told you, women are the ones who will first slap you, they are the ones who will first shout at you, they are the ones who will abuse you the first, right? And when you react, they are the ones who will go and tell everybody in the world. Now, emotional abuse. Women are the most emotional abuser in the world. They are the ones who will not allow their husband to touch them. They are the ones who would not allow their husband to enjoy their marital obligations. So what emotional abuse are you talking about here? When I keep saying women, when I keep saying, wait, hold on,
what
guys,
you
hold on, guys,
preaching
hold
is
on, guys,
totally,
hold on, guys, hold on,
homophobia
guys,
and misogyny. Let me just tell you against women. That's not right.
Wait. When women come out to play these nasty games of saying I'm being emotional abused, and you investigate thoroughly, you find out they are the ones who are the perpetrator. Right? So what emotional abuse are you saying? Now maybe you say your husband says, okay, he wants to have somebody else. Our culture, I started with our ancestors and those who created us. Do not frown against a man having more than one wife. If you don't like it, get out. If you like it, stay in. But our culture don't frown
But
against
Emeka,
it.
you're still
Now,
going back to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I am saying to you, when you come from a culture where they frown out divorce and the woman cannot come out openly, a lot of these women depend on their husband financially, even those that don't depend on their husband financially. The point I'm trying to make to you is this, Emeka. At a point, everything you just stated, please tell me where a man is wrong. All the statements you made, you never said anything about, oh, men do this, men did that. I agree with some of the things you say. All I'm saying is, let's have a balance in our conversation.
Sorry, can I
as to
come in?
acknowledge, yes,
Sorry.
as to, hold on, I'm
Let's
sorry, can I finish? Then you can
okay.
speak. As to give a balance, like a lot of our women go through a lot. I'm not saying our women are
don't
saints.
even be specific. I am a man who will speak on, who will stand on context. Be specific with the context. What is a lot? What is a lot that women are going through? Now, let's be very open here. Now, when you say, oh, women don't have a voice, I challenged you. I pushed back. We have senators who are women, who are women. Senator Ireti Kingibe is there. The woman from Kogi is there. So if you want to aspire to become the highest office, you can as a woman. You only have to come out and compete. But let's be honest here, women tend to go towards feminine roles, and men will also traject towards masculine roles. Women love to nurture. So that is why many of them will go into nursing, teaching, medical sciences, or things that they can express care, empathy, and love, because that is their nature. A woman will not want to go and be, not many women want to become CEOs because it's a masculine role. It is only very few of them who have strong masculine traits that want to go out to compete like men. So when you leave women and men to do what they love to do, women will tend to move towards feminine roles. But if a woman says, I want to pursue this in Nigeria or in Africa, except Islamic countries where they have their rules stated out for them based on the Quran, who stops women for being who they want to be? Nobody. Can women, for once, be honest to themselves? Even here in the West, leave women alone. You see them going into teaching, nursing, medical sciences, doctor, child care, which one again? Housing resident and the rest. Nonsense.
Yeah.
You see that they will go. Wait, one of
Emeka, give me a minute.
hold on.
I think
Hold
what
on,
you
you
are
will
preaching,
come
hold
in,
on. I think
you
what
come
you
in,
are
don't worry.
preaching is
Wait, let me
called
land now. Let me land.
toxic masculinity. Because you are trying to maintain, the hierarchy, your own hierarchy of men hierarchy. I mean, it's wrong.
Let me land. Man of
Can
let me
anyone hear
land.
me?
Leave women.
Yes.
You see it here.
Hold on,
You see it
Emeka.
now.
One man wants to say something. Let one man. Yeah.
Yes, Emeka land that point, and then after that, let Ada have a flow, and then I think other voices wanted to come in as well. Isaac wanted to come in, Prince wanted to come in. I think Prestige wants to chime in. So land your point. Let Ada take.
No, Prestige was not chiming in. Prestige was trying to say I'm a toxic masculine man. And
Yeah, but I think Isaac and Prince especially wanted to come in. But
that's his
land
opinion.
that point,
I'm being a man. I'm just being a
and
man.
then let Ada have a flow. Land that
Yeah,
point,
no,
and then
no problem.
And also before you go on, we are somewhat changing the topic now. Let's stick to the topic of Ada, saying why men always go to Nigeria to go and get a wife. So Emeka has taken us to another
feminism.
I didn't take you.
Something.
It was the
You
question.
did.
It was the question.
You
It
did.
was a follow-up question that made me
No.
go there.
Let's stick to why men go to
Yes,
Nigeria to
I have.
marry.
I think let me round up in these seconds, and I leave it for you guys to discuss. Men go back home because they love conservative values. They want their family to stick together. They don't want Western values creeping into their home and destroying their home. Let's be very realistic. In the Western world, the black race has the highest rate of divorce. Divorce is splitting us apart. We are not doing any better. Women can say what they want to say. Oh, I'm free and that. They are doing poorer. Two people earning is much better than one person that is earning. I have seen it. My best friend here is a family lawyer. I see the stupidity that women do here. They go around, they leave their marriage to become side chick. I don't know where that nonsense behavior is coming
you are a
from.
very
So
funny
you
guy,
guys
man.
can continue. It's true. I'm being factual here. How can you
Thank
be
you so
married?
much. Thank
How
you so
can
much,
you be
Emeka.
in a stable
Okay,
relationship?
Emeka, can I
How can
say
you
this?
be in a
Thank you.
stable relationship? You leave a stable relationship because you say the man is abusing you only to become a side chick.
Emeka, I agree with everything you say, and I'm okay with your response. Isaac, could you take up, please? And after you is going to be Prince Dada. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Even though General Thomas already restated the question or the very topic you introduced, when I say I wanted to come in, I just wanted you to repeat the question so that we can dwell on that very question.
The question, you want me to repeat it, sir, so I can repeat it?
Just repeat it before I say what I want to say.
The question is, why do our men who live in the diaspora go back home to get married? When we have women here, they can get married too, where they live in the diaspora. And when
Okay.
these women come here, the relationship doesn't last. Some of them, some.
Okay.
I'm not saying all. So that was the
Thank you.
question. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what we are going to do. First of all, we are 10 in the platform. We are going to have a vote. You will be the INEC chair lady. So I will stand
I like
for,
that.
first of all,
Go, Isaac.
I will stand for, I will be the first voter. I will stand against any man living here, the world we are in here, America, UK, US, wherever, to go to Nigeria to get a wife. I will stand against it. That's vote number one. So you can conduct the vote round. Then the winning side is going to be authoritative in this matter, not somebody just coming to come and be wrong.
I kind of like that. Okay, I kind of like that. Let's start with Thomas. Thomas, where do you prefer to get married to if you were to do that now? In the diaspora or back home?
I will go back home. And let me state my reason. I will not go back home for somebody to pick a wife for me. No. Maybe it's somebody we have been dating before, or I would prefer to, in nutshell, I would prefer to marry a black person and a Yoruba lady. That's my answer.
Thank you so much. So that's one back home. Mr. Kandu, what is your preference, here or back home? Thank you.
Wow, I don't want to sound like a politician. I don't actually have any preference. I think women are women wherever you go. I've dated women from all over the world, Russian, Mexican, Chinese. They're all women. So if a gun was put to my head, I will have to say where I'm at.
That's 2-1.
So here.
Okay. So, man of prestige, could you please answer the question, here or back home? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think I'm very much aligned with what Kandu said, in order not to repeat what he said. I think it depends where, the person I'm aligned to. If I'm America, we both have the same value, we share the same value. So I think I'm going to marry to my, to where I am at the present. But if I'm in Nigeria,
we are prestige. Ada, can you add that people should be truthful? Because I'm
Yeah,
hearing
yeah,
some.
I mean, what
It's 3-1
why
already.
would people
3-1.
sugarcoat? I mean, you have to be
Keep the
factual. No,
note.
but we have to be factual.
3-1.
Why would somebody pander? It don't make no sense. But anyway, having said that, like I said, I'm going to marry to to my surrounding where I'm familiar with. But if I'm like what Thomas said, if I'm familiar with somebody and I've been dating with somebody, maybe we went to high school and something like that, I will think about that because I don't know what she be doing for the past 10 years or 7 years. So that's the problem. So in a nutshell, let me just be very honest about me. I will marry in America, okay? Short. Let's make it short. It can be a Nigerian, it can be, anybody, but I will marry I will marry in where I am.
Thank you, sir.
Please,
Mr.
sorry,
Isaac, so
I next lady, please keep that in the Viva.
yes, I'm writing it down. So where will you marry, here or back home, sir?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Mr. Isaac. Yes, I'm asking you, sir.
I voted first.
Okay.
Yeah, I prefer to you marry where you are. If you are here, you marry here. If you're in Nigeria, let Nigerians marry Nigerians.
Okay. Thank you. Praise Dad, I'm sorry I skipped you. Where will you prefer to marry, here or back home?
Yeah, I'll. It has to be someone in my own environment, quite frankly. And I mean, if right now with what I know and my lifestyle and everything else, I would say it has to be someone close to me, right? Um, you know, people marry women from back home because they want someone that can cook African food or be more in tune with their culture. But I'm pretty much assimilated in a lot of ways here where I am. I can enjoy African food. I can enjoy American food very much. So it has to be around me where I live, and but the criteria has to be one. We share the same hobby in a lot of ways. We have a lot of things in common, just beyond um, culture or the background where she comes from.
So you're saying here, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying here where you are?
And you
Yes,
guys, so
yes.
you're not are you listening to the men? Many of
Yeah,
them, from what
okay.
I'm listening, what they are saying is they would prefer non-Nigerian women. From what I can hear, they will prefer non-Nigerian women.
Okay, Emeka, what is
Why
your
you
vote?
putting word
Emeka,
in
what
my
is your
mouth?
vote, here or back home?
Oh, it doesn't matter for me. In my
No,
view,
but
I
you have to
think
choose one. We're
it
voting,
don't.
so
No,
you have to
I'll
choose
go
one.
with Kandro. It doesn't matter for me. It all matters on your masculinity as a man. The man should be the leader. Women follows, men lead, women follow. You tell her
Alright.
what she wants, she'll do it. So women from all over the race, and it's not about the African. You can a white woman would cook a negusi soup if that's what you want. She goes to YouTube and do it. But just tell her, this is who I am, this is what I am, and this is what you must do. And if you guys are tired, yeah, you could go your separate ways and you get somebody else that will continue from where she stopped. So you just be sure. I think a lot of men are not sure about themselves anymore. So if a man is truly a man, it doesn't matter. Whether, like what Andrew said, whether you bring her from under the sea in Africa, if she comes here, she wants to take up those views. But as it is in your house, you are the Lord and Master, and you are the God. She will follow your rules.
Wow, Emeka.
So,
So if I understand what you're saying, if I understand what you're saying,
they're gonna come for you big time.
not bad,
Yeah.
not bad coming from me. It is the way. See, it is mine. You see, some men don't know that
So
they are
you are
men
the God.
anymore.
You are the God of your
so
house.
I am the
Emeka,
God. No, I am the
Emeka, where
God
your
of
vote
my
is,
house.
if I understand what you're saying, your vote is where you are. You marry a woman in
Anywhere,
your
but I'm
environment.
I'm married now. But if my marriage does not work out, yeah, I would pick somebody from here, and she will continue from where my madam stopped. But she
Okay.
must. I am the God in the house, so
Okay, thank you.
She's not a co-pilot. We are not doing partnership. She's a wife.
So
Okay,
Emeka,
thank you.
you don't believe in feminism.
No man of prestige. Hold on on that. Hold on on that.
That thing is a way to go and do your research, man.
No, let's not take it. No, Emeka, you voted. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go and do your research. It's a
Baba,
way to destroy families.
okay, thank you. Baba Jenly Koko, good evening, sir. The question is, where do you prefer to get married, here or back home?
Thank you for that question. We go for love. If I have a girlfriend in Nigeria,
Baba Jarikoko, I don't see you as a lover man, though. Eh? you just changed my views. Huh? I will go for love.
go for love. If I have a girlfriend in Nigeria before coming here that I really love, that's the person I will marry. I will bring her here, and get married to her here or in Nigeria and come here and bring her here. So, but if no girlfriend at home before coming here, yeah, I will take my time, look for somebody that I know is compatible and loving, caring, a Yoruba person in particular, get married to her here. So
So
but
let me understand what you're saying, sir. So you said you prefer someone in your environment. Am I mistaken?
yes, somebody. No, listen. I said if before coming here, coming to America, I have a girlfriend that I really love in Nigeria, that is the person I will marry.
Baba Jali Koko, please let me put this. Now the question. Look at where the question is going.
I understood it.
No. I want to put it well to you. You don't have somebody you love. Not in Nigeria, not here. You just developed that you want to get married now, and you are searching.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. No person. Okay. If here, yeah, I will go for person here that I know that that somebody that I love, that she loved me, a Yoruba person, preferably. So where so I will go for the person.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And her name will be Bisola.
Ben.
Thank you also. You said you prefer
why not Tope?
Okay, the next person is going to be Mr. Simber. We're asking the question, where do you prefer to get married? Finding a woman, going back home to look for a woman, or marrying where you are? Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Well, let me say this with the topic that you are talking about and with the benefit of hindsight. Because what I can see that's responsible for what you are talking about, Adama, that most of the marriages that people undertook from abroad, going back home to go and take ladies doesn't work. I think one of the reasons is that it's the men that loves, the women doesn't love. And the man.
Chairman, sorry, please, I'll cut you. We will go into discussion later.
No, just hold on. I want to explain the
wait,
reason
I
why
have a lot to say also.
Isaac
It's just the vote. The vote.
No, allow him to just express himself.
Let me talk now.
Please, let him express himself.
So men also, they invest a lot in that kind of marriages with little or no investment from the woman. So it's very easy for them to say no when they are somehow they see that they can be independent because they have little or no investment in that marriage, and that's why they can easily quit. So if
I can't deny what you're saying. You're right, brother.
So with the benefit of hindsight, as I am now, if I want to get married now, I will marry where I am, and I will not even marry a Nigerian lady. That's to be factual. I will not marry a Nigerian lady. Thank you.
So you say you prefer to marry somewhere where you are. Thank you.
Yes.
Desi,
That's abomination.
àwọn
Otuapia.
ọmọ aráàbù ti wọ̀ ọ́ lójú.
Desi, could you please unmute? Where do you prefer to get married? Here in the diaspora or going back home? Thank you.
Anybody speaking? I can't hear anybody.
Okay,
Yes,
I was
I just
asking
I think he
Des.
dropped off. I think he
Yeah.
dropped off. So
Okay, Des
let
dropped.
me announce the vote. Overall, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of our men say they prefer to marry where they are. Now the conversation starts, and I'll start with Mr. Isaac,
Yeah,
which means
No,
oh,
I should start.
that's okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir,
You
from
just
Des, then you can continue. Yeah.
yeah,
Des,
Des,
welcome to the program.
can you take a vote if you don't mind?
Is it like basically a straight up yes or no question, or should I just go into details or what?
Yeah, you can
No,
give
you're
us
going to
few minutes.
you can just give a highlight, not going into that much detail, but tell
Okay.
us where your preference is.
I can't say. I mean, it depends, doesn't it? It's like who you're happy with. There's no like really straight up question or straight up answer for this stuff. If you actually love a girl and she's in diaspora, get married to her. If you love a girl and she's in Nigeria, get married to her. I don't see any,
No, Des, I'm missing the point. It's here or there. You just have to pick one.
I have to pick one.
Yes.
Okay. If I'm trying to pick, I would say someone around me. Yeah, because if there's no point going to Nigeria and doing, it's just stressful to me, to be honest. Love, you can find love anywhere, can't you? You can find love wherever you are. Just go find love.
And I agree with what you say. Love is love. It doesn't matter where the place is. The main thing is understanding. So if I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you so much. Now let me announce the vote. We have 1, 2. The only person that voted back home was Thomas. The rest of us voted where we are. So now we are open to discuss and explain why we want to marry from our environment or back home. So I'll start with Mr. Isaac.
I thought it's Prince Daddy turn.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's start with Mr. Kandu so that it will go in a manner. Mr. Isaac, are you okay with that, if you don't mind?
I'm cool.
Okay, Kandu, can you please unmute? Mr. Kandu, can you unmute? You're the one to speak now.
Yes, I think some of the people that have spoken have touched on a lot of these things. Part of the problem, the way I see it, is that people have lost the idea of what a marriage is supposed to be. Marriage is not even about love, because you can be in love and you can be out of love, even with your wife. It's about duties and responsibilities.
So, Mr.
It is my
Kandu, are you saying, Mr. Kandu, not to interrupt you, are you saying that marriage, in essence, is a partnership? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not a partnership. Is like Mr. Maker said. If you want partnership, go and start a law firm and be a partner. To me, marriage is about duties and responsibilities. It is the duty of a man to be.
Kandu, please give me 1 sec. Ada, can you please add to this? So in a broad stroke, why most of those marriage don't really work at the end of the day? Thank you.
Okay, so
Yes. Did you hear
again,
what Thomas said?
yes.
Yes. Could you add
So
that to your question? Thank you.
absolutely. Again, it's to me, marriage is about responsibilities and duties. You can love someone and fall out of love with them. If I tell you, if I was talking to someone over the last week. I said if I got $1 every time a woman has told me they love me and then they don't love me anymore, only God knows how much money I will have. So if it's really about love,
You'll be a multi-billionaire.
yes. If it's really about love,
I agree with you, Kandu.
you
Fire
see,
on.
yeah, you see, I tell people this, like when I see people, especially when I hate to use this, well, this is what I'm going to use. When I see white people that say they love their dog, they will spend $40,000 to do an operation for that dog because they really love that dog. To me, I don't know how many people you can love in your life. I don't know how many women you can love in your life. Since you were 18, everybody should just do a mental calculation. How many people have come into your life that you say, "Oh, I love you," and then you're no longer in love. So to me, especially
Can
when they're
do
gonna
na
be
lie, na lie, na lie. Forget about it.
especially when there are going to be children involved, that's when the duty, and it's on both parts. The man has to be the man and do the things that the man is supposed to do, and the woman has to play her position, which is a supporting role. It's not about anybody sitting you down and say, "Oh, you must do this." The man is the chief priest in the marriage.
But do,
The chief priest,
can
the
do,
wife. Yes, sir.
can do. You cannot hear me. Okay,
Yes,
but
sir.
you don't believe in love. You
No,
believe
I
in.
believe. No, go
Yeah,
ahead. Sorry.
is that? I think in your opening statement you said you don't believe there's. Is it marriage you said, or what did you say that you believe
No, I
in?
said it's not supposed to be just about love. Yeah, you have
No,
to
it's
love the
partnership.
person.
Partnership. I think he's talking about when you said it cannot be a partnership.
Yeah,
That.
partnership.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not a, yeah. So you have to love the person that you're with. Is that love that makes the woman wants to cook for you? Is that love that makes you when something if something is if there is noise in the middle of the night, you're not going to say, "Hey, BC, your lọ sísàlẹ̀ lọ wo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ yẹn." It is that love for that woman, for that family, that takes you out there to go and take the risk to protect your household and your family. So there has to be the element of love. But what I'm saying is, what I see most people do is it's lost. Is lost, not love. Because if you have that love, even if somebody does something that you don't like, that love will keep you there. I'm not saying that if a man is taking a 2 by 4 to your head, you should still stay there. I'm not saying that if a man is not pouring into you, you should stay there. I mean, the job of the man is to pour into the woman
Kandu,
and
my
vice
question
versa.
is, Kandu, my question is, I heard what you said. I like your line of thought. It aligns with mine. But there's something I just wanted to understand. Are you saying a woman waking up to prepare meals for the husband is because of love or because it is her duty?
No, it is the duty, but it is the love that she has that makes her want to do it. It's
The,
not
the,
like
the
it's
love,
a
the
job.
love could come like, yeah, like enjoy doing it. Yeah,
Yes, enjoy
yeah,
doing it for
enjoy
that
doing it.
person.
Yes, like
Yes,
this is my husband.
yeah,
But
yeah.
to do it, is it love or duty?
No, that is the part of the duty portion of this scenario that I'm painting.
Thank you, Kandu.
But yeah,
Thank you.
but
You've answered my
again,
question. Go ahead.
yeah, the reason why we have so many divorces, in my opinion, and people not staying together as they used to, is because of the liberation that women have had now or have now that they did not have before. Before, back in the days, women will stay because they don't, they probably
Sorry,
don't
can do
turn that.
quickly
Yes, sir.
before I bounce. In the line of Emeka's question, are you saying is the duty of the woman because you have a clear delineation of duties between the two of you, or are you saying regardless if she works a full-time job as a professional, it's her duty to cook?
No, you have to spell out
No,
that duty.
no,
That
no.
duty must be spelled out
Yeah,
completely.
yeah. You see, when I've heard some of this conversation like this, you see, we're not talking about useless men. We're talking about reasonable men. A reasonable man, number one, of course, it depends on what they agree to within their family structure. I would not expect any woman to go out and work 10 hours, 12 hours a day, and then come back while I'm sitting with the remote and saying, go into the kitchen and cook. You have to have how you structure yourselves. Maybe if
Well,
she's the
well,
one
then
cooking.
in that case, it's not a duty. Then it's not the woman's duty. You can't say it's a duty.
Again, it depends. If okay, let's say she's a housewife. Let's even say she's a housewife that runs a business from home. Okay, that type of scenario will be different than a woman who goes and does a 12-hour or 10-hour shift. So it depends on what is the dynamics that have been created within that family structure. So it's but in a traditional sense, if she's staying at home, or let's say both of them are working 8 hours, 8 hours, you have to define when you're dating someone, you have to define what you are about. You have to define, like me, I cannot
Thank
marry a
you.
woman that doesn't cook. I wouldn't do it.
Thank you. Don't do. Thank you.
It's not
Good
because
to
I
go.
need somebody to it's not because I need somebody to cook for me every day. Me myself, I cook twice a month. I cook twice a month. I put all the food in the freezer, in the containers. So I don't want anybody to cook for me. Even if you want to cook for me every day, I wouldn't want it personally. That's just my own personal preference. But I'm just saying, in a traditional sense, we're talking about reasonable people. We're not talking about some unreasonable person that just wants to sit in front of the TV and have you doing everything else. As an example, I woke up this morning. I'm at my sister's house. I took the mop and mopped all the wood, whatever floor in this gigantic house. Vacuum the whole house. Everybody was still sleeping. Nobody needs to tell me that. It needs to be done. I'm reasonable. I see it. Why do I need to wait for somebody else to come and do it if I see it? So I'm saying we're talking about reasonable people, not somebody who is just a macho man, I'm the man and all of this. So there are so many dynamics to this thing. You can open it up to, how many times do you have intercourse between the husband and the wife? Do you negotiate that, or is this just something that comes? And over time, with children and work and this, things can slow down.
So I'm
So
negotiating, yani. Eh?
yeah. No, things can slow down. Hey, in the beginning, you do it everywhere, kitchen, everywhere.
Mr. Kandu, can
You
you
know,
round up,
yeah.
please, if you don't mind?
So,
Thank you.
well, so yeah, absolutely. So I'm just saying it needs to be the dynamics needs to be set. In my opinion, the man needs to be the head of the house, with the wife as the chief priest who he consults with. This is what I want to do. What do you think about this? So that's my spill on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your inputs. Man of Prestige, can you unmute and explain your reason? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greeting to everybody. Um, I believe the word I'm going to use, let it not be confused to people. Okay, I believe a marriage is a civil partnership, with mutual understanding between both. What am I trying to say? In the sense that
Who
love
are
is the
who are
first.
both? Who are those both?
What did you say?
You said between both. Who are those both?
Between between man and a woman.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean. I say it's a civil partnership. With
I
mutual understanding.
thought you are in a political party that says that between two persons.
Don't go there, Jolly Cook, okay? We don't play that over here. But anyway, having said that, I think it's an understanding between two partnership. What am I trying to say? In the sense that when you first meet somebody, the first thing that attracts you to both people is an attraction, and just
Man of God, sorry for coming in. Yeah. Do you have this mindset before you leave Nigeria, or the Western world change your mindset? Because I don't understand what you're talking about. Go
well,
on, please.
I just finished I just finished high school before I left, so I was like pretty much because I finished high school at the age of 17. So I started I started constructing my mindset, when I'm already in the diaphragm. So you can say that, right? Because I never have any kind of mindset. I'm just a playing boy, doing all kind of things when I was in high school. So I never really had like any particular mindset. So you can say the diaphragm constructed my mindset. Yeah, you can put it that way, but whatever it may be. So I'm looking at it that it's a civil partnership between two people with mutual understanding. So like I said, love is the first sight. When you meet somebody, you say, "Oh man, she's attractive. I like her." I mean, like I said, beauty is in the eye of the whatever you behold it. So having said that, because that love is not going to last forever, because no matter how pretty your partner is. I mean, I'm talking about there's zillions of beautiful women. So um that beauty is going to in eventuality is going to diminish.
So
I
sorry,
mean, no matter
sorry,
how.
man of prestige. So what you are
it,
talking about is not actually love, it's attraction.
yeah, there has to be attraction. There's no doubt about it. There has to be attraction, but in a long run, you have to build that love in there. You have to build that love, and that love come with mutual understanding between yourself. Everybody know what they're supposed to do. Like me, I mean, both me and my wife, we are professional. My wife is a professor in the school, so she's busy most of the time, but we was able to have our 4 kids early, right from right from the freshman. I don't want to implicate myself here, but anyway, I had a kid very early. So having said that, I mean, I helped do something in the house. I
You
mean,
were
like,
doing the do very early, eh?
hold on now. Nobody's like a toxic masculinity like you. Everybody's not like you, brother Emeka. So, how can we say that? I mean, I do a lot of things. Like we went on our retreat. Me and my brother, we went there and clean everything. We grill and everything. The women. We serve the women. I mean, this is the women day we serve. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, and my wife cook a lot, and she served me, and I cook. I mean, I can cook, but like Kando said, I don't like to cook. The only thing I love doing it, like today, grilling and some other things, that's my specialty. So the women had to take a back row. I mean, we men do the honor, I mean, that's just the way I see it. But in my house, I mean, I can say I'm the king of the house, not in the not saying that I will control my wife or something like that. No, no, I'm the king of her because I'm not going to get married if I don't feel like my resources will provide for the family. My wife, be that we combine our resources, but if I don't have the resources, I'm not going to get married because I have to be able to provide eventually something. Because my wife is her choice to work, not to work. If you want to be a professional, whatever she want to do, I support her. So that's the part. That's why I'm saying it's an understanding. In that regard. So let me pivot to why why going to Nigeria or going to home to get married might not be an idea for me. I'm saying that because what I'm seeing here, I witnessed a lot of things that happened. There's a recent incident that happened in Florida. I mean, I'm not a resident there, but I live there. But I mean, somebody, some lady killed the husband and something like that. So the point, you don't know who
Wait,
you're
I mean,
marrying, and you
man of
bring.
prestige, have you left California?
No, 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 no. Well, I have a partial residence in Florida, so
Oh,
I,
okay,
I
okay,
have I
okay.
have business over there.
Okay.
So I do communicate quite often. I just left Florida and went back to California for this weekend, and the family came. But anyway, so that's the point I'm trying to make. A lot of men. I mean, that a lot happened in Houston. I think Adama live in Houston or whatever, Texas. She can bear me weakness. There's a lot of toxicity when it comes to men going back to Nigeria to get married. I think it's a matter of you know men masculinity. I call it toxic. The one who they can control. That's why a lot of them, go back to Nigeria. I mean, we should get away with that stupidity. Hoping that you're gonna go. I don't know if Emeka is just bashing, but he doesn't sound like somebody, in that regard. Unless he just, bantering us. But whatever it may be, I don't know him. But anyway, that's not a good thing in my own opinion. I'm just speaking from my opinion. I mean, anybody can do whatever they like. So, that's why a lot of marriage here doesn't work because you don't know the person. When they come here, you still want to control. Within with the African mentality, thinking that you're going to control them, tell them what to do. In actuality, women in Nigeria doesn't like to be controlled. It's because they don't have a lot of choice. That's women. That's men. That's men country. Africa, period.
Why are you using the word control?
Because
Exactly.
that's what's happening.
Yeah.
That's because it
Why? No. Why do I say that? A man is the head of the house,
correct.
but but then, and you want a prerequisite, or you want you want how you know how you want your house to be. So why are you saying control? It's not
Okay,
a
if
really
I'm the head,
control.
hold on. I'm the head of the household. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's well understood between me and my partner that I'm the head of the household. But I don't control her. We have a mutual understanding. This is what you
Man
have
of
to do. This,
Prestige, are you sure you are still referring to your wife as partner? In
yes, she is
partnership.
my partner.
Hold on. In partnership, right? Except you have a contract in place, you can now say the percentage of partnership. Then one becomes the managing partner, and the other one just becomes maybe partnership in specific roles. But when you say partnership in a marriage, it's looking like 50-50. That marriage does not have a leader. It's like equal
No,
leadership.
no, no, no. You're missing the
So
storm. Just
you
a
have to be,
partnership.
you have to
There's
be.
certain area
No,
have a
that's like you
control.
see now. You're drawing back, right? When
No, I'm
you now
not.
you're
You're the one
backpedaling
missing
now.
it.
You see why I say, and I was clear, a marriage can be a partnership. It is this woke terms that is
No,
being
but
flung
Emeka, can
around.
you wait? Emeka, can you please wait? Let him round up. I'm going to listen to you. Can he
So
round up,
yeah, so my
and
point
we'll
I'm
go to
saying,
the next
I
person.
still
Thank
stick with
you.
what I said. It's a partnership, but everybody know their role. And you know who is the house, the head of the house role. There are certain things, that are, there are certain things that I have to make. I have to make a decision, when it comes to finance. And there are certain things my wife has to make a decision. Like, certain things are, I mean, I pass it to her to decide, like traveling. Some of that is, women are very good in, certain things that men are not. So I leave that up to her. And there are certain things that I'm in control. That's why I see a partnership. I can't come here and equivalent which one is 60 or 70%. That's not my place. But what I have is working for me. It may not work for other people. So everybody is different. So that's the angle that I'm speaking from. It's working for
Thank
me,
you.
great. I'm
Thank
not
you.
saying we
Thank
don't.
you. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
thank
thank
you
you.
so much, man of prestige. I
Thank you.
understand where you're coming from. Prince Dada, can you please unmute and you're next? Thank you, sir.
All right. Just for the record, so one man can be at peace. It's Prince Daddy. I know you don't see the DI at the
Oh,
end of it,
I'm
so
sorry, Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. I am so
it's
sorry.
okay. No problem. So to answer the question, to your main question, the question you started with, I wish we had a statistics, a data to break down or to provide information to the reason why African men go back home or go to other places in Africa to go get married. That would be nice. Because I think it's a combination of a lot of things, of course, and there are good things to it, positive reasons that people do it. Um, and sometimes, as we know, things turn out to be pretty bad because it's well, somebody goes home and get married, and the marriage didn't work. But at the same time, there've been some marriages that has worked very much so than the ones that people here found somebody around in their own environment and get married to, and it didn't work. So either way, it's not a guarantee that the marriage is going to be successful, anyways. I mean, but that I think we had this notion that well, because the man goes to Africa, then they're looking for a docile woman, and when they get married, things are going to work out. No, it's still going to be a marriage, anyways. And keep in mind, we all are a product of our environment, in addition to our background and education and skills, whatnot. So um, men go back home, and see the part of the whole thing that see, it boils down to the reason why you go back home to get married. And if you have a good reason, not a selfish one, still wouldn't guarantee the marriage is going to work or not. But some men I know they want to go back home and get married because the women around them, they think they're too maybe Americanized, or they have this Western perspective and they're more feminist in the way they think about the world. and many times also when they bring the women from back home to the West, the woman also assimilates and learn the culture here, and may turn out to be rebellious, quote unquote, if you know what that means. So, and some people they will get married because of financial situation. Maybe the man is grooming the woman to become, most especially become a nurse or something, or maybe a doctor, and to improve their financial situation if they get married. Different reasons why people do this stuff, and it's quick to. I think we hear a lot of bad or sad stories why the marriage doesn't work out. If you bring a woman from Africa and she comes here, she's unappreciative, or she doesn't appreciate you at the end of the day, and she wants to be divorced and this other thing. So those connotations or those reasons that people hear a lot about, and they frown upon it, and they think it's not worth it. But again, just like I said, I think there are many of such marriages that actually work out. Um, the other part of I guess the question would be, in today's, we have to, in everything we do, anyways, we have to take things by timeline and in context, um, to have the right response to the question. Put it that way. Um, See, you can't say you see. By the way, it's okay. Who is the man of the house? Who makes you the king or the man of the house? You have to understand the root of it. Where does it come from? Where does that notion come from? Now, if you're a Christian person, you and your wife, and you subscribe to the tenets of the Bible, then you would know spiritually that the man is the man of the house, regardless of the man's um, title, job, or income or wealth. The man is the man of the house. It's unchangeable. It's almost incontrovertible to debate. Okay, and that's much easier than to want to
What do you
prove
mean
to
by man is the man of the house? Or are you saying he's the head of the house? Is that what you're trying to say?
He's just being
well,
careful. That's what he wants to say, but
it's
he's
synonymous.
afraid. He's afraid of
The
saying
man of the
that.
house.
What is
Huh?
man is the man of the house?
What do you mean by man of the house?
What does it mean by man of the house?
Well, the man of the house, that's the spiritual head of the house, the man that
And
all
say it
the
now. So
decisions.
why are you being economical?
See, but and I'm not being clinical. I'm just
It's
no, the
an
man of the house, the head of the house,
American
the spiritual head of the house. They're all synonymous. I'm talking about the same thing. People may understand it from a different perspective. Like Mecca will understand the man of the house. You may
who
understand
is
the
the
spiritual
head
leader of
of
the
the
house.
house? Who is the head of the house?
Just like I said, if you're a Christian person and you subscribe to the tenets of the Christianity, the man, regardless of the man's pocket, education, background, is the man of the house, is the leader of the house. Plain and simple. Even though the woman may be more educated and wealthier, okay, the woman still has to submit. When I say submit, meaning that she has to engage the man in all decisions that she's making in regards to the house and even herself, her personal stuff. Okay, it's not something you duke it out. It's not a fight. But if you have to establish yourself
Prince
that I
Daddy, please
provide,
stress it properly. Submit to his leadership. Submit to his leadership, regardless of situation. So it's not submit. You must submit to something. Some women submit to their pastors than their husbands. So, which is, in my point of view, I don't know what's going there.
okay,
Even the
I
fact is
hear you,
this.
but I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Say, submit not in a draconian way. Submit as
No,
again
no, no, no,
in
no, no, no,
reference
no.
to the Bible.
You see, you see woke terms. We are bastardizing terms.
Okay,
You
okay,
see,
okay.
women don't
Emeka,
like to
can I
hear.
say,
Wait,
okay,
wait,
no,
wait.
no, no, Emeka,
Ada,
hold
please,
on.
let me land this point? Hold on, please, please. I don't think it's time for the interjection. Let me land the point. We are bastardizing terms. There's nothing wrong with submission. Submit to his leadership. It's not draconian. It is submit. All religious beliefs agrees with that. Even traditional belief also agrees with that, because our creators and our ancestors have designed it to be so.
Okay, Mecca, this is what I'm trying to say, please. Let him use whatever words or terms,
I'm
whatever
not
he
telling,
wants to use.
he's saying what I'm saying, but he's trying to be nice. So say it the way it
Okay,
should be.
no,
Just
but
say it.
can you allow him to just speak whichever way he
Okay,
feels
I would
comfortable with?
say, say actually, as the word submit or submission has been almost bastardized somewhat, or become kind of a negative word to be used between a man and a woman. It's not the worst of all, actually, because in reality, if you continue in the line of the Bible, actually, the woman is supposed to submit to the man, and the man is supposed to put his life on the line for the woman. Which one is more? Which one is worse, so to speak? The man actually, the woman submits and the man sacrifices. That's exactly what the Bible says. So submission is not a bad thing at all. If somebody's going to put their life on the line for you, I think if most women understand it from that perspective, it's a very easy, straightforward thing. Who doesn't want it? Men and men actually, if they truly understand the meaning, would switch roles right now. They would. They don't want to die, but the Bible tells us, yeah, put your life on the line for your wife. That's what it says. So this issue about submission and stuff is just almost secondary for the most part. But again, it depends on how we establish this the man of the house or the king of the house. It depends on the roots. Where's it coming from? Okay, if a non-Christian, maybe circular couples that both work, both professionals, they both contribute 50-50 to the household. Where are you going to get the idea of the man being the head of the house or being the king of the house? It doesn't exist. How would you define that? Based on what principles? It doesn't exist. So again, you have to know where you're coming from to understand a man's role in the household. You have to. You can't say the man's job, the woman's job is to cook. Okay, where she works 8-10 hours a day as you do. Okay, and she has other responsibility from work as you do. Then it's not the woman's role to cook in that regards.
Who is going to
It, it,
cook?
it,
Hold on. Who is going to cook for who in the house? Who is going to cook in the house?
I think what Prince Daddy is trying to say is that it's okay if a partner, he's not saying a woman, we know a woman, her place is the kitchen. Like she likes cooking. She's supposed to, that's one of the roles we as women play. But what he's saying is there are times where she may not be in the position to cook. You as a man can step in and say, okay, honey, I got this, I'll cook for us today. That I think, Prince, could you correct me? Is that where you're coming from, sir?
well,
Let me say
that's a
something, Prince Daddy.
more acceptable way to put it. But the point here is that a man cannot assign the role of a cook in the household to the woman when they
Come
both
on,
work
man.
equal amount of hours.
Who traditionally? Hold on. What are you saying? Are you trying to be Americanized?
I'm not actually.
Hold on.
No. My wife does the
Hold
cooking
on.
for me. Trust me, I don't cook. I'm telling you the reality of things.
Hold on.
Hold on, Ajali Coco. I think you are missing the point, Ajali Coco. What Prince Daddy is trying to say.
I didn't clear.
Hold on, Ajali Coco. I know
don't
of somebody who
Baba
they are
Jali
married. They are
Koko,
married.
Prince
The
Daddy is
husband loves
trying to
cooking.
be diplomatic. He's just trying to
Hold
be
on, Emeka.
diplomatic.
The husband love cooking, and the wife is not that good in cooking. And they are married. They are perfectly happy. The husband cook about 80% of the time. They have a mutual understanding. So
Well,
there's nothing really wrong at saying that.
that man is a
He
weak
loves
man.
cooking.
But I think the point we're missing here is this. From what Prince Dada said is this: what works for B might not work for A. So why can't we learn to respect people's perspective, whichever way they see it, and it works for them in their relationship? Who are you to come
Please,
in and
Ada,
tell them?
can I go next after Prince Daddy Abeg so that I can go to bed? Let me go and sleep.
Okay. Oh, let him round up. Prince Dada,
Yeah.
are you done?
Let me round up.
Yes,
So
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So at the end of the day, different reasons why people go home to marry. I think we shouldn't ascribe a negative connotation to it, because after all, the marriages here in the West, it's about 50-50 divorce, rate or more, with some ethnic or some um, race in America, for example. So it's not a bad thing to go home, but I know for sure that, well, no, for sure, I've heard that some men do it to go back home and to try to marry a docile woman they can maybe control and use, and many of them do for selfish reasons. They do, but at the same time, again, many marriages work. They work very well from people that go home to marry. Okay, and again, and to wrap it up, um, leadership, a man's role in the house has to have its origin of definition. Okay, we can't, you can't see a Christian or be in a secular world and think the same definition of the role of a man applies in the home. It doesn't work that way. We have to accept different views and respect, I guess, the situation that you find yourself. Okay, thanks, Adam.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Simba, I'm going to swipe you with Emeka. So when Emeka is done speaking, Mr. Simba, you're going to be next. Mr. Emeka,
So
you're
yeah,
next.
thank
Take
you,
one minute.
Aga, thank you, everyone. I think
Thank
some of
you.
you got a taste of my views on this, and so what I would say is, sit up tight. We're about to go for a bumpy ride now. Okay.
Sorry, I've been swiped for many times.
Sorry, don't be angry. So I can go to bed. This is
Oh,
11:22
I'm
p.m.
sorry, Mr. Simba. I am so sorry. You're going to be
Sorry,
next. He
sorry,
said he
It's
Simba.
wanted
not
to
It's
go.
Simba,
11.
it's Isaac.
Mr.
Isaac.
Isaac, I am so
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, you're so no. You swipe with Emeka. Yes, because Mr. Simba came in last. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So I'll swipe you with him.
Please, so I can go to bed. I actually wake up very early.
Adama, why not ask Isaac for permission? It's Isaac's turn. Let him decide. Please, Emeka,
Hold on, wait. Let
no
me go to
injustice
bed.
to you.
Except you don't want me to talk,
Let
and
No,
Emeka
you
I
can
go
think you
talk,
don't
but
ahead.
want me
it's
to talk.
Isaac. And
But
Isaac say, okay,
let me
you
go.
Let
can
Let
go.
me
Emeka
go
go
to
Uh-huh.
ahead.
bed. It's almost 12. I wake up at 4 a.m. Right? Please, I beg.
Emeka, carry on.
All right. So it's going to be bumpy. So one man of prestige, don't interject, so I can flow properly, because I think masculinity is dying. So you hear, I've listened, some of you spoke well, even including yourself, man of prestige. I like some of the things you said, even though you bumped down. And I would say masculinity is actually dying. And men are now accepting nonsense, right? I'm not saying women would only do what you allow them to do, if you understand women very well. If you don't conduct yourself properly, a woman will lead you. If you conduct yourself properly, a woman will follow you, regardless of race, tongue, or culture. Now, I'll start with from our ancestors. I don't know how many of you, because many of us, I think Prince Daddy spoke a bit about Christianity. I don't know if Prince Daddy has actually read Deuteronomy very well. A lot of women will not like what Deuteronomy is saying about marriages. They won't like it. And that is the Bible that many, especially Christian women, should comply with to the T. I know Muslim women comply to the T with their Quran. I've read the Quran, I've read the Bible, I've read the Torah. All these are books that are, they're all similar. They copy themselves, right? Now, I would not want to take so much time to read some verses on Deuteronomy. I'm not a Christian, I'm a traditional individual. But those things, both traditional rules and the rest, the man is the God in the home. Well, I'll repeat again, the man is the God in the home. I know some women will go and be laying their bed of their affinity to a different pastor who is not married to them. That's ridiculous. And it shows the weakness of that man. When a man is coming, because many of us are watching too much Hollywood movies, and we are beginning to act very silly. Say, I want to cook for my wife. Let me buy you the flowers and cook for you. Anyway, we'll leave that.
in marriage, which Kandu has rightly said, and I agree with him 100%. Marriage is not about love. Marriage is about two or more individuals. When I mean, if you're a polygamist, you subscribe to that. That is a man with multiple wives or a man and just one wife. Now, in the Western world, we don't know what is going on now. It could be a man and a man. Man of Prestige can give us more on that issues. Coming together to start a family, that is a marriage. They didn't say love. All this came in the 19th century to sell rings and to sell wedding gowns. They didn't talk about love. A man will leave his family to cling to his wife. Read Deuteronomy properly. I can read it. It's opened in my laptop here. I will read it. Many women will cry this night if I read it. So I would ask them, go and read it. All you need to do is put Deuteronomy verses on marriages. You will not like it, which means whatever you have been doing with your husband, you are contravening the vows that you have laid.
To us now, waiting you
okay, I'll read. Hold on.
Read.
So laws about sex and marriages. A man might marry, that's Deuteronomy 22 verse 13. A man might marry a woman, sleeps with her, and decide he doesn't like her. Verse 14. Then he might make up his charges against her and ruin her reputation by saying, I married this woman, but when I slept with her, I found out she wasn't a virgin. So you see, you must be a virgin, according to Deuteronomy. The girl's father and mother must go to the city gate where the leader, this is law, this is not, it is a law, must go to the city gate where the leaders of the city are and submit their evidence that their daughter was a virgin. 16. The girl's father will tell the leaders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he doesn't like her. 17. Now he has made up charges against her. He said he found out that my daughter was not a virgin. But here's the evidence, that is evidence that she's a virgin, which means the blood must come out. So women, listen, I said, if I read this thing. Huh? You're breaking up. I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
All those things were to the back burner.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Prince Daddy. You're breaking up. No, I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay,
it's better.
You're reading there the Old Testament.
No, you cannot. No, let's stop. Let's stop playing this. Let's Christians stop this nonsense. You say you guys don't take your religion seriously. Stop playing this game.
Not stop it. Listen, not.
No, you see that is why I see. Prince Daddy, hold on. That's why I look at Christians and hold on, Prince Daddy. That's why I look at Christians and laugh at them.
Anymore to make sacrifice to God.
You cannot hold on, Prince Daddy, please. You cannot discard what is in your Bible. It's part of your Bible. You can't pick and choose which you must follow. Christians must stop that behavior. You have a codified Bible, and you have said this is what religion you have ascribed yourself to. So you can't ignore. You say, "Oh, that one is the old ways." What old ways? This is your Bible.
Can I ask you something? Before you go further, do you know that people interpret the Bible differently?
That is the same. That's the same confusion Christians are playing games with. I told you here on the platform, I have read the Quran, I've read the Bible, I've read the Torah, right? But it was with Christians. I know I'm a bit harsh. I'm trying to hold my tongue. But I think it's a silliness with Christians. They want to discard things and pick what is fine for them. That's why you hear pastors coming to talk about tithe and in the Old Testament. But where is the tithe in the New Testament? And that tithe is about food and not money. It's still that same silliness. They pick what they think they want to adjust. Follow your Bible. That is the law. It's still the same law in traditional views, still the same law in Quran, still the same law in the Torah. But we can say our world is changing. We can say that. But then again, what I would want to conclude with is that I think masculinity is dying. Men are no longer what they used to be. Men are becoming stupid. Men are becoming weak. Men are becoming foolish. In your home,
when you want to pick a wife, you must let her know who you are and what you stand for. If she doesn't like it, go to the left. Talk to the next person. If she wants it, come to my house. Set your boundaries. A cleaner in an organization, this might not be the proper analogy, but a cleaner in an organization cannot be the CEO. A cleaner must know his or her role to clean the organization. The CEO knows his or her role to run the organization, the entire organization. I do not understand what people say, especially when I hear it from men. It irritates me when a man begins to say, my partner, my this. Do they know what they are saying? Do they even know themselves? With this wokeism, nonsense languages, that is why we are giving back to weaker men that don't know their place, that don't know their values, that can get weak, that can get silly, and you see them joining gangs because there's no strong manhood in that household. There's no strong father, there's no strong leader, there's no control, nobody knows their left and right. Now, I grew up in a house, and in my home, I've said it here, many of you know my position. My father never knew where the kitchen was. There's a kitchen in that house. He never knew where it was till my mother died. Same thing. So when I hear me, oh, I do this, I do that. What are you saying? You can cook for yourself, but know your position, know your role, stick to it. You are the man, you are the head, you are the God. You set the pace, you set the policies, you set the procedures and the operational boundaries in your home. And you let everybody follow, from wife to children.
Emeka, please,
yes.
just a minute, please. Everything you've said, noted. Authoritatively, I'm going to speak to this because of the Christians around here. There was an error in your argument concerning the Old and the New Testament. What I'm trying to say is this. Scripturally, Christians were told that there is a thick line, a very thick line between the old and the new.
Who told the
I'm
Christians?
not talking about everything. I'm not saying
who told the Christians?
Just try and let me land. I'm not trying to maybe say our young girls should go and rubbish themselves and all that. No, there are a lot of things in the Old Testament that are profitable to Christians, but don't generalize it. I want to put it straight. That thick line they drew between the old and the new is very important to Christians. So when Christians come to you and try to pick out some things from the Old Testament, they are trying to pick out some things from the Old Testament, they are not wrong. I want to give you an example.
Okay, we will discuss about religion then some other time. We can discuss so that we don't go. Let me land so that you can come and speak. You speak. Let me drop. I have.
Just drop it, please.
No, I don't want to argue religion here. Right? We can discuss religion later.
Emeka, can you please wait so that let
Old Testament is not part of Bible, right?
No, that's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. Pick and choose.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
When I asked him now, who told Christian there is a line? Where did you say it's a book? It's a book. I did not see any line.
No. We're not going to. We stick to the point. Yes, stick to the point, please.
Let us go to religion, please.
Exactly. That's why I don't want to argue religion. We can come up on a Sunday. On a Sunday afternoon.
He doesn't want to argue with religion.
Yeah. On a Sunday afternoon, we can talk about religion. I will give you a history of how the Christian religion was developed and who developed it, the council, who did that. We can have that argument. They did not put that line. And that's why when I asked you, who put it? Is it the Pope? I don't see any line. So let me continue and round up. I have just 2 minutes left to finish.
No, I don't respect the Pope. I don't even respect him.
But he is the leader of the Christian religion. That's why you don't. You see, we'll talk about religion later. Anyway, we'll talk about religion later.
I don't respect the Pope. I respect
my brother. We will discuss religion later. You don't know your religion. We'll discuss religion later. You don't even know your religion at all.
I have
No,
much
but
respect for Muslims.
can I say something, Emeka? I think one thing you're not doing, and this is just a caution I just want you to put in mind when you're talking, is can you be open-minded, even though you do not agree with most of the things that might be said? Could you be open-minded in accepting someone like me? I do not. I don't recognize the Pope. I recognize God. So since
No,
he said that,
we are pivoting now.
hold on,
We
we're
are
not
pivoting.
debating. No, hold on, Emeka. All I'm trying to say is, when people were speaking, you interjected, you asked their question, and they answered. So please keep an open mind when you're saying a certain things. Don't use the word like, yes, we have some men. It may not work for you, but respect the fact that it works for other people. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Hold on. Thank you. That is a spin people keep saying. That's why I said, you see, I don't go about, especially in relationship, marriage, I don't go about talking about women. I hold the men responsible. So men coming to say, oh, what I'm doing works for me. You're a weak man. Just accept who you are. You're a weak man. You're a weak man. Accept it and roll with it. That's a silly discussion. Now, in life, we can't guarantee things. We can't even guarantee our death. So what I mean is, so that I can wrap up quickly, for people who are afraid that their marriage may not work, you can't guarantee anything. So, but what you can guarantee is who you are and what you stand for. And what I would tell men is you must develop your philosophy and principles, especially when you are growing. Because as you get older, if you have no principles or philosophy, you die as a nothing. You die useless. That is where you begin to hear people backpedaling and saying, oh, hey, they work for me. Now make I live them the way they work for me. Because you don't know who the hell you are. You have no philosophy. So when you don't have a principle or philosophy that you subscribe to, anything goes. You can wake up, anybody rolls, anything, 50-50, partnership. And me and my wife, we are doing partnership. She's my partner. That's the kind of anyway, that's the kind of words you hear from these weak simps, weak men. So even if it doesn't work, nothing is guaranteed. There is divorce in the Bible, there's divorce in the Quran, there's divorce in the Torah, and how you go about it. So, which means our ancestors were clearly aware that at some point you will get tired of being in a marriage and you want to go away. You want to pick someone else, or you want to pick more wives. So I don't know why some men are being afraid to accept some useless things that liberal views have pushed into them, instead of developing their principles and standing on the traditional conservative values that they want. So when you hear these things, say they work for me, what if they work for you? You're a weak man, just accept it. Nothing they work for you. You are anyhow go. So you must understand who you are. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not the end of the world. Find somebody else and say, this is who you are. This is what you stand for. This is my program. Are you subscribing to it? When it comes to marriage, when it comes to relationship, the man controls that part. A woman cannot marry herself. A woman cannot tell a man, I will marry you. A woman will only wait. A woman will only act. A woman will only demonstrate that she can be of a value to that man as his wife. So men, I am talking to you. All the nonsense they do. Nana Sabi. Good night.
Thank you so much, Emeka. I really appreciate your input. Thank you so much. Mr. Isaac, you're next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my honorable panel. The thing is that, we had a topic. Actually, I'll go to that topic. It was our brother, Emeka, who actually left that place and went into, Deuteronomy and all that, took us to somewhere that he made some comments concerning Christians about the Old Testament and the New Testament, trying to maybe make his own judgment from his own view. to kind of talk a little bit down on Christians. So that was why I'll go to the topic, please. I just want to end what I was saying before. The thick line I was talking about, that is in between the Old Testament and the New Testament for Christians. I repeat, for Christians, not for Pope, not for Rayambonke, not for Adeboye, for Christians. So that thick line, it's very important to Christians. For example, in the Old Testament, it said an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth is no more in existence. Whether you like it or not, Jesus came and he
Old
said,
Testament is not for Christians.
I'm not saying Old Testament in total. Try and follow me.
You want to break it
I
apart
got,
again? Eh?
no, wait. I said
Old
an
Testament
eye
is
for
not
an,
for Christians.
listen now, I said an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. If you know that scripture, right now it's no more in existence. What is in existence right now, when somebody slap you,
Says who? Says who?
says the scripture. Says the
Which
scripture.
scripture? Which scripture
My
says that?
The scripture that I believe in.
So,
Quote the
okay,
scripture down.
New Testament nullified the Old Testament. Is that what you are
That's
saying?
what Christians always do. They are deceiving
No,
themselves.
no, not in, listen, not in totality, but there is a thick line in between that we should
My
be
brother,
careful.
you go and be a Muslim. You will enjoy that religion better. Honestly speaking, you are just deceiving yourself. Go and be a Muslim. You will see clearly. You will understand the principles of spiritualities when you are being a Muslim. You are confusing yourself. You can't pick and choose what you want to do. Which scripture? The New Testament and the Old Testament are all scriptures. Deuteronomy is a scripture. Genesis is a scripture.
Even Jesus
Malachi is a
said,
scripture.
No.
Jesus
But
said,
can I say something? We're deviating, please. Can we just stay on the topic, please?
let me make this point.
Thank you,
Even
Baba
our
Jolly
Lord
Coco.
Jesus Christ said, I have not come to dismantle
The
what the
scriptures.
law, the
The
scripture,
law.
but
He
to add
said that.
to it. But to
Thank
add to
you.
it.
Thank
So
you.
what are Nigerian Christian?
Thank you. Thank you, Baba. Thank you,
Okay,
Baba Eugene Koko. God
make I
bless
leave
you.
there, Jare.
They don't know their Bible. They don't know it. They want to pick and choose which one. Say, no, I'll leave this one. I'll leave this one. Oga Isaac, please go to topic. We could hear you.
Okay. To start with, Jesus didn't say, I have not come to condemn the old, but to add to it. He said, I have not come to condemn the old, but to fulfill it. If you know the meaning of fulfilling, then you know what Jesus was talking about.
Complete it, which means he came to complete the Old Testament.
Not complete, fulfill. There's a difference between complete and fulfill.
Mr. Isaac, can I say something? Could you just wrap up the Bible part and get to the main question, if you don't mind? Thank you.
So, according to dictionary, fulfill means bring to completion, bring to reality, achieve or realize something desired, promised, or predicted. Guys, don't play these games with me now. I have researched Christianity, religion, proper, deep. Don't play. That's why I said I don't want to argue religion. If you want to do it with me on a Sunday, 5 hours, I will take you there. In short, when I show you with evidence, you will not be a Christian again. With evidence, you will not be a Christian again. You will change your mind.
Emeka, I agree with everything you say. Mr. Isaac, could you please go ahead and get on the topic?
Okay, I'll go straight to the topic. But what you just said is a big lie. I'm whom I am, and that's all. Okay, now let me go to the topic. When our sister, Our Lady Princess Adama, when she brought this topic, I was so concerned about the topic, and I felt so many people might be listening to us, and some of these people, some of them might be in this situation, maybe trying to make a decision concerning this topic, like maybe trying to make a decision regarding this topic. So I just thought maybe they will be listening to us. That was why I went to let's have a vote, and then before we have a discussion. So I believe this discussion will be very meaningful to some people who are already in this predicament, who are deciding, should I go home or should I do it here? I believe whatever they will hear from us today might be a settlement for their case. So, what I want to say concerning going back home, a lot of people, they've made a mistake. I have some friends here, like 2, 3, 4, who made a mistake and regretting now by abandoning where they are and going home to just go and search there. Like I said before, the only thing that will make you go home to Nigeria, if you're a Nigerian man, the only thing that will make you go home to Nigeria to go and marry a wife, it's when before you left, if you have a vow, if you have a promise, and it's still on till the time you decide to go and marry, if the girl is still faithful, for that reason alone, just to be the man that you are, keeping to your promises, then you can go for that reason to fulfill that promise because you have promised. It could be that the girl was so supportive to you before you left, emotionally, spiritually, or otherwise, financially as well. So for that reason, you owe her that obligation to go get a ticket, go back home, and settle with the family, and then on a very quick, urgent preparation, you bring her to be together. That's the only. But if there is no such compromiso, that's what they call it, promise or whatever. So I would prefer that you, with that place that you are in the United States, in the UK, Europe, Asia, wherever you are, if you are that type that you want to be within your space, that is the black race. If there are black people there are friends, mingle with them, get one that is understanding, then the one your heart goes for. Like our brother Pa Ajali Koko said, that if I love her there, I will go and marry her. If I love her here, I will marry her. So look for one like that, build up your relationship, get to know each other, then it's better for you to do that where you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac. I really appreciate your input. I believe Mr. Jalikoko, you're next. Sir, can you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. This is a nice topic. You see, I think the question, hold on. I think that, you see, marriage as is truly defined is a union between man and woman. And that union must be based on love, equal love for each other. Both sides, both of them must truly love each other before they get into marriage. If love is not there, then that marriage will not last. So, in the case of our own men living abroad to go and marry in Nigeria, I believe in the heart of their life, they really.
But sorry, Ajay Koko.
Yeah.
Is it only okay? We are being specific about, because I've seen other nationalities also, not only Nigerian, Ghanaians, Kenyans, that does that, goes back to their country to go and pick a wife. So I don't think it's actually specific to Nigerians alone.
No. We're not. I'm not making it specific, but I concentrated, especially just for our men, because this is a Nigerian platform, not
Platform.
a K.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ajaiko, go ahead.
Okay. So our people, our men that travel from here to Nigeria to marry women, to me, I think they have love in their heart, true love, to truly marry that woman and live the rest of their life with that woman. And the reason why I've said that is that they have a lot of women around them where they live in abroad, but yet they said, no, I don't want to marry here. I want to go and bring somebody from my homeland. It takes a man with a good heart to do that. And we know the process that he has to go through to bring that woman here. The money he has to spend. So he truly commit a lot of things in terms of time, money, resources, everything into that thing. So, but for women to now having brought down here, get that support to, get established by the support of that man. And after some time to say, I don't want you anymore. It's devilish. Let's go spade the spade. It's
Imagine you don't kill me. Oh, it says devilish.
No,
Go ahead, sir. I'm enjoying you.
because in the heart of their heart, before being brought here, they don't really have that genuine love for that man. But they pretended that they love that man. That is devilish. That is evil. So what I'm trying to say here, there's nothing wrong for our men to jettison all women around there where they live to say, I want to go and bring a woman from my homeland. There's nothing wrong in it at all. But this woman that, haven't been brought here and established and got everything, now turn around and say, I don't love, they are devil. And the same thing, and I will say the same thing to men, that women travel to Nigeria to bring here and to turn around against their marriage. It's a devil man. It's an evil man. So we have to look at this thing and speak to our people. It is not. It's to come to abroad that should be the utmost reason to get married to that man. That shouldn't be the utmost objective. If the love is not there, why do you want to pretend that you love somebody that you don't love in the heart of your heart? It's only that man to bring you about, and you say, you know what? Let's call it. Let's. I don't want to continue with you. I don't have love for you. I don't want to continue with.
Sorry, Ajaiko. If Thomas is listening to us, Adewale want to call me, so you can come and put him at the backstage.
Okay, yeah. So So to me, I think I don't want to blame those men because it happened majority to men. Men are the one that always travel. Majority of maybe 90% or 95% are men that, travel home to bring their woman, to go and look for somebody they can bring down here. Sometimes, they even support this woman.
Ajale Koko, that means you are reckoned now that from onset there is not even love. They are just waiting for that man to bring them here.
Yes.
Then just
Yeah. They don't even have the love. And that is not good. You can't be
They just
devil
want
because
to japa. They just want to japa.
Wait, Baba Jali Koko, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a bit surprised. Do women truly love men? Have you sat down to think about it? They only love what you can offer them. They don't love you. Those not a few would love you for who you are, but many of them love what you can offer them and provide for them. Talk to a lot of women.
I agree with
You find it. Yeah,
yes.
it's what. So that's why they ask you the first. Most of the preliminary question is, what do you do for a living? Not, oh, I like your personality. I like who you are. I enjoy your company. But it is what you can offer them. That's why it's quite easy for them to just bounce. It's very easy for them to bounce to the next man.
I agree with you. Yeah. Some of them truly love you who you are. It doesn't matter to them whether you are rich or you are poor or you are struggling. They love you. They will support you. They will give everything for you. They don't care about your financial status. It doesn't matter to them. But many of them, fit into that description that you just made now. So, but as I was saying, you see, it's a very bad thing. I think we should speak up against it. I think those men, I mean, sometimes they will even sponsor them through school. They will sponsor them, to go to nursing school. They will tell them, don't work, don't do anything, concentrate on your studies, finish your studies, and I just want you to be better. That's a really good love. That's a love from the heart of the man for that woman. And when that woman completed her education, started making more money, maybe more than the man, he feels that man doesn't matter anymore, and he will abandon that man. We have seen several cases in the United States where, when such thing happen and psychologically that man cannot take it, what they do? They quiet that woman.
And by themselves.
Yeah, and quiet themselves. We have seen a situation like that here. We have seen it here in this city where I live. You just believe that, look, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? For God's sake. And then you are now using the advantage of the law that favor women more than men. You are now using it against that man.
Oh,
the man that brought
Thomas, Adama, the coordinator or the moderator is no longer on the platform. So you can bring her in. Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe Thomas is. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So that man, sometimes they can't take it psychologically. And particularly,
Ajale Koko, can we rule out some role man to play in that scenario? It can't be female every time. Maybe the man is not doing the right thing, and the lady has been talking because it can't be on one side. It can't be only man getting right all the time. Yeah, thank you.
well, we are talking about the I don't know cases where the man is doing the wrong thing. I don't know. Maybe you have some.
No. But Mr. Jalakoko, I think what Thomas is saying is we can only put the blame on women. I know we all know of scenarios that have happened, things that have happened, stories, somebody that told us of something that happened of a particular situation. So for us to come on the platform and say, oh, it's all our women, women. Don't get me wrong. Yes, we have a lot of bad eggs that make some of the women look bad. But at the end of the day, some of our men needs to take accountability of what they do as well. So can we try to put a balance here and point out to what our men as well are not doing?
Okay, let me tell you this. I know two friends that it happened to. All right. And the marriage started having problem after the woman got well established, and I believe they are making more money than the man. So the man could not.
When they are still struggling, the man is still supporting them. There will not be problem. Oh. There
Yeah,
will not be problem.
that's where I'm driving. Look, when that man was sponsoring them through school, there was no problem. The relationship was fine. No, I'm even saying three of them that it happened to that I know personally. But after finishing their nursing school, they got certified as a registered nurse, started making more money, or they believe, yes, I can.
No, you are going through. Sorry, sir, to just interrupt. You're using one specific example. I think to be generic, if you lose your job today, God forbid, you will begin to understand the nature of the kind of woman you have been living with.
Look, I don't want to. The point you just made now happened to one of them. All right.
But you see, I don't want to blame. I won't blame them. That's why you see. That's why I keep telling men you must understand and you must live for something. Like if a man is like you see, when a man does not have philosophy or principles, you would take anything. So if you lose your job, you should know that I must pick up the next job regardless because the bills needs to be paid. If it's to go and clean gutters, I will do it. But you can't now be saying, oh, I want to pass that buck to the woman. They are not built for that. Women are not built for pressure. They can't handle pressure. Men are designed to handle pressure. Women aren't. I have a very close friend of mine who lost his job but did not tell the wife. He picked up another job. He only told the wife after he picked up another job 2 months. And it was just like, I'm only telling you a story. So how the mortgage was paid, she didn't know. How the bills were being paid, she didn't know. But things went seamlessly like nothing happened. But the moment you tell them your challenges and that challenge would impart on them, they don't know how to manage pressure. And they
But
don't like it.
Okay, Emeka, I think you're taking us to a different whole topic because I can counter you with this. For a woman to be married to a man and not know how much it takes to run her home, shame on her. For you to marry a man and not know how much it takes, again, like I said, to
It's
run
not
your
a
home.
job to know. It's
No,
not
no,
a
no, no,
job
no.
to know.
Emeka, it's not about being a job. Emeka, let me
It's not.
make one thing.
So you
No,
see,
Emeka, hold
okay,
on.
go ahead.
Emeka,
Go
let me
ahead.
make one thing clear. It's not about being a job. It's about, there's one thing my father always said. I'm the only female among 4 brothers. And there's one thing my dad always say consistent. He says this all the time. You're not going to be a sheep. You will lead. So the point I'm trying to make here is
None of us want to be with a partner. Hold on, Emeka.
I'll kick that on that. I think your father, your father. So who are you leading? Who do you want to lead?
Hold on, Emeka.
Who do you intend to lead?
Hold on. Can I say something? Can I finish my statement so that you know where I'm coming from? If anything happened, you want to set up your woman. You want to have that understanding with your partner, your wife.
Your wife is your partner. Your wife is not your partner. You know your wife. Your wife, yes, correct.
Hold on. You want to make sure your wife is prepared. You could get in the morning and leave as soon as you drive past out of your garage and get on the highway, God forbid you will not make it home. So we as men, not just and women as well. That's why I don't put. Hold on, Emeka. You don't put everything on just a man. For me, instantly. Let me use myself as an example. I know how much it takes to run my home. If anything happens, I can be able to step in that position without being shocked or things coming out from nowhere that I'm not aware about. It's called.
I don't believe you. You know why I don't believe you? I don't believe what women say. I believe what they do. I don't believe you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
too experienced. No, it's true. No. I'm too experienced. I'm too experienced to on this matter. To when women speak.
Emeka,
when women speak, I don't see. And Baba Jali Koko laugh because he understands what I'm saying. Women can say what they want to say.
No, I say something. I agree with you. Yes.
Please, before Baba Jali Koko will continue, I want to address Emeka. The thing that I see in Emeka thinks that all women are women. Thank you.
Yeah, they are all women. Well, are they something else?
Okay, Emeka, come Baba Jali
No,
Koko.
Isaac. No, let me Isaac. Isaac, I think you're not using words in the right context. Women are women. Are women men?
Are not men.
Emeka, can you do
all
me a favor,
men
please?
are not
I just
men.
want to.
So what do you mean by all men are not men?
Please.
Provide more context.
All men are not men.
Emeka, can I say something?
Go
There's
ahead.
something you're doing that I don't like.
No, you said something. So I asked you a question. You have not answered that question. I said, who are you leading? Your father told you to lead. Who are you leading?
Emeka,
you want to lead a man?
Can I say something? Let that be
No, answer the question. You said
I'm not going to answer it because you know
but why did you say it? Why did you say it?
I'm not going to have this back and forth with you, Emeka.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, please hold on. Everybody, please hold on. Let's bring the tempo down. Yeah, please. Yeah.
No, I just want to be sure. Who is she going to lead?
No.
Emeka, let me speak to this. The two of you will be able to understand. You know, when Adama started, she says she is the only female among men in her house. Maybe
what does that mean?
Our father was speaking because they have majority men and said they should lead. When you are raised among men, you tend to behave like a man.
That's completely wrong. You see where you are getting it all mixed up? This is the nonsense I'm talking about. You raise a woman to become a woman, you raise a man to become a man. So when you are raising a woman to become a man, then you are mixing it up and you are creating a bad society. You are creating a bad, so you cannot raise a cap. You can't raise a cap. No, Ada, hold on. Ada, is it that you want to kick me out of this flower? You hijacked the show. Do you know you hijacked the show? Did you know you hijacked the show?
Please, Baba,
did you know you hijacked the show? Emeka has problem with women.
Emeka, cool down. Emeka, cool down. Let us speak.
It has nothing to do with you.
Let's calm down, please.
Emeka, let's hear Ada.
Thank you, but Mr. Jalakoko, can you please continue? You've been interrupting. Just calm down. I don't need to.
But you hijacked this show. We were talking politics. You hijacked the show. You now want to dictate what we will discuss about. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. It's clearly wrong. You should accept it. You hijacked the show. This is not what we want to talk about. And then you want to control what we want to say. And then you want to interject me and tell me what I need to say. And then somebody is saying that I have problem with women. What the nonsense is with this? We were supposed to talk about politics. No, Ada, hold on.
Emeka, cool down.
Take a chill pill, Ada.
We were talking about politics. You came in, you manipulated us to talk on a topic. You don't
No,
want us
no,
to speak
no,
on the
now,
topic. You don't want us to talk about the topic. You want to dictate how that topic is being said, and I push back on something. You don't want to answer the question. Who the hell do you want to lead? You want to lead a man? Is that what they told you to do?
No, no, no.
Okay. Let us end it
Hold
there.
on, please. Hold on, Mr. Jellicoe, please.
Okay.
Emeka, can I say something? And I'm saying this respectfully. When I came in, Thomas gave me the permission.
Yeah, I gave
And
her
you
the
hold on, and you've been interrupting everyone that
You don't
spoke.
tell me how to
Please,
interject. No, Ada, you don't. No, Ada,
Mecca, what
Thomas,
I've come to find out,
you can kick me.
you're
You
not good.
can take me off. Ada
Yeah.
cannot tell me how to speak, who to speak to. It's not your show. If it's your show, I will say, okay, it's your show, and I will take myself up. You can't tell me who to speak to and how to speak and when to interject. Stop it, Ada. Don't do it again. It's not your show. It's Thomas's show. Even if he gave you the right, you can't tell me that. If it's out today, there's a reason why. If it's out today, and I'm saying I'm interjecting, you can tell me, and I'll say, okay, I don't no problem. Since you don't want me to interject, I will leave. And I don't try it again. Don't do it again. Please, don't do it again. Don't tell me who to speak to, how to speak, and what you want to hear. Don't do it again, please. On your show, manage your show the way you want to manage your show. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emeka. Thank you, Emeka. Ada, let us
rescue us.
end it here. Yeah, let us end it. Let us end it there. Okay, let me continue. So, as I was saying, I know 3 friends. These are friends. These are friends. These are not just acquaintances or people. These are friends. 3 of them travel to Nigeria. They brought their woman, and they have problem. After that woman, after they sponsor them to be successful with their job. So, look, it is not good. If you see a friend that, went through such ordeal, it is a serious calamity. It takes a lot of psychological, weight on you as a man when a woman that you sponsored to be successful now decided to abandon you, to say, I don't want you anymore. Particularly when you come from a culture. They're not Yoruba, they are not Yoruba men, they are Igbo men. And these are my friend. I am telling you this, I know them. And you know what it means, what it takes to marry in Igbo land. What you have to spend. It's like you spend your whole life savings to marry. And for that woman to now say, look, I don't want you anymore after you have sponsored her to be a successful woman. It is bad. It's evil. No matter what that man have done, the love is there. You can correct it. You can get along. And 2 of them are blessed with children. So the other one, no child yet when it happened. But the other 2, they are blessed with children. And yet, you cannot even look at the children and say, okay, no matter what is going, we are going through, we got to rock it together, we can manage it together. And these are men, these are good men. These are very good guys that are very close to me. You can't believe it when it happened. I felt so bad. I was very, and I'm still angry with them till today for what they did to those guys. It's very bad. Don't let us we must not condone this at all. From either side, whether woman's side or men's side, we must not condone. It's very, very bad. So, but love, when you are married, you promise each other you'll be there till death do you apart. why don't you want to commit to that pledge? It's when you pledge that till death do both of you apart. It's a strong, it's a strong pledge between, between both of you and your God. So marriage is never going to be smooth. Marriage life is never going to be smooth. There's going to be a problem, but we should be able to manage it if the love is there. But when the love is not there in the first place, from one side, because there's no way both of them will get married if love is not from one side. One must surely love one than the other. But if one of them in the marriage does not have that genuine love, but went into that marriage for a reason of japping or for a reason of financial gain or something, then there's gonna be a problem. So that's the way I see it. I don't see people that travel from here to go and get somebody from Nigeria to bring down here. I don't blame them. I blame the people that they brought that doesn't have love for them and then rock down the marriage. So that's the way I will end it. Let me let others speak. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Baba Jellicoe. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Simber, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute?
Okay. Thank you, Adama. My own submission, I'm just going to be very brief because I think a lot of things have been said earlier. But what I want to say is that if I want to remain, specific about the topic, that what are the factors that make some of these marriages that we are talking about not to be successful? I think they have mentioned a lot of reasons. One of them is what I actually mentioned earlier about the investment in marriage, and I think Abajale could also talk about that. I think right from the start, from the way we are designed, is actually when you talk about relationship, is men that actually initiate relationship most of the time. And we are the one that will actually invest a lot of our resources, our money, our time, and everything. Even starting from even having a girlfriend, boyfriend, is men that will start it. So we are the one, to me, as Emeka said, is men that loves and women don't love. It is what you can bring to the table. And that is why it's very easy for women to say, no, I'm no longer interested, because they invest little or nothing into that relationship. So it's very easy for them to quit. And if you go and look at the statistics, most of the divorce rate, you discover that it's women that will actually initiate. Men, we are placid when it comes to relationship. We can tolerate a lot of things. It will be very difficult for a man to say, I'm no longer interested. We can tolerate a lot of things, but women, their elastic limit is very, very so low that any little thing they can say no. And because they have little or no investment in that relationship. Then, so if as a man you go to your country to go and get a woman, let me say this is a very wrong thing to go and do these days, because the interest is not, the love is not there. The only thing that this man is coming from abroad, he has a lot of money, I'm going to be liberated, I'm going to jack out of this country. Whatever, but in fact, they will pretend a lot and say, yeah, they love you, because of what they are looking for. And once they get out there, then because there's no love in the first place, you are the one that do everything, put your money, your life, everything you put it into it. So once they get there, they will leave you once they have what the dependent that they have. So it's a wrong thing for somebody to say you can, unless maybe you have started relationship before you leave. Then you can go back and take whoever you are. Because that one you have started, if you are when you are nobody, that was when you have started the relationship. And I think that one can work. But in the situation whereby you are already made and you are going back, is a wrong, is going to, most of these things will not work. So because another thing is that these days, I think before women used to have only one identity. The way a woman is raised in our own society, because it's that traditional woman, you have to know how to cook, you have to be diligent, you have to be this, you have to be humble, because you are going to marry a man, and those are the qualities that they used to teach our girls. But these days, because of the advent of the social media, there are so many things that people are putting out there. So our women are in that they are searching for identity. They don't even know which one to take now. So there is identity crisis. So even leaving Nigeria, go to America, where we have a lot of all these feminism and all those things. It will just throw them into identity crisis, and then everything will fall apart. So, and if you look at it, if you want to go to Bible, want to go to the Quran, or even any traditional thing, is everybody has a role. And if you don't have, because even animals, they have a role, and that's why we're a social being. But in a situation whereby we want to make everything chaotic, and then you said anybody can do anything, if you don't submit to something, you fall for everything. And that is what we are having. We have to take a reflection about what is happening. You say, oh, our mothers, they suffer because they stomach a lot of things, but they are the one that made us where we have to be successful. Because in a relationship, as Babajide said, you have to face crisis and you have to know how to manage it. But these days, nobody wants to even put any effort into especially women. I'm very sorry to say this. So those are the problems that we are facing these days. What I will advise any man, I want to shake a table. Now, I will advise anybody, whether man or woman, don't marry anybody that you cannot divorce. That is the plain truth. Don't marry anybody that you cannot divorce. Because if you marry somebody that you claim that you so love, and the eventuality it now happen, you are going to be devastated. So be in the midway. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, you can go your way and without any problem. So I think that's how I'm going to rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simba. I really appreciate your inputs. I'm going to go to, I believe, Adewale or Remy. I'm confused who came in first.
Adewale. Is Adewale.
Okay. Mr. Adewale, can you go on next? Can you please unmute?
Can you skip me for now and I will come back? Maybe you go to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Remy, can you please? Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And it's quite an interesting topic. I will base my own analysis on, first, I will look at the modernity aspect of life, and I also look at global phenomenon. And for the man that is going to bring a wife from Nigeria, I will preach three things: patience, understanding, and action. That action is only to be known to that man. And I will break it down this way. When you are bringing a woman from Nigeria, because we live in a modern era, whatever you are going to tell her, she already knows more than 80% of it. She will think that I'm coming from Nigeria, it's not good, no electricity, no road, nothing. And then she's going to Western world where almost everything of life is better than Nigeria. And she knows at the back of her head that mostly the rules and regulation favors the female more than the male. So she has that on at her left hand and she's not going to eat with it. So that is the first mistake that most men don't know. Men can go for love. Love is a good thing of life. At least you cannot live in isolation. So bringing a woman from Nigeria is a good cause. If you truly believe that you don't want the Western world because they are too highly independent, and you don't want somebody that is too confrontational, and you don't want somebody that will say, oh, let's split the work. You cook, and I just do some minor simple thing at home. I've seen a lot of men that cook every day for their family. Things have changed. So for that, because of modernity and global phenomenon, men should be careful. Now, when you bring your woman here, there's a lot of
Remy, sorry for cutting you. This matter of cooking, what is the crime? Because I know Ajali Kuku was trying to push some things earlier on. What did you say anything bad in?
No, for me
Okay.
personally, I think both of them should help one another. Because if both of you are doing 8 or 6 hour shift, I think if both of you come home together at the same time, I guess both of you will be a little bit tired. And probably you can help your wife while she's cooking. You can also help her handle something, or while you are cooking, she'll also stand beside you, not thinking while you are cooking, she go and watch TV. It's diminishing for a
No,
man.
but hold on, Mr. Remy. People of like someone has made a comment. A man cooking, does that make you less of a man?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is this: if the man likes cooking or he wants to cook that day, I think the onus is also good for the woman to stand by his side and help to do some little thing. Not why he's
Remy,
cooking.
Remy, I cook. I cook for the family. If you like it, you can like it.
No,
I'm
you
a
don't.
good cook. I'm a good chef. My mom is my mom is a caterer, so I
Thomas,
cook.
I think you
Yeah.
are getting it wrong. What I'm trying to say is simple. It's very simple. We preach love here, and I preach understanding and
You
patience.
see, Thomas, sorry, Remy, I like what you are saying, right? Even what Thomas said, I like that. See, Thomas, I don't have a problem with men that cook. What I
Think I
clearly
just maybe
said,
you have problem with it.
no, I don't have a problem. You should, if you are alone, you should cook for yourself to eat, right? Are you going to, if you accept you want to be eating outside, it's fine, whatever you want. But men should live by principles and policies, and you have a philosophy. For
Okay.
me, that time you are using to cook, you can still use that time to think about making money. One, you can also still use that time to either fix vehicles. Two, you can use that time to either do something that can add, it depends on what you want to do,
Okay.
right?
Can
It
I
depends. So I don't, but for
guys
me,
don't take my
what I
time?
would say is stick with your philosophy, understand it, because that's why I said when women speak, I don't take their words, I take their
Can
action.
I continue?
Emeka,
Go ahead.
can you please continue? Thank you.
Let me continue. I mentioned global phenomenon and I mentioned modernity. I know the reason why I said so. The world we live now has totally changed. And when you live your own culture as Nigeria, why tradition and culture still play a big role. But when you live to the Western world, it's totally opposite. And when you live in a country, there's so many things that you are going to imbibe or change your life. You are going to workplace, you are going to meet different people from different nationalities all over the world. But what are they going to talk among themselves as if your woman is working? And the society itself, when in the streets, you see how they behave to one another. And because we are also human beings, we tend to say, oh, I see my friend holding hand with his husband or wife. You also like something like that. So the modernity and global phenomenon have completely changed the game totally. So I now preach understanding and patience. If you are the traditional man in Nigeria, you don't like that kind of thing. But when you are abroad, you must also show love, show understanding and patience. The patience aspect of it is that every person, whether man or woman, can bring their own attitude at any time. And when they brought those attitude, it depends on you as a man. How do you handle those attitude? If you will say fire for fire, that is the beginning of a divorce. But if you are calm and try to understand where is she hungry, why this attitude is coming from,
But what
is
is
it?
wrong with divorce? Is there
No,
anything wrong with it?
I will come to that one. That would be my latest card. Okay. So
You
if you
see,
can,
go
if you
ahead, go ahead.
yeah, with understanding and patience, you can really have a good life with your partner, and with love also there. But the love I'm talking about is not love with your head, not your heart. I'm sorry to say this because nowadays we must do something practical. You must be very realistic with yourself, not something you cannot do or something that can put you into debt. Only on yourself because you want to satisfy your wife, and then you think I should go and borrow money to buy a special ring or a special dress or take her to an expensive restaurant. Just
Like man
open,
of prestige.
yeah, open the book to her. This is me. This is what I want. I cannot do more than this. If you want to stay, stay. But now the last one, which I call action for the man to hold back. You as a man, you are bringing a wife from Nigeria. the thing you put into your own left hand is divorce. Because if you roll a coin, it can go the left or right. The left or right can be good or bad. If it turns out bad, don't waste your time. Because if you are thinking, I'm going to manage it, the more she showed that attitude, and she does not intend to change, then that will give you a lot of stress and depression. And if you don't want that one, you play the action card, which is divorce. That's my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Remy. Mr. Dewale, are you ready to speak?
Not yet. Not yet. Just a few minutes.
Okay. BT, can I go to you next? Welcome to the show. Thank you. BT, can I go to you next? You're the next person. Could you mute in?
Sorry,
yes.
Go to the next person. Go to the next person. I'll just skip me for now. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kandu, can you do you have any more things that you want to add to what everybody just said? Mr. Kandu, can you hear me?
Okay. Since he's not talking, let me just add a thing or two. I think y'all said most of it, or I mean all of it. So people like what they like. People like what they like. Feelings change. And for those that still want to hold on to tradition, living in the modern world, I think that's where the fiction is. The friction is. I mean, sorry. People want to. I mean, this. Of course, you cannot expect to still keep. I mean, in its entirety. I mean, what was once defined as marriage. So if you notice now, people don't even use the word marriage anymore. It's more, they call it partnership, or they come up with all various different kinds of sort of names that. So it's been redefined or relabeled into something else. I mean, that was initially at the supervision.
Who are those people redefining marriage? The word marriage.
So you need to look at.
Are they the Libra from?
I mean, even
the alphabet people.
Each man of each party. Are they those people?
It's not no. It's not.
It's not partner, living partner in UK.
Yeah. So
anymore.
So you're looking at below 30, 35 and below. The way they view marriage is quite different from, the way you see it or the way I see it. So it's different now. Now, for those that want to keep up the tradition, what I've noticed is this: that let's say a man that is traditional wants a conservative, like a traditional wife, right? But he still wants her to be modern in a way, right? So I want you to clean, cook, and do
one sec, please. I don't Ajali Coco. I don't know where this word is going to. There's marriage now, open marriage is one thing. You can go out, mess around. The man can go out, the lady will go.
That is American say, Thomas. That one has been in America for a long time. It's not a new phenomenon. It has been
feminism started in the 50s.
It has been
right?
there.
No, hold on.
Paramount in Australia, and you're afraid, right?
Yeah, no. Feminism started in the 50s. It started as women's rights. We moved. Now we are in the fourth feminism wave, right?
Yeah, but I mean, see, feminism itself is like they say, it's a luxury of the West. Once you leave the West and you go to the East or other places, you don't
get to hear the nonsense.
Yeah, because they have. So the reason why a woman in America will slap. So the reason why, okay, now I'm 6'3.5", 245 pounds, right? I'm chiseled. I know I cannot go to a 6'5", 300-pound man and slap him because we have an argument. That's man to man, because we understand there's a certain of violence, right? But a 150-pound, 5'2" woman can slap a 6'7" man in America because they're arguing. Do you know why? Because she knows he dare not slap her back. because the system protects her from that. So the system itself is designed where it allows them to get away with things that ordinarily they would not get away with without that protection. Now, fairly or unfairly, but I'm just saying that, it's that luxury that they've enjoyed. But I'm not trying to even lay blame on any gender. But to my original point, what I'm saying is, what I'm noticing when it comes to divorce and all that, what I'm noticing is people, like women, for instance, they want a man that is conservative, but also allows the modernity part of marriage, where he's a modern man,
They want to pick and choose like Christians.
Right. So and you want a man that wants a conservative wife, but he also wants her to work hard and work 60 hours a week while cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids at the same time. So they want to eat their cake and still have it on both sides. So that's what I think is going on. If you want to be conservative as a man, you must learn.
BT, what is the divorce rate in the East, especially, let's say, India?
Yeah, because like I said, the luxury of the West, feminism,
It's not even the luxury. Let me tell you what is happening. Because if you look at divorce rate in India, it's about just 1% or below 1%. What happened is that the way they conduct their own marriage is actually women that marry the men. It is the woman that will pay dowry for a man.
Simba,
You understand? Let me finish. I know where. I'll round up now. So a woman that invested, you understand, in a man will not want to lose that investment. And that's why they put in a lot of effort to make sure that that marriage is successful. But in our own climb, the reverse is the case. You understand? You are talking now. You don't want to be gender blame one gender or the other because you want to sound nice. Fine. But the issue here is this. If you look at it critically, a lot of problem is about the women because they want to eat their cake and have it at the same time. You cannot tell me that even you yourself, you are doing 50-50 with your wife. Or whether even if they say 50-50, in the practicality of it, it's not actually 50-50. But at the same time, they want you to do their homework. You will not have a flat tire in your house now. Ask your wife to go and fix it. She will not even dare it. She will not go there. She will ask you to go and do it. There are certain things that in the house they will classify as men's role. But
Thank
the
you. Now
women's
you
one.
see where you are coming in now, Remy. Now
No,
that's why
this
when
Simba.
Remy, you are hitting. Oh,
This is
sorry,
Simba.
Simba.
This is Simba.
Sorry, my bad, Simba. Now you are hitting the practicality of things. So when you are hearing men say, "Oh, I cook,"
it's because
now you have brought an example. Let that tire burst, or let the roof.
A lot of men has been emasculated. They have been emasculated.
Yes, men are weak now. Men are completely weak, like man of prestige.
Emeka, sorry to interject you. I just want to quickly chip this in. When you say men are weak, I don't totally agree with you. You have to look at the country rules.
It's not by choice. But it's not by choice.
It's the rules and regulations. Let me give you a very good example. Now, in Nigeria, when you see a pretty babe, you can walk up to her and say, "Hey, baby," just chat her up or something like that. Here in Europe, especially here, you cannot walk up to a lady just like that. She can call the police for harassment.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The fact of the matter is Remy, just to answer, you can actually walk up to a woman and talk to her. It is the way you do it. It is not how you do it. The way you do it.
Emeka, Remy, let me just clarify something with Emeka. Emeka, in my college days, I used to be a photographer, like undergrad, and I learned quickly working with models that I can walk up a model-looking man, chiseled muzzle, and has the feature, can walk up to a woman and say the nastiest stuff and get away with it.
Correct. I agree with you.
let that, and so it's more of the level of attraction of the woman. If she's
I
attracted
agree
to
with
you, you can
I
say
agree with you.
yes,
I
she did.
agree.
And so it's about knowing, you know what they call pre-selection with women.
Yes, I agree with you
Before
completely.
you approach, if she's not pre-selecting you, don't even bother, because if you do, then it will be creepy. That is
Yes.
the difference in the West. In Africa or other places, even if you had the ugliest man, you can still approach without the wahala. But in the West, if you don't really read the body, if you don't know what good approach means, and you go and it gets into trouble. That's the problem.
No,
It's about knowing the
for
line.
some of us that
It's not.
God has blessed with good genes, like yourself now, you're tall, you are 6'3", you can do it and get away with it. You understand? So for some men who are not born with good genes, I think they can't get away with it.
So what I'm
Right?
trying to say here in
That's
conclusion,
the difference between the East the West and
the
other places.
constitution, the law protects the women more, and because
That's
of
not true.
that,
That's not true.
are you
That's not
kidding
true.
yourself? You are
No, I'm not
lucky.
kidding myself. That is
You are
not
so
true.
kind
You see,
yourself with
my very good friend is a family lawyer. So I know a bit of it. I won't say, if I say I know it, I'm sounding off my ass, but I know because it tells me about what the law says. It is men that when I say men are weak, I know what I'm saying. It is men, and to be very fair, it is the men that refuse to trigger the divorce. The women are the most that trigger. And he tells me that women take more action to leave their marriages, especially when they know that they are tired. But the man will keep begging. It's not him telling me. He has shown me. A man will keep begging.
Mr. Rami, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that the law applies when you say the law, they take advantage? Could you please explain, like give more details of what you're trying to say so I can understand what you're saying?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I said, could you give
Are,
more
are you not
details?
Remy again?
I
Are
didn't
you?
say,
Do you have
wait.
another name?
So
Yeah, you know, it's the code now. Something at the point you do.
we are not. The weather is dropping now, but it's not yet cold. Okay, we are today is about 12 to 17. Oh my God. Okay, it's getting a little bit. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this: I've seen a lot of cases when there is a friction between a wife and a husband, and when they are talking in terms of determining who take care of the child or who the child will be with. Most time, women always have about 60 to 70% of giving.
That's not true. That's not true. It is men that refuse to go for 50-50 because they feel that okay, they may not have the time. That's not true. I'm quoting the law. I am
Can I
quoting.
ask you for a favor? Can
I'm
you
quoting
please
the law.
can you allow him to finish? Then you can
Okay, that
interject,
is one case.
please.
And then the second one I want to quote is someone I knew that something happened to him. Actually, this person, he has a friction with the wife.
Sorry,
And
Adam. I will appreciate it if you stop interjecting me. I truly will appreciate it. Okay. When I'm saying something is not true, I know what I'm saying, and I can bring up the law. Please, I will appreciate. I know you don't like me, and I can also say I don't like you too.
okay, take it
Please,
easy.
I will appreciate it if you could.
Emeka, I am
If you could.
asking you.
No,
I am
I could.
asking you
No.
kindly
I
that
don't want to. I
when
don't want to
someone
get
is
this, please.
speaking,
Hold on.
please
I don't
allow
want.
them to
Now listen.
finish.
Ada.
Then you
Listen,
can
please.
interject.
Please
Thank you.
listen. Now listen. Don't tell me how I want to speak and how to speak. I appreciate you don't like my opinion, but keep it at that. So when I say something is not true, I want to support it with evidence. Don't tell me that I should let on your show, which I will not even attend. On your show,
Emeka, let
you can
me
control your show
say
the way you want. So, Ada, please let this be the last time. I'm saying it that this is the second time. Please stop it.
Okay, just take it easy, Emeka. The first thing I want you to know is that the world is big and it's global. And I think if I can say, maybe the majority of your life you have lived in Africa and also in America or Canada. I don't know where you are exactly. So you cannot generalize everything because what is practiced in Asia is totally different from what is practiced in the Western world. And what is practiced in Europe sometimes is a little bit different of what is practiced in America. What I'm trying to say is that I remember vividly that in China, when they divorced their wife, and when the wife divorced their husband, all the property go to the wife. And when they now say that most women are taking advantage of this kind of situation, the government, they change the law immediately. And when they change the law, when there's a divorce, then you share it 50-50. Or they do it this way. Once you are going to the marriage, you list all those items you are taking to the marriage. The wife lists, the husband lists. And once you divorce, everything you take to that marriage belongs to you.
So Remy, I don't know about Chinese law.
No,
Yes,
I just
you might educate me on that, but for North American, right?
no,
North
that is
American
just
law
a diversion.
and
That is
the Western law,
yeah,
right?
that,
Or
yeah,
Australia,
yeah. What I'm trying to say
Canada, America. So
okay, that's just a diversion. I just want you
yeah.
to understand that what took place in every of this region or whatever is totally different. Now I'm talking about this man have a friction with the wife, and the wife threatening with a knife, and there's a kind of blood or whatever. At the end of the day, the man was so smart guy. He recorded everything on his phone. That's what saved that man that day. If not, they would have deported him. And the man, the woman will still continue to live here. So the law in Europe, you can ask anybody that live in Europe, the law favors the woman more than the man. And every man that lives there knows the truth, unless they are trying to, they don't want to tell you.
Okay, Remy, I don't agree. There's a reason why I say I don't agree. This is a talking point men spin. The law is actually fair. Yes, there could be some biases, and you could use biases, not favor. There could be some biases because why? The women are not seen typically to be instigators of crime. Most crimes, based on statistics, are being done by men.
That is where I will ask you a question. So now, what you just mentioned now is that they see women as more weaker than men. So
Correct.
anything that happens,
That's the bias, not favor.
so that's what we are
Okay?
trying to say.
That's the bias. So when you use favor, it means that when you take your case to a court, you are not going to get the outcome that you want. But when you say biases, but then you now need to come with evidence to support, to show that truly you are the victim. Like for instance, now you called, if your wife calls the police in North America or whatever, they would come to the view that okay, she has been assaulted. But once they clearly look at you, you are spilling blood everywhere, and she is as fresh as the goose this thing. Then like this person appears to be the victim here, and you appear to be the perpetrator. They are going to arrest her.
No,
When you clearly say your point.
I'm sorry. In this kind of climate here, I'm telling you.
No. I know
Okay,
from
don't
the
let
law.
us argue about
So
it because
except when both of you are now fighting, now for the peace to reign, they will literally advise the man to leave the home.
Emeka, you should understand, the perspective that this guy is speaking.
I'm not saying I don't understand him because he used favor.
He's speaking from the perspective of an immigrant over there. So
okay.
The law over there, and in that country where they still practice racism, so they will still disfavor him, even if the law is on his side, except he hire a lawyer that will stand up and fight on him, and he have to pay through his nose for that. But for being a black in that racist country, they will, use the law.
But we must be clear now. We must be clear. In the sense, let's not be generic, right? So that we don't confuse people.
Let me quickly answer both of you so that another person will talk. I'm not looking at it from the immigration point, but I am trying to tell you what in this climate, the law favors female more than the male, and every man knows here. Even here in Finland, majority of the couple, they don't normally marry. It's just an understanding to live together, have children. Sometimes the way they even do is surprise you. That a man, a husband, go to the shopping mall and buy whatever he wants. The wife also go there and they split the refrigerator into two. This is yours, this is mine. So the majority of the people here is that is why I am telling you that the phenomenon that is happening around the world is totally different. In Africa, we should cherish the culture and tradition. Here they preach independence. and they preach individuality.
No, but that's the weakness, Remy, that's the weakness of the man in that house.
I don't say it's the weakness of the man. That is the society. And
Is the way, but you know what? The elites don't operate that way. That's one thing you need to understand.
Together? They can as well have baby mamas, baby
Exactly.
baby
Just
daddy, and
so
then
why would the
why
man
I be
tolerate
staying with
that kind of?
somebody and I'll be dividing my freezer?
Thank you. Why would the man tolerate that kind of deal if he's not a weak man? Why would so Remy, hear my viewpoint, hear my logic. Why would the man accept such kind of deal if he's not a weak man? Why?
No,
No, you can't say, you can't excuse the behavior.
Emeka, please, I beg you. I've already laid my premises on one thing, and the premise is so simple. The way they practice is different from region to region. If you tend to live here and you want to marry one of them, I'm not saying every one of them will do like that. But if you want to marry a Finnish girl now, Finnish girl preaches individuality, they preach independency. So you must know, that's why I preach understanding and patience. So if you are coming here,
so what you have said, what you are telling us now is that they have completely finished all the Finnish men.
Okay, come and marry them then.
Okay, can I say something? Can I say, since we've said where we stand when it comes to where we want to get married, what is your preference on, who wants to speak?
Let
Yes.
Adama land. Let her land. Yeah. Land what you say. Yeah.
I guess she's concluding the. I mean, what's the topic actually? You remind me.
The topic is, where do you prefer to get married? Do you prefer going to the diaspora to get a woman? If you live here in the diaspora, do you want to marry someone you met here, or do you want to go back home and get a wife?
Wait a minute. I thought I was speaking before everybody hijacked my.
You weren't speaking no more. You dumb, bro.
You guys, man. I can't even.
Okay. BT, can you finish then, Mr. Dewale? We go next.
Dewale, can you meet your $4 mic or something?
At least you can hear me clearly tonight.
Yeah, just mute your cheap mic. Okay?
You get away with this Agbado mic, Joe.
All this enemy of progress. All this will have been sounding like kind of song. They won't let me hear what tonight. My friend, phone sound better.
Okay. Here's the point. You can marry anywhere. Is the quality in that partner or wife or husband that matters. People have gone back home to bring a spouse and it hasn't worked out. So there's no guarantee, especially in today's world, that going to Nigeria will. Of course, you have some traditional values that you might want in a woman that you might get over there, but there are Nigerians here too. So it just requires you networking and to find the kind of woman you want or the kind of man you want. So the idea of going to Nigeria solely because I can't find any woman here, or I can't find any man here, so it's better back home. There's no guarantee for that, and it's even harder because that will be long distance dating and courting and all that. Unless you have families involved. I mean, there have been family. I have seen arranged marriages that have worked. I've seen those that have not worked. So, but as a man, for me, if let's say I want to marry like a Fulani woman, and she has all the values I'm looking for.
They are very beautiful.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying beyond the beauty. Because if I'm looking for beauty, that is everywhere. You can find beautiful men over the place. But if I'm very specific about I'm looking for another woman that has the values I'm looking for, the culture and everything, then I will look for a Fulani woman where I live in America. It requires me doing a little bit of research and making some calls and trying to figure it out. But
where will you see Fulani woman in America? Where?
Oh, I'm bad.
You want to go online to search for?
No. I'm not about online. No. Okay.
Have you met one before?
Yeah, I also have people in America here. California, by the way, they have a flag.
Babajele Kuku, don't dare beat you. BT is a womanizer. Don't mind him.
It's about networking. Listen.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's a doctor. He's a doctor without border.
BT,
So that's
BT,
why.
is that hold on, BT, is that the new language for connection now? Is networking?
No, but that is what we're supposed to do.
He's a doctor without border. Don't mind him. So he can meet people around.
Let
He's
me,
a doctor without border.
no, guys, I'm being serious. Okay, let's say you are a man that is very successful. You have all these degrees, you make all this money, and say, man, I want a young lady that is also educated in this field, blah blah blah. You just make the call out, and people will do the job for you, and they will help you find someone that fits that profile. Yes,
I agree.
It's called networking now.
Yeah.
How do you think all people get married? They network.
Yeah, but BT, I agree with what you said. Like for me, what I'm saying for me as a professional, I met my husband here, and my husband is a neurosurgeon. Okay, I'm anesthesiologist. So for both of us,
So
we're
you
in the
met in the
medical field.
theater. You met in the theater. Instead of you to be doing your work, you are looking at yourself, eh? Adama.
So the point I'm trying to make is someone like him, I don't see my husband going home to look for a wife, the man I know now. So what you say makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, so I'm saying those values you can find it here plus some more, because by the way, people also have this issue that I've noticed. People that bring spouse from back home, the adjustment to the especially if the person is still struggling or they're not where they want to be. So if somebody lives here and they understand the system,
But give me 5 seconds, 10 seconds. We've been talking. We always mention this, that men also just a little bit digress. Man always get abused. We are 10 on this platform. Have you seen any man the wife is beating? I've never seen one. I just heard it. I don't know.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yes, they do. Yes.
Guys, wait.
Thomas, you want me to send the video to you?
No.
Let me send video.
Guys,
Let
wait.
me land.
No, you can't.
Let me land.
Thomas, you're a man, and you know that even if a man is abused, he's not going to say because
he's not going to say it.
He's
Yeah.
going to put it in public now.
Yeah,
As a
he
man,
can't say
your ego has been bruised. You're not going to
No.
say,
But hold on. Which power that woman gets? Where did my wife?
It's not about power. Like I
No, I'm
told
talking
you
of
earlier.
physical. I'm talking of physical beating.
Hold on, Thomas, please. If a woman in the West slaps her husband, right? She's a very small lady and she slaps him. If he slaps her back and she gets bruises, the police comes. Who are they arresting?
They arrest the man.
They will arrest the man
Why?
first. They will arrest the man. They will not even. Yes.
It's not because
What about Africa?
Including
What about
Africa,
Africa?
Thomas. Africa, it does happen in Africa. The only reason why you don't get to hear about it is because the men cannot come out publicly or share it with their friends because they feel so ashamed. They feel like they're less of a man if they share it with their whoever they confide on and say, "Oh, I'm going through this abuse."
Adama, I'm saying which kind of power that woman we have.
Thomas, you are missing the point.
Okay, hold on, Thomas. Do you know that
Thomas,
abuse
you are lucky, oh.
Thomas, do you know that abuse?
Psychological abuse.
for their head.
Thomas, hold on, please. Psychological abuse from a woman is even worse than the physical.
What's that beating the person? Yes.
Hello, everybody.
So you are missing the point.
Hi, how you guys doing? Can everybody hear me clearly?
No, your mic is not okay.
Adewale, go and change your phone.
No, because our bill he doesn't pay the internet bill.
Can you guys hear me clearly now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Your voice
I can hear me clearly. Is it clear now?
No, but it's still shaking. It's still shaking. Yeah.
Okay. This is becoming a little bit embarrassing, but I've taken off the Bluetooth. Quickly, let me just address the question posed by that dama. I don't want to get one. Do I say it correctly?
Dewale, fix your mic. This is god awful, man. It is Jesus Christ, man. Just
Oh my! But you guys can hear me better now, right?
on the
Yeah, we
cara.
can hear you, then it dips. We can hear you, it dips, then it comes off again, it dips.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but when you speak, it doesn't come
Is
out well.
Adewale interjecting or is taking over from Babati? Babati still have the floor.
I'm doing both. Taking over, interjecting, and
Why do you want to
interrupting.
take over? Get away with this your mic, Jade.
Why is okay? You guys give me a few minutes. I will rejoin the show. Mr. Thomas, make sure you tune me back.
Dewale,
Come
okay.
back. Go and get your mic well.
Let me be serious. Thomas, hold on. I have seen where a man, very successful, a woman has run him down with the words of her mouth, and I can see the level of. I mean, don't even let me go there because they will confine to you about things, and you will not because they in public they're like an amazing
Babati,
private.
No, Babati, please. As I'm still saying this, have you ever seen a family, a man, that the wife is beating?
Thomas, why you saying this? I said better buzz bottle.
Thomas, I'm confused. The question is it that because you've not heard it or witnessed it doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
No, let me land. Let me land before you bury me. I've been hearing it. I've never seen one before.
And that's you now.
It's you, right?
Now,
go ahead.
I've been hearing it. I know it may be happening, but I've never seen one. Nobody has told me that man, his wife is beating him. But even though it happens, what power a woman will have that will beat me, that will not carry a stick and knock her for head?
And what happens next, Thomas? Thomas, and what happens next, Thomas? Thomas, what happens next when you put the stick on it? What happens next, Thomas?
We not die now. We will take our
That's the you're not listening. If you strike her with that stick and she bleeds, the police show up, you are going to jail.
No. I'm talking in Africa. I know.
Forget Africa. We are in the West. Stop discussing Africa. We are here now. This is where we are. We're not living in Africa.
Sorry, I think what Thomas is trying to. Sorry.
You can tender your evidence too that your wife.
Evidence. You don't even know how it works yet. You show up and she's crying. Also, you don't even know
Thomas.
how it works. Nobody's going to.
Babati. I think what Thomas is trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what Thomas is trying to pass across, what I believe he's trying to pass across, or what I understand, I think he's trying to ask a question, like asking a question. Have you seen around you? Not maybe you see it on the YouTube or this. Because
my uncle divorce his wife.
You do not always allow me to.
Let me finish. You will speak now. You're not supposed to get to that level of anger. I just want to chip in that my uncle divorced his first wife because of this.
You chip it in, please. I think what Thomas is trying to. Yeah, what Thomas is trying to say is this: the way we analyze the issue here, sometimes the way we say it, the way we generalize it, is now looking like when you just step out of your house, you see a woman beating the husband. That's the way we are analyzing it. So that is why he's asking, have you seen? So the way we always say it, we don't even do exemptions. We just like once you step out of your house, the next building, a woman is beating his husband. When you cross to the other street, a woman is beating his husband. That's why he's asking. Thank you.
Okay. So let's clarify. Isaac, let's clarify. Thomas, nobody is saying that women are all over the place assaulting men up and down. What we're saying is that even for the ones that are happening, they will not come out to say. They will confine in a few people. And I'm saying that beyond physical is more of psychological abuse to the spouse. I've seen where, I mean, I didn't really see it, but
but see, I know the psychological part. That one is much details. I'm talking about physical. Why not me? How can a woman beat me?
The one, no,
They're
the one
just thinking
I was
out of.
told, I didn't see it with them. He said because she's ex military, right? They got into a fight, broke something on his head, and even put a gun. She put a gun in the house. So he had to like flee for his life. Like, I can't do this anymore. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. She's like, you do this all the time. You pull a gun at me, blah blah blah. Pull a knife. The day you're gonna use it, then what happened?" So it happens. But like I said earlier, men will only confine to with like close friends or family. They will not say it. Like, it won't make it the news. It won't go to get to the police in most cases. They won't say it.
Hey,
So, but it
So
happens.
Prince Daddy, now
Babati.
who is at fault here? Is it the woman or is it the man?
No. I'm not saying that the man should not be a man and should have seen the red flag. Sometimes, like I always say, when men are in love, sometimes that can blind the sense of judgment.
Now, you see, when I go back, that's why I said I always would excuse the women and blame the men.
I'm not
Men
blaming
don't know how to pick. Men don't know how to pick women. They don't. Let's be realistic. Men are getting weak and they're getting weaker.
Emeka, can I say something?
Go ahead.
My
Go
uncle,
ahead.
when I was young, he used to tell me something when I was very young. And that really helped me dating women and in college. Because it's like, he said the women leave. He said, so he called the young, he said, women, because he would always ask us, he said, okay, when the woman left, what did she invest in that relationship? And he always say, women tend to stick around to a man that they have invested in. So ask yourself, when you're having an issue with a woman, what has she invested in your life? If it's nothing, she's going to leave. The more she invests in you, the more she's likely to stay. And I held on to that. So if you meet any woman that you're talking to or you're dating for a while, if she's not investing in you, or more, it's not going to last. You can tell. Women stay with women that they invest in. So I hold on to that. But sometimes when men have the money, forget, baby, don't worry about it. Don't do this. I got it. No. Stop doing I got this. I got that. She has to invest in you. The same way you are investing in her or the family or whatever, a woman has to also demonstrate that in your life. She has to improve the quality of your life.
Thomas, I mean, BT, I am seconding that 100%.
But men, our ego now, I'm the man.
They will tell you they don't need anything.
That's the problem.
What do you think? No, they act like they don't even. They will never acknowledge. And that's what I was trying to tell Emeka. When a woman doesn't know how much it takes to run a home, she has failed as a woman. That's my opinion. You have to know, because you cannot live in a house and expect your husband to do all these things and you're just sitting there. Yes, you're a professional as well, but it takes two to tango. And I believe when the communication flows and things are so open, if anything happens to either one of you, you can pick up your pieces without feeling that impact so much because you were so open with each other. And I totally agree with you. We need to learn, our women need to learn to invest in their men just as much as our men are investing in our women.
No, for me, what I would say is I can hear the word investing, right? I still cannot relate with it. Investing in terms of money or investing in terms of time. Now, we need to provide more context when we are talking about investing.
Let me give you context.
I have a quick question for
Let
you.
me hold on, please. Let me clarify the investments, Emeka. So investment means, when you meet somebody, they share your dreams. Okay, this is what I want to do with my life. Blah 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 blah. Like for my own situation now, when I was looking for like a residency, like my lady at the time, she made calls. She made calls like, okay. And when it was a time to get a job at the teaching hospital, I made calls too. That means you care about that person.
Okay, that's a fair one, but that is not a guarantee. It's fair, but it's not a guarantee.
It's not a guarantee. But I'm saying that the likelihood of people leaving their investment gets lower the more they invest in you. If
So
there's no interest at all, they'll likely leave.
So BT, now where does the onus lie? Who does the onus lie on?
It's the man. It's the man. I agree with
Exactly,
you.
because
I agree with you. I agree with you.
nothing is guaranteed. So, and I think, and this is not based on me, my opinion. It is based on what I have seen with many family lawyers, especially when they handle cases for men. Men are scared of divorce, and it
Emeka,
is a huge
Emeka,
concern.
sorry. Can I quickly ask this question to Adama, please? Adama, are you there? When you mentioned
yes, I can hear you.
When you mentioned investing and women should also contribute, does it include women continue to pop out babies for their man year in, year out? And before you know it, they have already popped out like 5 or 6 children.
No. That's not what. That's not the investment I'm talking about.
It can also be because some women think that's a kind of way to.
No, anybody can.
Listen.
Yes.
Some women think if they continue to pop out that children for you, you will not have that extra money to spend on side chick outside. That is, some of them give a reason for that. At the end of the day, they pump out 5 children for you, and they want you to give them the same lifestyle, good education, good clothing, food, good housing, and everything. And so I just want you to factor that into your consideration, because to some women, that's a big investment.
I think that's the most important investment a woman can actually give to a man.
No, but what I'm
Pushing
talking
out
about,
the
this
next
is
generation for him, putting out the next footprint, his lineage, extending his lineage to the next generation. That's the biggest investment a woman can do for a man. I can hear what you guys are talking about. I don't. If it's time, maybe money. Do they spend their money? Do they really? And do you want it as a man? That's the main answer is that's why I put that responsibility on the man to continue to always provide and be in a position to provide.
This is what I learned about women. Just for me, it's like driving a car. When it comes to advising, because my lady does advise me some things. It's like me driving a car, and she's like a side mirror that assistance I cannot see. Women have amazing peripheral view of things. Men are very tunnel vision sometimes. When you are so focused on things, I'm
not disputing you on that. That's fine.
So what I'm saying is, if I can say, okay, we walk into somewhere now and say, okay, maybe you didn't do this or that. Oh, consider that. But she is very smart the way she presents advice to me. She's like, oh, maybe you should consider this. Maybe you should consider that. So it's like a suggestion, right? So the way you even present your ideas to your spouse matters as much, because you don't want to, the man's ego is don't fight it. It is what it is. So it's like a woman that knows how to stroke your ego while at the same time, advising you, is a very beautiful woman. It's just
absolutely, that is their job, right? To stroke a man's ego, to stoop low to conquer. I don't know if many of you have read that book. Submit to his leadership, as well as being a confidant to him. We are not getting that type of women nowadays. But is
the man, okay, let me ask you, Emeka, so what was the man doing the dating phase? These are things you pay attention to.
Great point. That's why I pass that onus to men, because men are picking nonsense. You see, like I used to listen to before he passed on, Kevin Samuels, and he was quite right on what he was saying.
Men don't pick nonsense, Emeka.
Okay, maybe I was a bit harsh with that.
No.
Right?
No. Emeka, before you continue, my dad, I think I said it on the show before. My father used to do something when I was very young, dating. And I never really knew what he was saying until I grew up a little bit, a little bit more mature. So if I'm dating any girl, right, and we are kind of serious and she knows about the girl, he will always ask me the same question. Does she ask for your advice on anything?
All right, yeah.
I didn't know why he kept asking. He always does with any girl I was dating. Does she ask for your opinion on anything? I'm like, what does that mean? So down the road, I found out if she's asking you for your opinion about something, that means she values your leadership.
All right.
You have to pay attention. If you are dating any girl and she's not asking you for advice or opinion on anything, she does not respect you as a man.
Correct.
Don't waste your time. So it's like
Correct.
men have to learn to pay attention to the way the woman sees you.
And with you understanding that, right? A woman would always seek the opinion of a man on specific important issues. If it's you are not that man, then and you are married to her, then you've picked nonsense. She's either asking an opinion from either her pastor or her father or one of our uncles or many of our uncles too. So if you are married to it's great points. I think your father very experienced. He understands what is going on. Many men.
Babati.
Yes, sir.
Babati, are you married now? Are you married?
Yes. Yeah. I have 3 kids, 3 boys.
Okay, finally, were you able to get that kind of woman?
Yes. I mean,
it means that woman is not among the women we are discussing today.
I mean, no, actually, no, she's not.
Okay.
Like you know, one thing I found out about women was that when a woman finds a good man, don't call me a good man, just like
a man that they see value in. That's the right way.
They will, you know, women will guide that thing with their life. They will
correct.
They will call their friends of like, I don't care about you people anymore.
Correct.
They will like no.
Correct. Correct.
So,
that's why I don't pay attention to them. It is the man. It is the man himself. Because if women know how to smell value in men, they know. Men don't understand. They can see value in you. They can smell it from afar. They know what you can offer to them. And if they think that value is enough, they will comport themselves. A woman who is smoking will stop smoking. A woman who does not go to church and you go to church will follow you to that church. The things you want her to do, she will do it. You will control
even if
that
she has,
woman.
If she has the rules for other men, for you,
but Emeka, you should also know that too, that people change. Values.
Most definitely, I'm not disputing that people won't change, but then again, it still lies with the leadership of that man to always ensure disciplinary measures are in place for any weakness. You must be strict.
So,
it's not when you accept
about how do you feel about men that are always running up trying to please the woman to agree to?
Those men are very weak and silly. They are weak and silly men. It's like you giving your child everything he or she wants. What do you think you are raising? You are going to raise a spoiled child. So why would you run around? Why are you trying to please the woman? The woman should be pleasing you, not you pleasing the woman. You are the man. You are the God in the house. You are the sunshine in that place.
They will say, "Baby, I will buy you. Let's go." The one that annoys me the most. This is even Nigerian diaspora. So let me take you shopping. Shopping like she's gonna date you because you want to take her shopping. Yeah, she will chop your money, but or maybe a couple of times in bed.
But those are men. Those are men who don't understand. You don't lead with your pocket on those kind of issues, right? It's not necessary. If you see, it is very important. That's why I say they can smell value. Number one, you are doing well with what you're doing. You're a working professional. You probably medical doctor, top IT. You know, a man must get to a certain level, right, with his career to demonstrate that he is good at what he's doing and the future is bright. But I know many of us will try to want to get married young. I don't think it's okay, in my view. You must have demonstrated at least within mid-management level, or you own your business and you've demonstrated excellence consistently before you start a family. You pick a woman, so she looks at
Emeka.
you. Yeah.
Emeka. Okay. Okay. But let me give a new dimension to what we are discussing. Because earlier BT was talking about successful men.
Mm-hmm.
When we meet successful men, we meet successful men, not men that are all this middle class of a thing. We are talking about really successful men. If you look at
that is objective, right? If you want to, you can say maybe.
I'm talking about top 1%. I'm talking. Yes.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Yes. I get you now. I get you better now.
Top 1%.
I get you now.
Okay. Now, as you grow up, your priority changes. I'm very sorry
Agreed.
to say this.
No, there's no need for you to be sorry. Agreed.
Okay, so if you are there up there, somebody like all these people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and others, what they are looking for in a woman is different from what we will be looking for in a woman. Most of the things that we will be demanding for a woman, they can outsource it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They won't care about who cooks for them, who does this for them. What they are looking for is actually the attraction and the sexual gratification that they can get from a woman. And so people will now be looking at them and say, these are the people that we are now using as an example, which is not true.
You see, I know you're saying on a tangent, right? Because I've read about Brigade, and I knew he interviewed multiple women before he picked his wife Melissa. Yeah, I don't know. There's a book on it. He interviewed the
Melissa
women.
used jazz on him.
Not really. You see, one thing that I've noticed, and I think I've said it here on the platform, that the elites don't play with their gene pool. They don't. So Brigades runs in a different circle. That's fine. And again, you see, for them, they have kids, or they have one child, or I'm just generalizing on the elite. Divorce doesn't matter. They pay you off and you move on. So, but men are afraid of that mindset. So when you are discussing, so like I was saying, when you are telling a woman, the woman would have seen that value with you. You are arranging and you are telling her, come, this is me. If you mess up, someone will replace you. Yeah, if you do this, this is how it will go. Don't you put the rules in place? You put it in. You are already clear.
Can I interject you briefly?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Emeka, your
I'm
ability
sorry,
to put those rules also depends on your status.
That is why you must aspire. You see, I don't expect a 24 years old to be entering into a marriage. You are just leaving university or college and you are going into a marriage. That's struggle love for you. And marriage is not about love. How do you cope? Kids come in. Your income is not even enough to carry you and your wife. You have a third party coming in. You are going to struggle. So you must build that's why I said, like mid-management, you would have built that career to a point that you can cater for at least not just yourself. You know that when you get a family, you can care for that family, because your first responsibility, like what Kandu has said, marriage is
Emeka,
responsibility.
I totally agree with you, because even if you look at, let me give you for example, as you are growing up, even in your marriage, and your financial capabilities is improving, you discover that there are certain things that you cannot get away with before that you can get away with when your financial status improves. They tend to, by the time you see your wife calling you daddy,
yeah, you are daddy. You are daddy.
Okay. Can I say something? We've all answered. We've all stated. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Now that
Go ahead, sir.
my microphone is better now.
You borrow the wife's phone.
I beg you, people are darling. Now, I heard my brother Mika saying that the men don't choose right, and I disagree with that, or should I say,
no, that's fair. That's a fair point. Go ahead.
You know, when people are in a dating stage, or should I say just meeting for the first time, there's this feeling that becloud their sense of judgment or rationality, and they do things just for the sake of perhaps they try to brush their own ego or make themselves feel important. When they started getting to that advanced stage where things are getting serious, people hardly ask each other's pertinent questions. They believe they can free flow into marriage with the hope that nature will take its course and they will roll with it. They will roll with the punch, and whatever the life brings to their way, they will face it. And they realize that they're growing apart, and they're growing at a different level, and they change. and then the center could no longer hold and they separate. Now, you know, women are smart, highly, highly smart. And I've seen a situation where even the so-called elite, someone in that status that I expect will have common sense, being pushed around like a soccer ball by someone we've known to be, you know, what you can call a jagbo, and ended up getting married to this individual without jars. And we begins to wonder why. How come a high value person like this ended up with someone who had been in the street for a very long time? Women, this is why I say women are smart, is that when they want something, especially when before you get to the marriage stage, they know how to placate man. They will pretend.
Actually, are you sure that man that you are referring to is not just? I think he derived his satisfaction from that marriage, from just the attraction and
No, no.
sexual gratification getting
As
from
a
that
matter
woman.
of fact, his case was a fry pan to fire. But I won't go into that because he left his wife and got married to somebody else and then got his hand burnt and trying to get back to the old wife. But what I'm trying to say is this: when people are not married but they are that honeymoon stage where everything you do is being overlooked by the other person or the other partner, people tend to make mistake, and that's when people need to pay much attention. But they don't. Singles don't.
So
And
you what you did now is you answered you are agreeing with me. So the onus is on the man. We control relationship.
yeah,
We do control it.
what I wanted
So
to
why would a
make us
man be
understand is that
yeah?
women can manipulate their way to
Then
get the
it is
kind
the
of man.
man that wants to be manipulated. It still
No,
boils on the man.
no. Sometimes you think we are going with our head instead of, I mean, going with our heart instead of our head. And
So
men sometimes pretend that we do that, like we're going into that relationship with our
it
head.
still
But
boils that you see, and
you know,
why I'm saying this is it is a lack of you see, BT came up here, right? And he said something. My father was asking me this question, and he come to the point to realize that I think somehow, but my father didn't, he was very blunt about this with me. He was spitting it out. I think with some men that I've seen, they didn't get the privilege for their father to be involved more in their life to really guide them on women's selection, telling them this is how you do it, this is what you do. Why would a man engage when that is looking at getting married, engage with just flow around with just one woman? I don't get it. You must talk to
okay,
multiple people.
yes, you must we'll talk to multiple people, but what about the one that actually impresses you the most, doing virtually everything that you
It's
want
not
or
just,
something?
of course, you are of
Yeah,
value to her. You must sit her down
you know what?
and you
It's
must
not.
spill it out.
Yeah, but once the moment your partner understand what makes you who you are, understand your interests, your hobbies, what makes you happy, they tend to have been in control because they can use that to manipulate you. Now, for someone like that who appears to be interested in you, asking you questions, tend to give you maybe a solution, or even where you did not solicit for advice, is giving it, right? People like that will easily get impressed upon them, and you want to bring somebody like that closer. And you could easily fall prey into that trap if you are not looking deeply,
Is it,
because
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you are not eating this, but yes, I like the conversation, and I think this is what typically happens. And again, I will go back to what I earlier said. When a man has no philosophy or principles, he will be seeking those philosophy or principles in someone else, right? A man who has built himself to a certain point would rarely not be seeking opinions and advice from. That's why people don't like Trump. This is a man who has demonstrated excellence consistently, and he has seen that his decision is bringing him success. What do you want to tell Trump that he has not tried? He's just going to look at you and like, who the hell are you? I've been doing this for quite a while. And you say he's arrogant. No, he has translated this consistently and he has built success for a long period of time. So why are you to come and tell him something different when he has done it? So it is still boils down on the man. So it is a breakdown of leadership on men. And when I say men are getting weaker, this is what I'm talking about. Why would you allow a woman to come and sneak into you and like that? And you say, oh, this one is so good. You hear men say, oh, this guy too fine, he get big yash. And you are like, what the hell?
And Emeka, you also know that sometimes when some certain men that maybe when they were struggling or when they were young, they never really had a lot of women or girlfriends. They were like late bloomers. Late bloomers. So they not got money now. So that inexperience with women at the early age, when they meet beautiful women now, it's just like, okay, that just they have what we call 190s. Like they don't feel like they can do better than that beautiful woman that they have. So they have to please her for her to stick around.
But that has to come with low self-esteem now.
Right.
Exactly. Insecurity.
Hey, guys, I want also to understand. Every human being are not the same. There are certain things some people desire in their marriage or in their own life, and it doesn't make them weak. Sometimes they desire an atmosphere that is more of a companionship instead of just an hierarchy type where the man is the top. Some people do. Okay.
Okay, I want to give you an example, Yemi. So I like where you are spinning to.
You said I'm spinning. I'm not spinning.
Yeah. Sorry, I used the word spin, but I like where you are going to. There's this man in Maryland. It's a show, Real Housewife or whatever. The man has, it's a family business that their dad they do like a beauty company like that in Maryland. So, but him as the first son was the managing director or the CEO. Why the younger brothers were just directors, and they were not running the day to day. This guy divorced. So he married 3 times. He divorced the first one. He has divorced them. Then guess what? This same man, he's currently in his 60s now, went to go and marry a stripper. Right? Brought the stripper into the business. They ruined the business. Now his brothers came in and kicked him out. What will you call this kind of man? A 65 years old man who made money. He was going to strip club, met this girl as a stripper, thought he could rescue her, a Captain Save a Ho attitude, married her, and the girl came in. Beautiful girl, beautiful. Messed up the business. Your brothers came in and kicked you out of the business. Things became very difficult for you. This same girl now went to meet her former boyfriend and slept with that boyfriend, not once, consistently, to the point that she got pregnant, and the paternity, in short, it appears that boyfriend is the owner of the child. This is a real life show. You could Google it, Real Housewife of Maryland, whatever, like that. So it was my friend who is a lawyer that was putting me up to see how men are useless.
So you
what will you call this man?
You watch all those messy shows, man. They make men.
I don't watch it. He was pointing to that man. He said I should go and watch this episode on that man. He gave me the synopsis of the man, Real Housewife of Maryland. And I'll be Houston, Maryland. And I saw the man. Then that's one. Now look at again. There's this Nigerian guy, the guy who was a front for the former designer, right? Aliku, who went to go and carry, what's that her name? What was the girl's name again? They are now. You see, these are examples of what we are saying. You see, that's why I say I like where you are moving, you are taking us to. But go ahead. What would you call that kind of man?
Emeka, sorry. I want to. Sorry. Oh, okay. Can I quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Emeka, sorry. I want to quickly apologize. Maybe I screamed at you the other time. Sorry. What I wanted to say right now, You see, I agree totally with everything you are saying about men, being alpha, that alpha thing, like a man should be. I agree totally with that. But the area I am not really comfortable is that basket that you want to throw all the women in. Like you don't like. I see like you don't have regard for women.
No, that's
Maybe you
not
can
true.
correct me. That's what I interpret from like the way
No, that's
you
not
talk
true.
about
If
women.
you mean my argument with Ada, I was like,
No, 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 no,
you
no,
see,
no, not really
I
that.
know, the women are very emotional, and with them, if they don't like your opinion, they don't want to hear it. They just don't want to hear what you want to tell them. I know. I grew up with sisters. I've actually dated a lot of women, so I know where she's coming from. So my view was to tell her, I know that you don't like my opinion, but I will say what I want to say. That's just my view. Not that I hate. No. But again, because she doesn't like my opinion, she doesn't want to hear it. That's her emotional aspect coming in. And me bringing me to our understanding that, no, you have to accept my opinion, even if you don't like it. That is, we having a civil discussion. Even if you don't like it, you must. So don't keep cutting me short or trying to want to be dismissive to me, especially when it's not your show. If it's your show, I'm like, okay, I understand. It's not my choice to say, hey, why should I be here? Let me get out. If she doesn't want to hear my opinion, let me get out. But it's not her show. Beautiful topic she brought in, and we've been engaging on this topic for quite. I should even be sleeping by now. We've been engaging on this topic for quite a long time. It's a beautiful spin, which is very good, and it now brings to the height of to me hinging on the point that men have lost it. Let's be very.
Yeah,
We
even
look
kept me
around.
away.
Look
It kept me
around.
away.
Look around. See, we are the buyers of the product, right?
But
We are the
who are the
buyers of
ones?
the.
Who are the ones defending that the nonsense of is other men that are defending that?
Correct. That's why I say men are not
If
getting away.
you
We are the.
are
Go
different,
ahead, BT.
if you're very conservative and very principled, it's not the women that will come after you. It's the men that are simping for them that will come after you for even standing up. Like, how dare you not do what she wants? How dare you not? They are the ones. So it's other
No,
men.
they are the enablers. These are the enabling men that are the weak enabling men. Like I have to call man of procedure. I know probably he's listening. He say, "Oh, I'm toxic masculinity." What is toxic
Make a
masculinity?
demand is in California. You got to cut him some slack. Okay.
Okay. I agree with you. They've confused his brain sense. I agree with you.
Not joke. I'm just joking. Right?
What are you guys talking?
I agree with you because you see, if you look around, especially in the Western world, you will see the degradation of women. Women are not what they used to be in the 80s or even in the 50s, in the 60s. There is a clear degradation, which means the men are not doing the right thing, either as fathers, either as boyfriends, either as husbands. They're not doing the right thing. Let's look at the trajectory. Let's look at it. Men, let's be honest with ourselves.
Emeka, living in that kind of society now where divorce rate is so high, we are talking about 50-60%. So now you discover that because before you can raise a proper individual, whether male or female, the two parents has to contribute, whether male and the mother has to.
People are divorced in their 20s.
You know, that's what I'm saying. So
I'm
now you discover that because let me tell you, if you are raised by a single woman or a single man, like a man now, you won't know how to take because you learn how to take care of a woman from your father, and vice versa. You learn how to take care of a man from your mother. So if you are raised by a single parent, definitely you are lacking something. And we have a lot of people. If you see somebody who is raised by a single parent, you discover immediately you notice in the action of such a person.
Simba, what about those kids that grew up with their mother only because their dad already passed?
And that one is inevitable now. But this one,
So are you saying they're going
no,
to
no,
grow
just
up?
hold on. Adewale, you are talking about maybe what percentage are you talking about now? But
That is
now in a
how
situation
maybe you can
whereby,
put it in that context instead of generalizing about a single
no,
parent.
I'm talking about the ones from divorce. I'm talking about you are having like out of 100, 60% divorce. So those ones,
Absence of a father is still the same, whether divorced or by. So
Yeah.
father is
So
not in the picture. How does that affect a
okay,
child
we
growing up,
can only
shaping their
do,
behavior?
we are dealing with maybe probably 2% or 1% of that before. Now you have the
You're not
percentage has
sure.
increased to like
You're
60.
not sure. You're just generalizing. You're not sure.
Adewale, you know what I'm talking about. Why are you just being silly?
No, we are being academic here. We're trying to probe things. We cannot
Yeah,
generalize.
I agree.
We
I
have
agree.
to put it in different contexts.
Professor Mika and Professor Simbad. Go ahead.
So, but my viewpoint, like what Wale said, whether the father died or the father is not there, let's be honest, there will be impact on the child. There will be impact on the child. But the funny
I
aspect,
beg to disagree.
okay, go ahead.
If you are looking for a child, no, don't let me use that example. I've seen and I've witnessed a child grown with just one parent, especially the mother, and turned out to be great, respectful, cultured, and academically sound.
That's an exception,
No,
and it
that's
doesn't make the rule.
no, that is not an exception. You know why? That's not an
Why?
exception.
Okay.
I think the environment that child grew up makes a difference.
The question
Not
I want
just
Which
to ask you, which
environment was that?
environment?
Exactly. Let's have
And
context.
at what time? What time? Is it
Which,
now or something that
no,
happened in the past?
let's even leave the era. Which
you
environment did
know,
that child grow up in?
Children picked habits from people around them in school,
Yeah,
at
true.
home, family, friends, people that they see more often. They pick habits from them, and it shaped the way they see
So
life.
what
So
you are saying now is that, which means the mother probably would have been doing well for herself to live in an affluent neighborhood.
not necessarily affluence, not
So what
necessarily.
neighborhood is that?
When a child grew up in an environment
They're
where
asking you a question. Tell us
Exactly. Now,
condition.
instead of
Tell
going
us
to
the
the story, tell us
condition.
the neighborhood.
we're not talking about affluence neighborhood. We're talking about
Where
generally
does this
people
one
that
happen? And
hold on.
what?
I'm a great example of that.
Okay.
Okay. And I turned out great. And I say
Okay,
like,
but again, now to
and I'm
cut
not
you
an
to
and I'm not
interject, right? Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Yes, wonderful. We are happy, but you were not raised alone by your mom.
That is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That, well,
now
when
you
the
were
child
raised by you were also raised by family members, right? And you could draw inspiration from these family members who are literally supporting your mom to do the raising of the children.
Emeka,
But
may
we don't
God bless you. I have. Let me tell you. I have examples in my family. My father's younger sister has 4 children for 4 different men. 4 different men. But my father provided a platform for the growth of those 4 children. They grew up with us, and they bear my father's name. So you can't, when you see those ones now, you can't be citing them as an example of somebody raised by a single parent.
No, they were raised by a man.
Yes, they were raised in a very good,
But we don't have
conducive
that. So
environment.
we don't have that here in the West, right? Once a woman is single with a child, in short, she's close to poverty. She's on the poverty borderline. Because, yeah, go ahead.
I think we are missing something up. When I said growing up in an environment, I'm not talking about those people around coming to raise their child. The child grew up in an environment that is loving, environment that that child could be disciplined anytime if there's something wrong.
Well, that's the truth. That's the environment that was raising the child.
No, the mother is raising the child, but the child.
No, because you just made you are contradicting yourself now.
No,
you
I'm
made
not.
mention that discipline, because we are from that same community. We know how it goes. right? We know how it goes. If they see, especially then, we also know that
community that raised you. It's the community that raised
exactly.
you.
We don't know that. Okay,
Why are you denying this? You want to compare that those times
boy,
with what we're having presently at Adewale? Why are you just being? I don't know.
This boy, Papa no deal. Make we no alarm. Make him miss road. So the community raised you, and you turned out to be a success. But you don't have that here in the West. Everybody is in silo.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The mother played the role of the mother and the father in the life of their child. But the child grew up in an environment that is devoid of chaos.
Okay.
That is loving.
Okay.
This good example around that he could imbibe and shape the way he grew up. Not that those communities coming around to help out or to do something, that child sees that there are certain things that you can't just do because that is the norm of the environment that he or she grew up, right? But that environment shaped that child's behavior in a way that the effort of the mother on the child
was less.
Yes, because the environment influenced.
No, you are still saying the same thing we are saying now.
So
now, imagine you now. Wale, imagine you, Wale. Hold on, Wale. Imagine you now being raised in the inner city of Chicago, no father. What do you think you will turn out to be? I can give you the answer. Don't think too much.
Well, you can even give me that way. What if he was raised in Mushin or Ajegunle?
I know somebody who grew up in the inner city of Chicago and then turned out to be great.
That's an exception. That's an exception, right?
Those people as an exception.
That's an exception. But many of them turn out to be.
The argument Adewale want to put up.
No, it's an exception. Many of them, we know how they turn out.
Why do you think when kids go bad, even in Nigeria, they send them to the village? They die. The same way you send somebody from the UK to come to Nigeria to because if they turn bad, I've seen that before. They are terrible.
Don't do that anymore. Don't send people to
No,
village.
I'm saying back in the days now, of course, not now.
Yeah.
Just saying back in the days. So that's Chicago's not the place. No. I was in Chicago during COVID, working some locums. It's not the place to raise any child, single or no single. Single to find out.
Yeah, thank you. Single or no single.
Chicago is a very terrible place to raise.
It's a terrible place. Whether you have a father or your mother, the environment alone will influence you to gangsterism.
Not the entire city now. Come on now.
The inner city. That's what we say in the inner city. But
you have it in every city now. We don't have it in any
problem. I need to go love that.
Yes, I don't know. It's like it's like that phone you change. You want to use it very well. They are trying to maximize this your new headset.
I'm trying to have a design voice so that we won't just be sleeping and facing one direction. It's good to explore different argument. That's why
guys, I actually came up here to discuss my governor. That's the reason I came up.
Wait a minute. So
go ahead.
I want to go because I have to go to work tomorrow. But by the way, I don't even know why we're discussing relationship stuff tonight. I thought that was reserved for Sunday for Dupsy.
It was Adama came into douse the
your best friend that
she's my best friend though. She came in to douse the testosterone.
Emeka, I think Adama is more tolerable than what's this other lady?
No, I think I like her, right? So it shows. To be fair,
Adama will allow you to talk. If it is what is her name? Dupsy will not even allow.
I don't. That's why I don't go to her show. I don't go to her show. Dupsy is very dismissive. But Adama
will have a topic and she tailor the topic the way she feels.
The way she wants it. So she wants you to say what she wants to hear. And that typically that's women for you. What she wants you to hear. If you are not saying that, she will be dismissive. So and I looked at it. I said, I can't contribute in this show. Let me leave her. That's why I don't go to her show. But Adama, to be fair, I was very, very harsh with her, right? I was harsh with her, but she comported herself. It clearly shows, you see, that's the difference. So you can tell someone who can read the room as a woman. Say this guy is angry with me, and she would try to. She showed class. I don't know. She's not here, so I can see. I'm not trying to say it behind her back. If you can. Eh? You see? Okay. So she, when I was very hard to go hard because I knew where she was spinning. Women, when they like, oh, they don't like what you are saying, they don't want to hear it. They do themselves out of her body. So I was trying to bring her, but then again, she comported herself. I give her the credit. I do give her that credit, and I think she would make a better host on Sunday
I
shows
need to
than
stop
Tuesday.
when David Dupsy is not around. She should
Yeah,
step in.
let's move on from that. Let's
Hey,
not
so
discuss.
I have a contribution I wanted to make. Earlier, I was on the show, but one man always give the platform to Ogbeni to be lecturing every one of us on the legal matters. I don't even know why he does that.
He's probably
You know,
kitty now. He's probably kitty now. So of course, that's
it's as if
Adewale and
it's
one
as the
man.
rest of
Adewale and one man.
it's as the rest of us are useless, just be listening like a student in a classroom.
No, but
Ogbeni,
it's always a delight listening to Ogbeni. I enjoy
Ogbeni
listening to
will
him.
come to the show and throw away his break. No break, no jam. Just be talking and like in a classroom.
No,
And
to
that's
be
why
fair, I enjoy listening to Ogbeni.
sometimes I can't take it anymore. I'll just shut it down and leave and come back. Then I'll say, it's still on this show. Okay, I'll come back again. So earlier, one man talked about the flooding in Lagos. And I heard a lot of people, even there was an argument, I think, between you, Emeka, and your brother, man of prestige.
Okay.
I was active on social media, especially on Twitter, and I saw what people were posting or tweeting or Xing, if that's the right word to use these days. And I marvel, or should I say, I was kind of like taken aback. Is it that people don't they don't want to do deep thinking or explore more to see, to get the fact? Somebody, I think Ogbeni was one that said, we go with the fact, but God knows the truth. Um, you know, Lagos is a city at the sea level.
Adewale, so you've been listening all the way.
Yeah, I joined the show from the beginning up to this moment that I joined you guys. I
Oh,
always listen.
Ogbeni came earlier.
They were less. The personality cannot cope with that kind of agbero kind of. But you have to go for the.
Sometimes I enjoy it, but I'm so.
I mean, you cannot only contribute because of the way the format is. So
no, you get me irritated sometimes. I like it organized where you can hear each other. And by the way, I was trained to do active listening more than just talking.
No, even I am like you, but I've been forced to I forced my way to even speak.
I know once you come in, a question and answer will start. You begin to dig
literally
people.
force your way in. So that's the way.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Yeah,
So.
but some of these cities are at the sea level, and that means constantly there will be the receiving hand of flooding.
Yeah.
There are some big cities in the world with good sophisticated drainage system that got flooded recently. Dubai is one of them. Even
New York.
New York, the H city is one of them. All these cities that are at sea level, they have always been at the receiving hands, not because of blockage of drainage or anything. And Nigerians are quick to always attach anything that goes wrong to the government. Even if the government decided to clear the entire road as a drainage today, that city will still be getting flooded. And if you ever wonder why the highland get more flooded than in the mainland, it's simply because it's closer to the sea. And and these are the signs of global warming. You see, people, we don't want to take it because we feel, well, the evidence is not in our face, so why should we even pay attention to it?
Sorry.
Hold on, Babati now.
No.
Wait. Okay, go ahead.
Because you are comparing it to New York and Houston.
No, I'm just okay. Go ahead.
Those cities have almost like a pumping machine underground tunnel for water. We don't have that in Lagos. Does not have some machine that is pumping out water.
It's not about pumping. It's not about pumping. It's what the nature is bringing to our doorstep that I want us to identify and to understand. We will continue to have, online, people are saying that the government is not doing anything. They will say, "Oh, despite all the money they are, getting in Lagos State, they couldn't get good drainage system. All the time, government is not pay attention to the." In fact, GRV, Variable Road Bible, tweeted something stupid, moronic tweet. Posted a picture of a drainage that has overgrown weeds, and talking about government demolition houses, that which one should have come first. And it happens that the picture was actually an old picture that was taken long time before the demolition even started.
He's a politician.
But no. And the commissioner of urban, what is the title again? Urban planning or whatever, posted a rejoinder, and more like a Wawules kind of,
Environment, Commissioner of
of
Environment.
environment. Thank you. And posted a reply more or less like a Wawules, like dragging somebody. And you see it on the social media how those people are lashing at the commissioner that no, you should be above this, should be more professional. But when he knows the fact, he has to laugh at somebody's stupidity. And we shouldn't join those bandwagon. What we're witnessing is going to be a continuous occurrence in our country, in this continent. Number one is because the world is changing. Now we have sometimes ago in Houston there was a storm that you can even
Why
qualify
must it be continuous occurrence?
because it's been a known fact that we have to take care of our environment. The level of what do you call it in the atmosphere is so high because of most of the deforestation we are doing, burning unnecessary.
The level of carbon dioxide.
Exactly.
Are you planting enough trees though, like we used to
You
do
see,
before? Are you planting?
Dewale, you are right, and you are also slightly wrong.
Well,
yeah, the wrong part. Let me just speak on the wrong part. In terms of building properties in Lagos, or even in Nigeria, completely, we don't have good property planning. The supervision is weak. You see, how can property developers build a place, right? And they did not consider drainage that will go into the central drainage system. You don't do it. Where you live, they don't do it. It's not possible. We are not excusing that.
But that is not
nature
the major factor that causes
hold
the
on,
flood.
no. We are not excusing. That's why I say you are right and slightly. I didn't say you are right and wrong. I say you are slightly, because the water will still come. You can't stop nature. But after a while, like minutes, the drainage system that has been built would absorb that water and take it off. Not nature will take its course, and 3 days the water has not gone anywhere because the drainage system, there are no drainage system, it is not linked. People have blocked the canal, people have blocked the drainage, throwing in trash into them. So you understand? It is for residents, Lagos residents, to be complaining. They are complaining on things they have created themselves. And then for government to also be responding, they are responding on weaknesses they are supposed to have addressed. So we cannot excuse them. Nature we know that nature will take place.
Well,
right?
so Emeka, you agree with me that
I do.
the blockage of drainage alone is not what causes the flooding.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Then I disagree with you.
Only the drainage is the nature would do what it's supposed to do. Like now in New York, now when the flood, after a couple of hours, the water all went into the drainage system, right? So it should not be something that will create so much damage. Like 3 days, everywhere there's still water everywhere.
Yeah, but
So it shouldn't be that way.
Sometimes ago, the last hurricane that happens in H-Town, if you're talking about a city with a well-planned drainage system, Houston had it. But we had a storm where it wasn't really a storm, it was just a regular rainfall. And the entire city, or let's say half of the city, was covered flood. Remember the last hurricane? It was plastered on the international saying everywhere was, people could
That's
see.
the hurricane. That is nature.
No, no,
Nature
I'm just
came
saying,
and we
but
don't have the
but
capacity.
there was
Nature
this.
came and Houston does not have the capacity. But this one in Lagos or in Lekki, I lived in Lekki before moving. I know what I'm saying. Within the rainy season, it's always like that. It's always like that. Small rain, big rain. Always like that.
But
So
But
they are
at least
feeling now.
people should
No,
desist from.
they are still feeling more and more, even with the reality that is.
No,
exactly.
see,
Exactly, BT.
Babati, sound feeling. If you can ask oceanographers or geologists and ask them about this. And I've seen some of the argument that you're trying to put forward that could also cause water, uh, moving or the wave or others. No. See, water will always find a safe place. But what we have here, the dredging, even the Eco Atlantic that was sand filled, will still not make that much impact of the flooding that we now have in Lagos.
But actually, some of the area, especially that Lekki, you see some marshy area where water used to collect in Lagos now. People are now building houses in those places.
The
So they
entire
already.
Lekki, the
You'll be like,
entire
how are they
Lekki,
building on
see,
literally
the
water? They're
entire
literally
Lekki was a swampy place.
so
There
Those
was a
are the areas where water used to collect before
swamp
now.
has a
So
place
where
to
do you want the water to go?
now. Swamps also
No,
help against.
they can so there's a canal system that they built, right? I think Wazab, that's the commissioner. People are blocking
Wahab.
Wahab. People are blocking the canal. People have converted the canal to simple gutters. A canal, they've converted it to gutters. People have even filled the canals. What do you expect? So yes, Lekki was a swampy place, but when the rain comes, the rain would find somewhere to go through if there is a passage, right?
I was reading one of the Awos biography. It talks about when he was taken to a prison in Lekki in the 60s. Actually, for the very first time, Lekki became popular because Awolowo was taken to. Actually, it wasn't even a prison. According to that story, it was more like somewhere converted to.
Because I
Detention
wanted to
center.
ask you that there's no prison in Lekki now.
Yeah,
So
it
what are you
was
talking
no. I know what I'm talking about, Simba. It
Detention
wasn't a
center.
prison. It was more like where you put somebody on house arrest, kind of like when the military take you and they house you
Oh,
somewhere
okay. House
detention.
arrest then.
And that was where he was kept, and it was swampy. As a matter of fact, he did some of the dignitaries that visited him had to use canoe to get to the location where it was in the 60s. So
Wow.
the tension was not even on Lekki. Now, because of the urban migrations and and there's no land available, and people are now beginning to move to those swampy areas, and there was no concrete solid construction like that drainage system that will have helped those environments. People are just building, like you said, building.
Let us even talk about the quality of those buildings. Can they last long? Did they put in the structural architecture that they're supposed to put in place in a
I doubt
marshy
it.
area?
I doubt it. I doubt it. Truly, if a hurricane hits Lagos,
no hurricane will happen.
people, we are in a
Because
we are close to the
if
sea.
I see
Let me
We are
give you
not
guys,
in the
let me give you guys,
tropical area
guys
that
wait,
hurricane.
Wale, wait. Let me give you an update real quick. I'm watching this live now. They said the federal government has issued flood alert for 18 states and Abuja. So it's not even Lagos that's going to get this thing. So they're saying that they're expecting this to be in 18 states in Nigeria plus the FCT. So
As about
for the last year.
they issue that Babati, they issue that every year. Every year. All the states along the banks of River Niger and River Benue. That's how they issue it to them every year. And the still people will still, though what you discover is that the kind of flood that we have in Nigeria doesn't actually claim lives, because they are not really, it's just like an extension of, they are not like flash flood that would destroy things, that would claim a lot of lives. Cause them house. So people tend to, they will just leave their house for that main period, and then they will come back when the flood receded. And that's why we have been doing it every year in, year out, year in, year out. That's how, and all those houses, government will still leave them. They will not demolish, they will not ask them to leave. They will still continue to live in those areas.
But that Benue,
Real quick. The story about the is it what do you call them? The pharmaceutical company, the Walmart.
GSK.
Yes. You see, on this show, uh, people don't have patience for a fact. We make conclusion in our heart and we go with it. Damn every other evidences in our face. Now, we've said it before. And I think Babajale Koko also argued against this, or that the reason why some of these companies are leaving is because government policies and all that. We said it on this. On every organization, especially multinational, have a system, or should I say, a plan in place to absorb whenever there is a, incident of economic issues in their host country. And sometimes they downsize, sometimes they go into merger, and sometimes they apply or reinvent the profit back into the production of their product. But what you're saying is that some of these companies are living in drought because, number one, when you have companies that are into shoulder practice, cases like this will expose them, and they will not be able to stand the heat. That's why they are leaving. Their bottom line is to make profit, and when the profit is not coming in, guess what they do? Some of these companies are not even producing the product here. They bring them here, package them here, and label them and sell it to Nigerians. Whereas I think the law of the land says that any multinational coming in must have at least 30% of indigenous investor in the company or something like that. But this is a good opportunity for Nigerians that actually interested in going into some of this industry, especially the pharmaceutical industry, to be able to hijack or take over the space this company left behind. The reason being is that some of the product may not be patented because they're bringing in as a foreign and they patented in Nigeria. They can go ahead and go into partnership instead of them just completely liquidating the company in the country. We've seen it. We've argued it on this show before.
Adewale, GSK, I don't think if they have any plant in Nigeria manufacturing anything. I think they just have what they.
They don't. I don't think they do. The one in
so it is very easy. It is very easy for them to carry their bag and say they are leaving.
I mean, look at the Diageo, the producer of Guinness. They've been in the country. They actually produce Guinness here, but the foreign investor, the investor from the parent company, also understood that look, you can't be going at a loss in a place where, number one, especially when you're not in the good book with their government, because company like that will always want to be on the side of the government. And when you have a government that is actually not in favor, yes, they want your money, but at the same time, they are not actually going to bring backward because of you. Because at the end of the day, you are still going to cut away this money away to your host country. I mean, to your own country. So what is the case? What is the point where we cannot embrace the local?
But even the GSK, sorry, it's not only in Nigeria that they are living now. Even before they left Nigeria, they left Kenya and some other country. Not even here in Saudi Arabia. I discovered that in the last 1 year, if you are looking for their product, even in a pharmacy, you can't get it. You understand? So I don't know why Nigeria are so fixated on. It's like Nigeria will like all these branded things that here in Saudi Arabia, most of the drugs that they use in their hospitals are actually locally manufactured, and they are good.
They complain, or what people are seeing is because you have big companies, multinational company, one after the other, leaving almost at the same time. One after the other, getting out of Nigeria. That should tell us something is not right.
So is the local manufacturers closing shop as well?
A lot of local manufacturers are closing
In the
shops.
in the pharmacology department, they are closing shops.
Well, look, we don't have
But they don't.
understanding that. You cannot say they don't.
Okay,
A lot
let's dig deeper and
of
see if there's any local manufacturer of
Manufacturer Association of Nigeria came out with figures of manufacturing companies that have closed down. So it is not good. Look, Nigeria is a
Did
country.
you see federal government? I think the recent policies about lowering the cost of pharmaceutical product medicine. Have you heard about it, Babajale Koko?
They said they're going to lower tariff on imported
Yeah,
pharmaceutical. Yeah, we are talking about those in Nigeria.
I don't see that it's connected to the exit of all these.
Babajale Koko,
In
I
Nigeria.
think I'm more conversant with pharmaceutical company in Nigeria.
Okay, go
If
ahead.
you are looking at things generally that are drugs that are very important, like let's say antibiotics, chemotherapeutic agents, all those medications that require high technology like insulin and all those things. All of these things are not being manufactured in Nigeria. They're all imported. The basic things that you can see being manufactured in Nigeria are those small things like analgesics like paracetamol, ibuprofen, hematinics like fesolate, folic acid, basically lower antibiotics like ampiclox, amoxicillin, you understand, cough syrups, and those ones they are still there. You understand? The ones and those ones they don't really have any huge impact on the healthcare of the people. The basic one are the ones that actually good antibiotics which are not actually
Augmentin.
yes.
Yeah.
Most of these drugs, even augmentin, I think augmentin is also GSK. That one is beyond the reach of an average Nigerian because of the devaluation of naira. So you see all those things. I think what you're supposed to have done earlier on is actually because all those medications in serious country they have domesticated them and manufactured them in their country. And I'm giving you an example of Saudi Arabia here. If you go to earth is free to any level you want to take. They can even fly you out if need arise to go and treat their citizens outside the country free of charge. But you see that most of the medication you see in their hospitals are actually manufactured in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Timber. You see, all those medicines you say we don't manufacture in Nigeria. We used to manufacture them. But government bad policy.
I don't know that used to. I don't know what that used to. I don't know when you are talking about, because most of these medications, even if you look at when they started manufacturing them en masse, I don't think they even existed during those times that you are talking about.
Those antibiotics and all those medicines that you mentioned now, when we have all those pharmaceutical companies that are really working in Nigeria, do you know that in Yaba, that Yaba, we used to have this vaccine manufacturing plant here.
It's not Nigerian made.
Alabuku last.
Yeah, now. Alabukun is
Alabukun is an analgesic now.
it's an analgesic.
Ogunlogun, don't worry, don't.
Oh no, I mentioned those things earlier now. BT, the analgesics and all those. Those are the ones. They are still being manufactured in Nigeria now.
Yeah.
Panadol and all those things.
Yes, all those malaria, fever vaccine.
There's no vaccine for malaria. We don't. There is malaria drugs that you're talking about. There's no vaccine for malaria. We don't manufacture vaccine in Nigeria at any time.
We used to.
I said no. Baba Jayoko, that's not.
We used to. We used to.
Which one? Which
we
one?
Have,
which of the
we
vaccine?
have it
Which
in the
now?
Yaba.
Which
we
one?
Have,
yeah, let me tell you what is our research lab is in Nigerian Research Laboratory is in Yaba. Nigeria don't manufacture any vaccine. You can take me, quote me anywhere.
Well, maybe you have to go and check your record. We used to manufacture all.
Let me tell you all the vaccine. Let me tell you how we get vaccine in Nigeria. Even Nigerian government don't pay for the vaccine that we are using in Nigeria. All those are donations. All the vaccine in Nigeria are donated by international organizations. We don't have the capacity to produce any vaccine.
UNICEF
and
World Health Organization, they donate more of our vaccines.
Gavi, all those are the people. The Bill Gates and all, those are the people donating the vaccine that we are using in Nigeria. So they are never. The issue is this. I agree with Ajale Kuku. The business environment in Nigeria now is not actually very favorable, and there's no doubt that a lot of factories are closing up, both local and international. There's no doubt about that. But there are certain things they also need to put right. There are some of these things that are global. It's not only peculiar to Nigeria that these things are happening. Like this case of GSK and some of these multinationals that you are talking about, you also know that it's actually not peculiar to Nigeria alone. They are living in a lot of countries, and then there are so many of them also that are closing their shops because they are doing online business. And I think that was the time we discussed this on this platform. So we should always set the record straight. There's no doubt. I agree with you totally. The business environment is not conducive. A lot of factories are finding it difficult businesses are finding it difficult to survive, and a lot are also closing up because of the economic climate of the country. There's no doubt about that.
Simba, one thing is that we should also understand is that for every multinational company like this operating in any environment like this, in Nigeria's environment, they know that a time will come for something like this, and they have to operate. Should I say? They also have to take into cognizance the fact that things are not going to continue, in a way. They chose not to. That's the reason why they are downsizing or closing shops in all this country. Because the reason I asked earlier, how many of our indigenous pharmaceutical companies are closing down shops the way these multinationals are closing down shops? Abajade couldn't give me any of them. And this has been because they know that they have no place to go. But it's all about bottom line. All right. So they choose not to. Every organization does that. It's either they plow back their profit or they wait till government set a good policy, a clear-cut policy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here, but I haven't seen any local pharmaceutical company closing shop. The way we Nigerians look at it, like, oh, it's government policy. Government policy, yes, we are broke, but every company knows that sometimes it may not be in their favor, but that doesn't stop them. The same way we have the $1 stores closing shop, especially when the Amazon came into the picture. Some of these retailing, big giant retailing stores or companies have no choice than to be consumed and go into margin or completely close down the business because
Adewale, what is going on in America? One robot is gbagbo share on Amazon. Mo ráwọn èèyàn tó ń
I'm not down Amazon, you know.
Thomas, go and sit down.
You know that there are some jobs that cannot go into automation. It's still going to have the effect of human input in them. Just like you have all this surgeon now, you say machine should come and operate on you. Would you be comfortable? But you still have
on that one, let me push back. That one is inevitable.
Are you serious?
Yeah, robotics. No, you will still have human presence, for example, cutting and so. The next 15 to 20 years, you will have robotics. Yeah,
but
maybe like your when it comes to like urology, you're gonna have like almost 80 robotics. Yeah, that's 10 to 15 years. That's what happens.
You know, the way the things are going, I want to even round up quickly and leave this word for you people because you are just.
Simba, don't leave us. Don't leave us. So please don't leave us.
It's becoming sickening, believe me. It's because I don't know where the world is going.
Manual Simba,
but he's a doctor now. He's supposed to be sophisticated.
You know, let me tell you this. You know, I used to have a professor of anatomy as far back as maybe early 90s, and the man predicted that all these things that are happening. When he was teaching us then, I thought the man was talking fallacy. But most of the things are coming to pass now. It's, to me, I don't know where is this world going. By the time the non-humans take over the whole work that a man being supposed to do, and then woman being become redundant. Yeah. I don't know. We are making ourselves more redundant. That's the way I see it.
You know, Simba, do you know what scared me? Thomas, do you know what scared me?
Yeah.
I was listening about Uber. You know,
Simba, that is capitalism for you now.
No, don't go there. But what I'm saying is that I saw this thing about Tesla. I mean, in the next few years, you can literally drive your Tesla to work, right? You go to work, then you go to work, and your car will just leave and go and hustle for you. So you would dare to work. Oh. Your car will now leave you.
Go and do Uber and make money for you.
And when you're done, come and pick you again.
Babati, ní China, robot ló ń ṣe rice. Tó ń turn rice lórí iná.
Turning
rice on the fire. You know all those Chinese, but she man so rice is okay. Oh, then so rice is okay, bye. Oh, sauce okay. Oh, sauce okay.
Oh, really? Is this the one that was panding yam?
A
time will come that we will not even eat again.
No,
that one is already here now. So people are marrying here high. BT. When women have already find the replacement for their own, men should also find the replacement also now.
Market is there.
And Simba Tibinko, Abi.
Women, they have their own. They have the way they take care of their own. They satisfy your own. They don't need you. They don't need your prick any longer.
Oh my! No, Simba. The world is the last year they launched a drone taxi driverless that will be picking you up. They are envisaging the 10 years. It will be flying.
Thomas. You know that is why you see the developed world, and that's why you see that their fertility rate is so low They are not even ready to get married. They are not ready to get much. But the problem is with developing countries. We don't have anything, and we are the one procreating like rats. All these people that we are now producing now, what will be their future?
No
So
future.
imagine
Forget.
Thomas,
No
in your country, I know that by I think this year or next year, they are I think this year or last year, you are going 5G all the way. There's no 4G anymore. They even announced it in Australia, like, oh, we are done with 4G. It's all 5G.
Even if you had your
Nigeria,
4G phone, it will work.
The 5G in fact burned down the Christ Embassy's church. The 5G's effect, because he claimed that the 5G is
don't mind that one, Jad. So that one ignorant, but Nigeria they still have 2G in Nigeria. 2G.
man.
No. They were
You know, BT.
Yeah.
You know, there is a country in Africa where they don't even have this mobile phone that we are talking about up to now. They are still using land phone.
They are using GZM.
They are still using analog. Is in the East Africa now.
Okay, ho.
Djibouti and all those countries are the Horn of Africa.
Tí ọba lọ síbẹ̀ ẹ kàn lọ máa gba ojú wọn bẹ̀ yẹn ni ṣá.
Àwọn Ogun State people ṣá pẹ̀lú fọwọ́ náà ṣá.
No, but you know on the most
Baba Jale Koko. It's only that if some people like Ola will say maybe because we are living in the past, we old generation classify us as old generation that we don't see anything. I cannot see anything in where we are going that to me is actually making me to be happy. Believe me.
Simba, let me give you an example. If you ask the kids of nowadays about films, one more VHS, even CD gun, they know now it's streaming no more. Everything is streaming. More physical. More. It's all online. It's in the cloud.
My 2 years old knows how to go to on YouTube. Sure. I was surprised. She took my work phone and she started pressing. She couldn't get through the password. She was frustrated. She was crying. So I took it from her and I was wondering, what were you trying to do? She's trying to watch YouTube. They practically, man, I wish I was born in this era, honestly.
There's nothing good about this era. Don't deceive yourself. Let me tell you what is happening. You say you are surprised that your 2-year-old can go to YouTube. It's a mother that have taught her. Let me tell you, because women, let me tell you this. That is why you see that children carry their mom's phone every time. They are the one that initiated them into it. They will open all those things for them to be watching YouTube.
Not to disturb them.
Not to disturb them. Yes. So don't be surprised. In fact, let me tell you, even blinded ones, they know how to do it. I was surprised. I had the patients in the world. Yes.
You say blinded one?
Yes, that are blind. They have already. I was watching one of my patients yesterday.
But I want a man this special phone or those one always have one kind of special.
The guy was just he was just using. I don't know what they have taught him.
It's called the brick system where they can touch the.
They can touch. Yes.
They use like ant to do it. I know I've seen it before.
So don't be deceived. Ask your wife. Your wife will not be surprised. Only you. Maybe you are not aware of your environment. That's why I say you are surprised that your kid can go to YouTube.
No, look, how to operate YouTube without being taught is what I'm talking about. It's not.
I said she has been taught. That's what I'm telling you.
Nobody teach her. Nobody. I'm telling you this.
Oh, so she brought it from heaven.
Simba, ṣé YouTube ní braille àwọn.
Kò yé mi fún o. Kò yé mi fún. How could you believe such a thing? Listen,
Let me tell you.
She brought it from heaven. She just brought it from heaven. Yes. So don't be surprised. In fact, let me tell you, even blinded ones, they know how to do it. I was surprised that I had the patients in the world yesterday.
Listen, What you are
No,
talking
no,
about?
no. I was asking about the blind thing.
This Adewale,
Èkìtì
you are
ní
too
báwo ló ṣe
naive.
ní
You are too
believe
naive to a lot of things.
Èkìtì ló ti wá, báwo ló ṣe ní believe anything.
Àròkọ burúkú kò tiẹ̀ mọ nǹkan kan.
Hey, see your dad down this low. I'm telling you about the kid watched the parents operating YouTube and other social media things, especially YouTube. We started with the educational video, and that's what we actually allow her to watch.
Cartoon and
So,
all this.
no, not really cartoon. She started with barely. I mean, by the time she was 2 years old, already reciting ABC and all those alphabet 1, 2, 3 up to 100, and we're impressed that is going to change. I mean, that is going to continue. And even in our class, it was among the first one that could recite ABC perfectly, even identify objects. So it was through the help of YouTube and all.
Let me tell you, Adewale, you are doing a lot of service to that your and all these things that you are getting. Let me tell you, is not appropriate for her age. You are not teaching her the appropriate age-related skills.
No.
They were listen. You know, he's a pediatrician, so he's telling you. You gotta listen. Pay attention, man.
What you are getting, let me tell you, is not something that it can translated to being genius or whatever later in life. You understand? You are just deceiving yourself.
No, we're not deceiving. As long as our brain can,
you have left what you're supposed to learn.
She's still playing around. She's still
playing what? With what? Playing with what?
Look, let me tell you. See, even the school system here, if Adewale doesn't even teach her anything, the school system, once you jump into pre-K, it's everything is computer. You understand? So the laptop they will give them. Laptop. What's the other one? iPad. Yes.
Tablet. I don't have anything against them using
so they will
iPad or
system.
What I'm saying. You can put all those things. There are certain things that a child should know at certain age. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can put those age appropriate skills for them. You understand? On those iPad or whatever you want to use, any IT thing that you want to use. But what I'm saying now is that, and that is why we are getting what we are at the age less than 5. You can't be learning 1, 2, 3 and say you should be saying ABCD and should be learning spellings. That is not for that age. I'm not saying that if you teach them, they will not know it, but you are teaching them what is not appropriate for their age. The things that you're supposed to be teaching them, you are not teaching them morals.
She has morals now. You know, America, you know,
moral instruction. Oh yeah. Teacher moral instruction.
Babajari Koko, let me tell you this. You know, when we are growing up, and those are the things that children are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to play more. You understand?
Play more. Yes.
They're supposed to play more. You remember those days? That is when we will start learning how to ride bicycle. We'll be using our hands to do some certain things that we want to manufacture a car. You want to do. Those are the things.
Outdoor,
it's not 1, 2, 3. It's not mathematics.
Outdoor activities.
Exactly. Want to build a house. How to build all those things. Those are the things that you're supposed to be doing at that age, not to be saying you are proud that your child at the age of 2 can say 1 to 100.
I am.
You be doing talk to your wife.
Simba, activity. You've got 110.
Babajari Koko, you know we did all these things now. You can tell
let me clarify something.
One voice.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Simba, on a more serious note, there are the P word that are everywhere in America. Don't let me use the word on the platform. The P word. They even have a place you can track them down your neighborhood. So people are scared of having their kids outside playing, or even in anywhere. So they prefer them being indoors for just safety of our money. So the world has changed than what you think it should be. I agree with you for development. I know that, but
let me.
Let's have your kid out there playing.
Babati.
Babati. When you go to, let me tell you, I'm sorry, Adewale. In Finland and all those Scandinavian countries, those are the things that they do when they go to school. You see them climbing trees, you see them riding bicycle, doing all those. Those are the things that they do at that age.
I saw that documentary now. Was it the Libra guy, the fat guy that does the documentary? He was showing that even within that age, by the time they are 7 or 8, they've already learned like 4 languages, and they're just playing half of the time at school. So how are they playing half of the time? They are learning all these languages. So they can speak 4 languages by the time they're like 6 or 7 years old. It was amazing. I'm like, wow, this is
that's very good for their development.
That's why they have the best educational system in the world, and it doesn't make them to be dummies.
When you have to go to work at 6 a.m.
But when you are teaching something that you learn at the age of 6 or probably 7 or 8, that's when you are happy that you are teaching your less than 2 years old.
America yóò bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tí ọkọ bá ti gba
because I don't know.
Ìyàwó gba West lọ.
When you go to work
at 6 a.m. babysitter house.
Nani
gba Nani lọ.
You know what's funny? My kids started going to daycare at the age of 6 months. Is it 6 months? Yes.
6 months again.
We are no, not 6 months. I think 4 or 5 there. That's when my kids started going to daycare. So when you have to go through all that, what do they do at the daycare? They play all day long, and you pay a exorbitant fee because you want them to have you don't want to subject your kid to
why will a child go to daycare at 6 months or what?
Because the paid leave that you have the paid leave that you have from work only cover 3 months. After 3 months,
America around.
No. That is abuse. That is child abuse.
Máa wo nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ ń sọ, máa wo Australia. Máa wo nǹkan tó Australia ó dá sọ̀rọ̀ America.
Australia kangaroo man.
No, that is no. That is a child abuse.
Thomas, listen. Èmi nǹkan tí mo bí triplet lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Wọ́n fàyà ẹ̀ kúrò lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ tó bá padà sẹ́nu
iṣẹ́. She had to quit her job for like a year plus because she's 3. You can't be paying for 3 kids. No, she had money just for the first 1 year and a half year. Just
any mother taking a child to a 6 month, 4 months, that woman is wicked. Quit your job now.
No, for a year. Now it's not.
So you will be feeding them, if she quit her job.
What is the husband doing? The husband will cater for the house.
So when the man has to work,
Thomas, sorry, gbogbo àwọn tó náà wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ọ̀lẹ ni gbogbo wọn náà lóbìnrin fi rí wọn fín náà fi gbàjọba lọ́wọ́ wọn. They are not ready to take responsibility.
4 months. 4 months.
They want to pàṣẹ.
They will now be talking. We are partnership. We are going to partnership. They 50-50. Yeah. Weak men.
People, they can't live in this country. When you are spoiled, they spoil them completely.
That's bad. They will have locked him up in this country. I want to money to play, but we went down.
Simba ọmọ wípé concentration camp la wà bí báyìí.
Even my PCS told me that look.
Tó bá ti jẹ́ wá lé ẹ dé, wọ́n á fi ọ̀pá lé ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní bó ṣe ń lé ẹran láti nínú ọ̀pá láti nínú ọgbà.
Anyone give back here as Motiray, I've seen people with 2 kids, they quit their job because of the money you'll be paying in the child care will tear your pocket. But if you are not working as a mother, the government will subsidize the child care payment for you.
That is the government that value.
Yes, so they
Yes.
prefer the mother to stay home for 2 years.
Is a work. Is a work to because you have to train the next
raise the
generation
child.
well.
Yeah.
And that is why you see all these American people. That is how
Simba,
I don't know what to say about them.
Ridiculous. 4 months, 6 months to child care for what? What is the mother doing?
Thomas, so why do you think earlier, like 10 years of practice, even with this madam, we went locum now? Well, why do you think we do locum now? Locum does allow you the flexibility, so that way I'm not okay. That's because you cannot be doing full time Polomo. You just don't.
No.
American, that's America for you. It's just a different.
No.
Babati, it's not about. It's not all this your partnership. You can decide.
No,
Okay,
partnership. I don't agree with partnership now. I know that. I'm just saying that on my own part, not because I couldn't afford it, but I knew how it will affect her.
The question I want to ask, if you have an agreement with your wife,
right?
You want to have, let's say you agree that okay, you want to have 2 kids, and let's say okay, within 5 years you want to do that, and these 5 years you are not going to work. I'm going to provide everything for you. I'm going to be the one.
Simba, we agreed to 2. God gave us.
There's some lifestyle you can't live in America.
So but this is my point. I said for bonding, in my own opinion, even Simba is a pediatrician. I think even scientific. I think if you look at data, one need to buy at least 6 months to 1 year the mother is supposed to be with the child.
Yes.
The bonding, you're supposed to be working on a good. That's the way it's supposed to be. But the reality is that, unfortunately, in the system that we are right now. So
we are not raising human being again. We are raising animals.
No. It is a child, and you guys in America, we protect our child.
No. I went to
with which are even during your time too, that the elders will say, even during the period of our Papa, some people will say, so the fact remains this what is that thing will keep changing. Like someone said, okay, people that goes to preschool, when you go to preschool, you are simply playing. The only difference is you were not wearing pants or maybe without pants, and you are playing on the street and you are doing Baba Cherokee and you are playing all those stuff. Those preschool kids here too, they will play throughout the day. But the only thing is that they play in a structured way, that they are even exposed to some kind of game that you never dreamt of too. So it depends on how you see this thing. So they care about what you load your children even before the normal school.
Ola, we started by your Ekiti counterpart. He said that by age of 2, his daughter can say 1 to 100, and he was happy. I said, no, that is not age appropriate skill.
Baba, I could not read Yoruba language until I got to primary 3. I was shocked that my son could even read English. I was saying Yoruba, I was not even saying English. You understand? English na another task entirely. Out of this water for me at primary 3. I know sabi read English well for that primary 3. Even if I read, but not that I understand. But these kids these days, they will read English perfectly. In fact, they will correct you.
Hey, but
They will correct you.
Ola, let me tell you this. I have the privilege of being a lecturer. You understand? But I can say with facts. What I learned in secondary school, I could still remember. Those kids, when you even ask them what they were taught last semester, they cannot even recollect. And if you ask them, these are the kids that their parents, like Adewale, will say they are proud of when they are at the age of 2 or 3, they can say ABCD. What we are saying is that
ṣèbí lògùn ṣàyè fún wọn gbà àwọn oògùn ṣàyè tó máa ń fọ́ mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tá máa ń mú gbà yẹn ó ti gbàgbé.
Oh, good. Let me tell you, what if we think that because they learn certain things early will make them better later on, we are joking.
Well, we are not forcing the kid. They are just.
Simba, we have to separate. When you talk of those kids, which kid are you talking about? The Western kid or our Nigerian kid? Let's separate.
What is the difference now? What is the difference now?
No. Omolomonje kid is kid. No, Omolomonje. See, in Western world here, in Canada here, except you're an international student, you cannot finish bachelor degree at the age of 19. Could possible. See, it is age. If you are, it is age. You go to grade school by age. Even funny enough, you can even see someone that you can. Okay, look at it this way now. I'm even forgetting it now. Now, if you were born in October, let's say you were born in October like 6 years ago, someone that was born in January like 2000 like 6 years ago can start, let's say, grade 1. But someone born in October, they won't allow you to start grade 1 until the following year.
They still do that here in America.
The same American and Canada use. So the thing is this.
Ola, please let me ask you this: when did child start school? I'm not saying about this nonsense American preschool or school of the, because here you don't go to school until 5 years old.
You don't go to school until age 6 years. You don't go to school until
but your mother can take you to child care. That is child care. It's not school. But they start school. No, they don't call it school here.
No, you call it preschool. Child care.
No. Yeah, it's child care. They are going to play.
Now pay them. They pay for preschool now. That's why I'm saying that this is just language. Preschool here now pay, you go they play. You
we call it pre-K here, pre-kindergarten.
Exactly, pre-kindergarten. They have their own specialized care. You know the sound that they do.
Yeah, they will play with, because you know, if you are not 5 years, you cannot start school, because that's 4 or 5 years. They want you to play. Play is about play.
They don't mind. I support you. They don't mind this.
Hey, sure. Tell the America.
Now only Nigeria you put 3 years kid in primary 1.
Primary 1, one lost
brain the hand. Brain the hand. You see, do you know what? Okay. Don't let me be an hypocrite, because I left from primary 4 to secondary school. Even going hypocrite. Nobody's supposed to go to primary 6, Abby. That's the way.
Primary 6, primary 5 and 6.
It was 6, but they were allowing primary 4, primary 3 to even take common entrance. Which is supposed to be so. You now see all these kids that are 7, 8, 9, 10 8 year old in secondary school.
The only way you can jump here is if you do homeschooling. If you do homeschooling, that's the only way you can jump.
You can always keep.
But you say you're underage, you want to enter university here in Canada, and you're a Canadian. Now, like you know, go there possible usually. Like in fact, you will get that.
Okay, looking back, there were people that I went to primary school with that were brilliant, like this guy called Olanisimi. I forgot it last name. Yeah, very sharp guy in secondary school, in primary school. But when he got to secondary school, cope. He go, you know, sometimes manning a way of evaluating kids to know where they belong or how to place them properly. I can unlock more because okay, your people, everybody thinks at 16, you must finish at 16 at the same time. No, it's supposed to be that way. You need to do individual assessment of children. Okay, don't say because they are here, so you have to be
No, in any distraction, Connie, there's no way you can be very good, an excellent student in primary school, and up in the secondary school. There's something.
He fell off in.
It happens a lot, so Baba Jale Koko.
I'm telling
It
you,
happens a lot. You even see some people they do very well in secondary school. By the time they get to university, they will not be able to cope.
No, Ajale will say you are distracted. That's why
I know of people that doesn't do good in primary school, and then they
even
pick
secondary school.
They
let me agree with him. Okay, let's even say that is true. What I'm saying is like, what is the job of the counselor to find out what's going on with the child? If somebody is very smart in primary school, back then we used to have counselor that will call you and what's going on, why a grade dropping, they had them before now.
Yes.
But
what happens is see your money back in Philly, they will move them to the back of the classroom. Nobody cares about them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Whereas they are supposed to force them to be in the front of the class to be answering questions. Not
because the foundation.
Babati, what determines you sit in the front now is how much you can give the class teacher.
Yeah, they call them teacher's pet. Teacher's pet. They are the pet of the teachers. They do after no. You're supposed to be that. Like I was always in the middle of the class because our parents were very active in the PT.
I
was in the middle now. No, I wasn't like all that. But I'm saying that I have seen people that they were very, very smart in junior secondary school. When they got to senior secondary school, because freshie science, they were supposed to go to art or commercial, but because they say you must do science, so they forced them to do it. So on, all give up.
So we that will be drinking palm wine at the
So Babati, a person like me now in primary school, I led my entire school. In fact, I was one of the best in my local government. In my secondary school, my mate overtook me immediately. It didn't even take time. You understand? Out of 100, I started falling within the first 20. Whereas before, you will find me within the worst scenario within the first 3 to 5. So some people now cut up. Now, you know what come up. Even there was a time that I even failed physics and chemistry as a science student. But that was when I discovered myself that okay, there must be something for me to get. I started looking for analogy, something to I will use something within my environment just to keep that in. That's why that.
Bola, that is you. No. Like this, my question to you: 12-year-old, 13-year-old child, to one junior secondary school 3, to the take exam that person is too young to make that decision at that point. With that guide, with that counseling, with that guidance. Changing now. No. I'm saying that in America, you can go to high school, get to college, and still change your mind about your career course. Nigeria, once you choose in junior high, go for science.
That's what you stick to.
Yeah. You cannot only go to you can go from science to the other two, but those 2 years it's very hard to go to science when you're
science. No, it's very difficult
unless
you are very brilliant.
That system is a flawed system. But now because you cannot watch your mind.
I don't disagree with you anyway. I agree with you.
System you allow for because what if I try science team like it? Then what happens to me?
What do you mean by I don't disagree? Okay, what kind of English is that one? I don't disagree.
I do not disagree. It's a correct English now. Correct me. I do
But
not
The other
disagree.
agree or disagree. Which one I don't disagree?
Simba, but I
I
hope
do not disagree with you. It's an English statement. Etunde
Yeah,
Baba, Baba lecturer.
guys, Simba, but you get my point though. Like I think making that life-changing decision at 13, 12 years old is wrong in my own opinion. To say because somebody took an exam and they must science, back then, our own time.
You know what they used to do those days is not even, you are not even the one choosing for yourself. Once they discover that you are a little bit brilliant, then they will say, no, you have to go for sciences.
But you are missing the point. Parents have influence, even if you don't get do it. They'll say,
That's what I'm saying. Either parents or even your teacher. Even your teacher, your parent are the one, they will be the one saying, no, this is what I want you to become.
I understand. Although you see,
and then the decision, let me give you an example. You don't know that it's not only the academic exploits of a child that's what you use to judge that child. Even maturity. You understand? There are certain classes that there are certain maturity you have to attain to get to his class. It's not by academic exploits alone. You can write common entrance at even primary 3 or primary 4 and you pass. But by the time you are getting to that secondary school, are you prepared for that? Your maturity, has it reached that level for the kind of people you are going to meet there? And that is why it explains.
When we are meeting a bad person like Simba in secondary school, how are you going to, probably Simba was like 20 years and a kid of 9 years.
Oh my God.
So that is why you see that some of them, by the time they get there, they will perform well in primary school, and then you get to secondary school, they will not be able to match up. It's not because they don't have the brain, but they don't have the maturity, they don't have the resilience to cope with the stress that comes with it.
Simba, I remember my auntie, his daughter, his first daughter, he passed the common entrance at 4. Yes, okay, no. You will pass to 5, you will go to primary 6. Why rushing? Where are you rushing to?
But who asked him to go and write in the first? Who register him for the common entrance?
No, it's the school, not romantic one. Your child is brilliant. Let her go for common entrance. Yeah.
I can understand what Simba is saying. Look at when I did tertiary now. Just imagine someone that I'm 6 years older than. You understand? We did the same class. And me, I be NFA Paraku.
But they will say, it's also cultural. So they will say, if you don't leave now, but we're going to want to feel on my feeling.
That's our feeling. That's
one of the things. You want to be that kind of stigma now.
You see that time in my hostel, that time, we used to switch off our generator by 12 o'clock. And I get one this thing, I carry, I go carry the system. I go they play Ajana, Guti, Daraba. I will go just the dance. And people too go they dance after. I understand what you are saying. And meanwhile, I have my way of passing my exam because the thing is this, I am very analytical. The course I did was very easy for me to pass. And you follow people like that. So in the same way, you will be influenced badly. I got it because you don't have a maturity. It got me that I'm dancing, I'm singing. By the time I woke up in the morning, maybe I quickly read like 1 hour, then go to the class. I be the one to be my master lecturer at Jekaki, all those stuff. So I was able to cope, but I will find some people like that in the school that time that's they are NFA, but we will never see where they were reading. And they will lead the department, And if you don't have such kind of maturity, truly, you can be misled.
You follow them now. You follow them. Let me tell you, I have a niece that got to university at the age of 15. You understand? Let me tell you. Let me just summarize. She started going out with some people, and let me tell you, she compensated for that time that she gained. She lost it, both in school, even after school.
You understand? You know, that is what we are saying, that there are certain things that is the age appropriate. But if you want to achieve early than the age you're supposed to achieve it, to me, there is going to backfire.
You pay for it. You pay for it.
You pay for it.
You see, when Simba talk,
although
as if that is just
there are many factors in Nigeria that make all those parents be afraid, because you see, because of our environment, family, they are always afraid that let them put their children through school before they join the bad guys. Let them put the ladies, the girls' child through school before they just go carry something, come home for the parents, so that they won't be able to go. So a lot of factors, because especially in that Lagos, Lagos is a very bad place. You understand? Especially those people going, they face me and slap. So a lot of societal factors, what they will teach them in this Western country to avoid some things, when they get to a particular level, they start giving them some kind of education for them to be able to know how to handle boys, all those stuff. But in Nigeria, they don't teach. So some parents, they are always afraid. They quickly want to push their children to go before they
but the school they are pushing, the school they are pushing them to is the most dangerous place.
They will not get exposed.
Yes.
I've been telling them from Thomas, when they say the girls, they will say if any boy touches you, literally you'll be pregnant though. They will not be crying.
They will be pregnant. All those,
because there's no education, but they will not go to university. Come on, you know how that goes now.
Babati, is that your picture on your profile?
What did you say?
Is that your picture on your profile?
No comment. Let's move on.
Ẹni ibi tí mo trophy ni tó mo trophy ni Babati, èèyàn burúkú tó mo trophy.
So, but my point is that there were systems put in place, guidance counseling, that all those things were put in place to assess, evaluate. I remember even in my own school, even if you pass common entrance, you see at an interview with your parents there to figure out how your placement. If you want to stay in, they will say, okay, this one is this one might need a boarding house, because we don't. So they will have people that will look after you in school, because of if you're too young to even come in. I mean, if you're coming in way below the I won't say required age, but the norm, they will just monitor and follow up with you to make sure that you're okay. You can cope. But now it's just like if you have money.
Babati, just imagine a teen, because I still call 15 as a teen. A 15-year-old girl now get admission to university like OAU, that I want Baba 26, 27, they are entering together, or 50 or 25. Do you know how they will maltreat that 15-year-old?
I mean, there are smart, like the last one of the family, Kumi got into secondary school at the
Don't mention him now.
Short shit, I forgot. She took exam in primary 3, Lotiwole. Primary 3, she did exam at primary 3, and she got in. Wow. Yeah. So some people, but she just smart like that. But she's always very, But she bent here. Smart here. To my baby, so she's like personality. So people are very different. But I'm saying that the issue I have is I think their parents kind of push them that even though you're not meeting the grades, just let's find a way to even push you in.
Let my people go.
Okay, we're not. Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ni àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tí ń pàṣẹ pàmò ẹ̀fọ́ pàmò fàkì kí ló ṣe ń bẹ̀ ó máa lose àwọn ọ̀rẹ́.
Because BT, because we have turned children to tools of pride.
I think I completely agree with you guys, because they are taking those children's childhood away from them, and to me, it's not fair. You that were doing
there will be crisis later, whether you like it or not. It can manifest by the time they start working. It can manifest in their marriage. It can manifest
Anything.
It manifests.
They are losing the social skill now. You know, the social skill they should have developed early. You know, the bonding, the bonding should have
Because I want
developed.
Ben now, because I want age mate tomorrow. It's gonna be no. I mean, some people do better. I mean, I'm
Ah,
not saying
well, okay. They will
me
be all right.
on, but no. Don't get me wrong. My point is that there are people that actually naturally they are gifted to skip classes and go out. But when you force a child to skip classes or to go to secondary school, university early, and you know that they are struggling there, but yet you are still I'm a higher coach phone, I coaching class phone, can they help with? No, but he's struggling. No, science ni only, but let me come and see your teacher. Let me go and see. No, they're going to at the end of the day, oh my, your leg bang, you now see them in
No, there will be there will be lapses somewhere.
no, you see
There will
them
be
now.
lapses.
Even Baba T, àwa gan tó jẹ́ pé a ní kíní gan mo struggle pẹ̀lú English ní secondary school burúkú. You know, ìgbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ ṣe tí mo kọ́kọ́ laná báyìí mo lọ gba tíṣà ni. No, tí mo kọ́kọ́ laná báyìí.
Omari one now. Ní GC center.
I'm even talking of our own time. You understand? But in fact, although like I said, now me pick my physics and chemistry myself. But mo learn in English mo lọ gba teacher fúnra mi. But mo gba teacher yẹn ni mo ṣe wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wà okay. Because naturally ká ní pé what they were teaching us that time, if we were going through as it was supposed to be, I should not be struggling. Although I want to agree we didn't have you know, we used to exaggerate some things too, but when I look at the type of school I went to, happens to be one of the best in my local government too. But I can tell you, we didn't have physics teacher, we didn't have chemistry teacher, and the English teacher we had that time was just one NC guy like this. Now just to come and be blowing grammar, he the big lady, enter, people would be saying, but we will write and say I will fail. We will write and say I will fail. It took I got a teacher to start, you know, who started teaching me that, oh no, this how to take this, don't speak big grammar.
To cut you short, but I'm saying that the reason why you were struggling because the foundation, maybe at the primary level, maybe they didn't make adjustment when you were struggling in something. T1, identify at that time. Luma yole niwaju.
I got your point. I
reaction.
didn't even start school so early like that too. You understand? I didn't even start school so early like the kid of this day like that too. You understand? And I still get mama will be teacher. You understand? I still get mama will be teacher, but I still struggle, right?
Okay, let me tell you, Ola, so how do you see yourself now? If you want to judge yourself where you are today, do you have any regret? Do you think that okay, what you're supposed to have achieved, you have not achieved it based on maybe because of your background or because of that kind of education that you have earlier on?
No, you're not saying that for a local I take school now, so my own case is different. So I no regrets. The only regret was the time I went to the polytechnic or you know all this university polytechnic dichotomy. You understand? Used to give me some kind of headache that time. So now only that one. Other than that, no regret too, because like I said, for my school, oh my goodness. You see the mouth organ at the preso. Now from secondary school, get to that place. I enjoy my secondary school, everything, no pressure. No pressure. So nobody nobody they want pressure.
To be honest with you, Dewali and Ola and everybody. Thank God I chose, because I could have gone to private second. Thank God I stayed with the public secondary school. Even though it's technically like the way it's designed, it's like it's a legacy school. But that public school experience, I cannot trade it for anything.
I'm telling you.
You can. I want to people that went to private schools in Bayern, they will even be we miss you guys. We want to come back, even though they were so called the elite, whatever. They will come and hang out with us and stuff.
It's not because it's not because your parent can afford you to take you to
because my father went to the same school, uncle went to the same school. Almo, it's a legacy system. You must also go there too. Like, come on, this is just
so BT, what happened in secondary school that time that is what is actually now happening at the university level now. You see some people they say they go to private university where they're asking them, they teach them, I mean, this is the kind of clothes you can wear. These things, this time you have to be in the chapel. You cannot wear any
secondary
structured,
school. Abi.
yeah, like secondary school.
What video maybe like 4 years ago. When it got Kunle, with the way they had to kneel down and raise their hand in university. When he really no, it was this school in Otta. It was, I think it was Kenaland. Yeah, it was Covenant. Yeah, Covenant.
Yes, now they structure their life for them. This is what you have to do at this social period. This is what you're supposed to do. There's no social life. No social life. And then you look at, okay, who are the students themselves? How old are they? You go, you see kids. You see
Simba.
kids in university. Kids.
Simba, my wife went to Bangkok. Can you imagine what they call general? Tofu. Tofu. Wàrà ni wọ́n jẹ. Irú ayé wo ni? Bangkok.
No, Thomas.
They can't eat meat.
Uncle Thomas.
Yeah.
Is it Babcock primary or secondary school?
University.
Oh, God, that's on
you. Adult, you are restricted adult.
I'm telling you, like some of
They
them.
can't,
They
can't eat red meat. See, they don't serve red meat. I want them to You can't cook your food.
Some of them.
BT, 3 days ago, I was speaking with one of my colleagues. Our son is in Bowen. Bowen is this Baptist university now.
Baptist, Bowen, yeah.
He is even in the medical school there. The guy is a Muslim. So on the Eid day, this last Eid, they now asked them to go to chapel. The guy has to lie that he was sick, that couldn't go. You understand? Because if you don't go, you'll be punished. Can you imagine that kind of thing? So as a university student, you're supposed to be an adult. You should be able to decide whatever you want to do for yourself. You understand? You are still being regimented. And I'm now wondering, what kind of adults are we raising?
Now,
let's do this way. They are no. They are okay. But under Nigerian law, you are by 18. That makes you an adult, right? 18 years old, right? 18. So technically, those kids are in university. First, second year, they are still under 18, so they are still kids.
No, majority of them, even some of them will finish before 18.
So don't blame the school now. Hey, take 18 now. So let
me tell you, if you look at JAMB, let me tell you this. I don't know how we got to this, and there's so many things even in our law that we're not following any longer. As if you look at JAMB law up till now, you cannot enter university until you are 16. But you still see some people coming even on social media that they will go and say, okay, my daughter or my son is entering university at the age of 13 or 14.
No, Simba, if not because of abnormality, 6, 3, 3, 4, you should, you should be 6 years before you start primary school, right? 6 years. Add 3.
No, they didn't say 6 years. So 6, that means you spend 6 years in primary school. That's what it means.
No. Normal school age in Nigeria, except that change should be 6 years. You should not start school before 6.
But now that Adewale, like people like Adewale is like clapping for his son.
Those kids going to Babcock. Shiku, you're going to Madoku and
they even compel them to go to service in Covenant. Everybody, you must come to you must attend their church service.
You must attend to it. Yeah, it's a must.
Those kids are the one that you will send abroad and they will join the alphabet people. That's all now.
Unlonely by anyone need the instrument.
It's just that is not university now. You are an adult. You supposed to.
I know. Okay. No. The issue is this: how did we even raise them from home?
My brother's daughter, till when she finished university, she cannot even go out on her own and take a taxi.
Hey.
Yes, that is something.
She cannot even cross road on her own. Like I want to cross road from one side to the other.
Now go sleep, guys. It's been wonderful. Nice talking
Yes,
to you
I
guys.
was sort of that. Me no be sure that was it.
I shall
Oh my God. The first daughter in our family to go to university, my auntie's daughter, OAU. Now is coming home. No, they always take her there, drop her there. Is coming home. The mother still want to put almost like 120,000 in the field to come and pick her at Ife. Money, my auntie, is an adult. Let her go to a transport public.
You know what I used to tell Thomas, what I used to tell my children, I said, come. I told them, I said, I'm from a polygamous family. The university I graduated from, six of us graduated from that university. My dad did not even know the gate to that university. So I don't know the kind of the way I don't know for you people who are abroad though, but the kind of upbringing that we are giving to our children, especially in Nigeria, especially the so-called middle class and all those things, is ridiculous. We are not real, and that is why they cannot any little stress like this, they will break down.
I have an auntie that has a school like in that Ogun West secondary school, private school, big. Because of the fee that they are paying those that school now, they can't discipline the children. If you touch anybody, you just come and say, "How dare you touch my child?" Like they can't even let me talk to him or her.
Yeah.
Now, secondary school, you're not doing counseling, like what that behavior. No, Simba, they are doing timeout in Nigerian secondary school. In that school, timeout. Timeout. Wow, really? My
sister, my money auntie, money share wa okay, sha. Ọmọ yín kò mọ lè wọ public transport láti Ifẹ̀ wá sí Abẹ́òkúta. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀ kò worry. Mo ní no.
Weekend, boyfriend.
No, Babati, and you now discover that they will finish like that if they have the networking and the something. They will be the one that will get the same job for them. They will marry for them. They will be the one arranging the marriage and arranging their life till they die.
Wọ́n ti any pressure of life kankan rárá pé rárá. Mo ní no. Only let's try. There's no Abeokuta straight from Ife. Wọ́n ní ó bá kọ́kọ́ dé Ìbàdàn. Mo ní tó bá dé Ìbàdàn kọ́ is the university 100 level. Agbọ́mọ yóò ń ṣọmọdé mọ́. Ìgbà tó délé.
What is even the distance, Thomas? What is the distance between Abeokuta and Ife?
Ife.
When you discover during our own days, some people go to ABU Zaria, some people went to Maiduguri
by themselves. By
themselves, yes. Now some will even take train. You take train. Some will take even a truck because they don't have transport.
And my sister said, Umati Bede.
College. My family only came here my first day in the dorm room in college. That they only came that day, and they came back the day of graduation. That was it. I bet carry what's let's go and that see you for it. That was it. Then I didn't think for what?
It's just there's no pressure now. If they come out of that university, small labor market pressure like this, they will break down. They can't, their life will
You
be
know,
messed
the
up.
issue is that
They don't,
when we talk, some people will say the world has changed. We agree that the world has changed. Has it changed for better or for worse? That is the
for
question.
us,
We're not
yeah.
talking about change. And that's why you see all these things. Small time now, marriages, because you have two immature people getting into marriage. What will be the outcome? What kind of children are they going to raise?
What are they going to raise? Yeah. Oh, my people.
Who do you think is going to be raising the kids for them? Is the grandparents now?
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll take care of the kids. Go and work. Mommy, buy me 1 million.
Yeah, I wonder. But see, Ileya, thank you so much, guys. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Simba, thank you so much for saying long. Yeah. Everyone, yeah. In the comment section. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. And useful. Obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah, hey. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. I'll be obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, Obi, get it, get it, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. Get it, for better life, yeah. For better health, yeah. For better road, yeah. Get it, from consumption to production. Get it, get it. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, Obi Akachama, Obi for Nigeria, Obi go to good, what will follow Obi? Daga, Obi, Obi, Obi Adema. Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Oyibo lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀nsí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá nílé lọ́tọ̀. Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida, Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kàndé, Ṣọ̀nẹ́kàn lọ́tọ̀ Abacha dé, Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam, Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́, Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua dé, Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan dé, Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé, Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Èwo lèwo, èwo lèwo, abẹ́yẹ.
Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá, Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as simple that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá, Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as simple that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.